VGO has been a juggernaut of a game for more than a decade. Simple on the surface, but deeply complicated mind twister if you get it on a good level. The game never gets old, and always delivers the emotions and challenges for the players. For the most part, because of the young guns like these guys. Creative, deadly skilled, ready to achieve greatness at all costs. Watch out for the third season of the WePlay Academy League in January.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, and it's another day here at the VPlay Academy League Season 3. We already started the gauntlet yesterday, and we'll have the day number 2 today. As all days before, my name is Heko, and I am your host, but I am not the only one here, because as days before, I am joined by MOUZ and Pimp.
It's good to be here. There's some teams that are gone that couldn't be with us today, but you know, they'll have another chance in the next season. They'll have still some time to develop, but there is some surprises afoot, as yesterday's results were pretty shocking. But hey Pimp, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I just love the fact that we're starting to shape it all up now. You know, now is doom or gloom time, so to speak. We need to figure out who's good enough to qualify for the LAN finals, and we need to figure out who's not good enough just yet to be there. So as you said, there's always a next season, but for the teams remaining in the gauntlet right now, they're fully focused to get that W, because it is as it is. Both today and tomorrow, whoever loses the game are out and won't be part of the LAN finals, won't be part of Season 3 anymore. So there's a lot at stake today and tomorrow for that matter.
Yeah, there are actually already 2 teams that qualified to the LAN, and there are 2 teams that unfortunately got eliminated. Let me just make a summary of what actually happened yesterday, because it was quite surprising, and maybe for some teams it was kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic Rising definitely broke our hearts, and I think they broke their own hearts yesterday as well. It started off so well now here. I think this highlight package coming in on Ancient is going to last for less than a minute and a half at least, because there was not really much of a fight in it. Astralis talent couldn't play up to par with Fnatic Rising at all, and after watching this game, I think we both sat with a feeling and thinking, okay, Fnatic Rising, they had a poor group stage, but they're slowly but surely starting to step it up. The performance here on Ancient was probably the best performance throughout the entire season. And then what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing happened for Fnatic Rising.
That's it, Pimp. That's all they had to show for this season was one nice map on Ancient. Everything else was a little calmer. It wasn't looking too great for them. I really was disappointed in what we got from Fnatic, especially here on map number 2, and of course the third one, which we'll see more highlights of in a moment. But this was a great win for Astralis. I was shocked that it happened. I think we were all pretty much shocked. I think anybody who has familiarity with the WePlay Academy League was shocked that this happened, because Fnatic was supposed to be a team that was contesting for a spot at the LAN. They were not, by any metric, supposed to come in last place, and that's exactly what happened. Astralis, 2 times in a row at the Academy League Season 1 and 2, they came in last place. And you know what? It felt like, for them, third time was the charm. They found it. They put it together. Fesser had a great series. Vigo, their IGL, was performing a little bit better than his usual. Breezer was contributing with his CT side op. I mean, this was a game that I think the Astralis players are going to be proud of themselves for, because finally they escaped the curse of coming in last place repeatedly. It's almost as if the main Astralis roster, all the luck that team got when they won their titles, all their major championships, they gave the short end of the stick to their talent team, but finally they're putting the pieces together. And I would have to probably give a little bit of credit to Trace, because it was probably mentally very hard to stay focused after that battering on Ancient, but they came back swinging on maps number 2 and 3.
Yeah, number 2 was actually overpass, and just like in the second map, we saw that it was a really tight game. First map, 16-1, just so incredibly one-sided, but the 2 remaining ones were just sitting on the edge of our seats. We had no idea who is actually going to play today.
No, not at all. And I think if you saw the highlights from Nuke, you realize quickly that Fnatic Rising, they completely bottled it. They lost a 1v4 to Fester, they lost a 1v2 in the very last round, they lost an anti-eco round as well. They lost so many rounds in Nuke that they should have won, so they can only thank themselves, right? There's no excuse for Fnatic Rising. Yes, I think Astralis talent, as you said, Mari, they played better and they got it together, especially here in Overpass. I felt they were the better team, honestly. The CT side looked polished and it looked good, and it finally felt like Astralis talent were coming together. But Fnatic Rising, they should have won this game 2-0, and it should never even have gotten to overpass. It should never even have been a question. So we can be as happy as we want to for Astralis talent, but if you're Fnatic Rising, you can only blame yourself for yesterday's performance. That was simply not good enough.
We were also a little bit surprised by the performance that we saw from VP.Prodigy, especially like in the first map, because FURIA Academy, they had a really close match when it comes to Mirage. They won with a score of 16-14, and we didn't kind of expect too much of that from them, because in the first season, in the second season, they were the ones who end up in the bottom. And at one moment, I feel like maybe there is a possibility that they will actually get further in the gauntlet.
This was a huge victory for FURIA Academy. It felt like maybe we would see 2 upsets in the same day, but KaWaS just couldn't keep it up. I mean, he was delivering them on a silver platter all of these rounds. These mid-aggressions that KaWaS was putting out there, it was like he was smurfing in some of the rounds. He seriously would just fight VP.Prodigy anywhere he wanted on the map, and he was just dominating. But on maps number 2 and 3, that's where VP came back and showed what they were made of. That's when they showed some of those early season prowess moments where they were actually able to put things together, and they just dominated FURIA. On map 2, it was a 16-6 victory, if I'm not mistaken. I think map 3, they repeated that same performance. This was a great win by VP.Prodigy, and even though they were shooken by what KaWaS did to them on map number 1, they didn't let it affect them on map number 2. This was a great vertigo from them, and it's where we saw some of those improvements from VP.Prodigy really take place. This is where they put their stamp on this gauntlet already.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a perfect game for FURIA Academy to go out on, in the sense that it sums up their season, it sums up where they're at right now. The Mirage performance was good, especially as you said, KaWaS had a great game, but outside of that, they couldn't deliver on either Vertigo or Nuke for that matter. The map pool is not strong enough, the unit is not strong enough right now, so the fact that they were able to get one map away from VP.Prodigy gave them a bit of respect, you know, and told us that, okay, it's not a complete mismatch. It's not like FURIA can't play Counter-Strike at all. They're simply just not strong enough over a best-of-3 series to win against VP.Prodigy, which we saw. Nuke was very dominating, Vertigo was very dominating, and FURIA Academy, unfortunately, will have to have the same faith as we thought would be for Astralis as well. The fact that they finished last 3 seasons in a row. Not optimal for FURIA Academy, and unfortunately, I also sit back with a feeling of they didn't really improve. They weren't better than they were in Season 2, just like they weren't better in Season 2 than they were in Season 1. So overall, a little bit disappointing when it comes to FURIA.
Yeah, it is a little bit disappointing when it comes to FURIA. Maybe they will go through some changes. Another team that we think might go through some changes is Fnatic Rising, because in Season 1 they managed to qualify to the LAN. In Season 2 they kind of failed by losing to Big Omen Academy in the finals of the play-in. And right now they are sharing the bottom spot with FURIA Academy. This is not something you want to see from your your uprising team.
That's not what we expected from Fnatic Rising. That's not what they expected from themselves. Fnatic Rising right now, at this point, you might need to just go back to the drawing board, not because your pieces are bad, but because somehow you're less than the sum of your parts. I actually don't think there's anybody on Fnatic Rising that I really peg as a weak player necessarily. Keve, of course, doesn't output in the server, but he's the in-game leader, and he's giving this team structure, which you can see on the maps that they win, that they actually do have some solid ideas here and there. That it's just that right now, it feels like this team has never really recovered from what happened in the end of Season 2, where they choked out 14-8, 14-7 against Big Omen Academy. They barely missed making it to the LAN, and it almost feels like that morale carried over to Season 3, because when we listen to the comms of Fnatic Rising, it was dead silent sometimes. There was way too much dead air. I don't expect teams to always have an idea and always have a plan, but when you're in a late round situation and there's 20 seconds left, someone has to say something, and we consistently heard Fnatic Rising just not talking at all. So they definitely have to go back to the well in terms of trying to find some new players, I would say, for Season 4.
I think the same can be said about FURIA Academy as well. I made the point just before, they have not progressed at all from Season 1 to Season 3. It's been the same in-game leader throughout the entire process in CMB. He's been doing okay, but again, as an AWP player and as an in-game leader, you expect either to have a clear impact in the game, in sense of either you're good AWP playing in-game leader that makes a difference on the server, or you build up your team and build up the strat so you can make the difference. Neither has been the case for FURIA Academy. So I think both Fnatic Rising and FURIA Academy will have to go back to the drawing board and figure something else out for Season 4. But for now, let's focus on today's game's Heko, because we do have 2 spicy matchups.
We do have 2 spicy matchups. We'll have NAVI Jr. against Astralis Talent, something that you probably did not expect, guys. But when it comes to the second series, it will be between VP.Prodigy and Eternal Fire Academy. A rematch that I'm really looking forward to see, because previously Eternal Fire Academy managed to win against VP with a score of 2-0. show.
Yeah, I think VP.Prodigy are super, super motivated to showcase us and showcase themselves and showcase the fans for that matter, that the disaster against Internal Fire is not going to repeat itself. They lost 2-0 very surprisingly. That was before we even rated Internal Fire Academy to be a team that could even compete against VP.Prodigy. I think they also learned a lot from that matchup, but we'll focus more on that, I guess, when we come to that. But overall, I think for VP.Prodigy, this is a case of them, re-entering a stage where we can start to believe in them as well for being a team that could go to the LAN playoffs. Whereas for Astralis Talent and NAVI Junior, I feel the story for that matchup is that both of them really came into the season with very low expectations. I don't think either expected to be close to qualify for the LAN finals, but fact of the matter is, winner of that game is only one best of 3 away from doing so. So there's a lot of stake on that one as well.
Yeah, well, guys, yesterday you'd made some predictions, and unfortunately for you,
oh, no.
It's now like only 50% correct, because when it comes to the A bracket, you were probably surprised by the fact that we are actually going to see Astralis Sound playing today, which means when it comes to this gauntlet, this part of the gauntlet, it's done for you. There's nothing.
Yeah, I blame fnatic,
It's a little rough, yeah, for both of us. We thought fnatic was going to make it to the very end of this one, but not quite the case. I mean, we could still be right in that Young Ninjas takes the whole thing, but obviously there's no way that the rest of our bracket makes any sense at this point. Fnatic Rising, there were disappointments to us, and that's something where I think more so than disappointing us, they probably disappointed themselves. So, you know what? At the end of the day, we're not the biggest losers, Heku. I'm not going to say who is, but we all know who it is.
We will not say names, but do you think there is a possibility that Astralis Sound will actually take this match against NAVI Junior?
No.
I think Navi is the favorites, but if we look at this one, I actually got the maps right on that one. So
okay, I'm getting it wrong for being right here.
You get a half wrong. You get a half credit for that one. You get
I gotta talk to Nick. This is unacceptable.
Yeah, I know. Production's pretty harsh with this one, actually. We had to be really specific about this. I'm surprised they didn't make us guess the vetoes on top of it just so they can mark us wrong. I can tell that people in production are kind of sadistic with this kind of methodology for point scoring. So we'll see if we can get any more points on this one.
At least we agreed today.
Yeah, we got the exact same thing today, so we can lose together or win together. Let's do it. Let's win together, Pimp.
Yeah.
Okay. Like VP.Prodigy, we're gonna win.
You're gonna win. Are you sure about?
Yeah, we're gonna win 2-1. We're gonna win 2-1, both of us.
I'm pretty sure. I honestly don't expect Internal Fire to be able to repeat the success they found in the group stage. They play a very one-dimensional style. So if I rate VP and I think about VP, I think about Rufire. He even alerted to it yesterday, saying that they were not playing their own game. They tried to shut them down, and I think just watching one demo of Internal Fire, you know exactly what's going to hit you. So I expect VP.Prodigy to be much better prepared for today, but it's going to be a closer game than we saw in the first group stage.
Yeah, we'll talk a bit more about VP.Prodigy a bit later, because the series will be like in a few hours. Right now, we should focus on Astralis Talent and NAVI Junior. I already see your faces. You're like not really happy, of course, because like they kind of ruined your bracket. But like, I mean, in the end of the day, but in the end of the day, we might get like a really nice series. What should we expect?
NAVI Junior are coming into this one as the favorites, but Astralis Talent showed us a side of themselves yesterday that impressed us, but that could have been at one point, you could say it's Fnatic capitulating, but you could also say that Astralis probably played a little bit better than they normally did yesterday. So there's two sides to the coin here, but I will say that NAVI Junior, in some sense, they have a couple players that could be X factors in this game. And there's one guy that I would say is definitely a person that could make or break this game for NAVI Junior, and that to me is going to be Laddick. I do know that NAVI Junior does have the best player in the server overall, and that is Headtrick. Headtrick has been stealing the spotlight for NAVI Junior, whereas last season we were looking at OnCare, we were looking at Monacy. Headtrick was probably the third star for that roster, and now he is one of the best players in the league. Headtrick is sitting at above a 1.3 rating for this tournament. He is absolutely obliterating everybody with rifle work that's at least in this group right now. And so I am looking to see if Navi can have some help, give him some help, because Headtrick's gonna deliver this game to them, but someone needs to contribute also. So I do think that Navi are the favorites in this one. I think they have the better map pool on top of that. So Astralis, they have to surprise us today if they want to take this.
Just want to echo that sentiment, because we do know Headtrick is a known quantity. We've seen him play well in Season 2. Season 3, as you said, he's been one of the best riflers throughout. He doesn't really have any bad games. Obviously, there's games where he's only killing 22 or 23 instead of the
only 22.
Usually 30, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. So he's a known quantity. But I agree, Laddick is the guy that can be. hit or miss. He's the guy who can make the difference. And I think I'll say it and phrase it this, simple. If both Hetrick and Laddick is playing well, I don't think Astralis Talent have enough firepower to do anything about NAVI Jr. But if Laddick is having one of those games where he's at one map, he's going to be playing well, and the second one, he's going to be completely MIA, then there's a chance for Astralis Talent to make this game very competitive. So NAVI, to me, are the favorites, and it's kind of in their hands, sort of, in a sense that I don't think Astralis Talent have too much in order to screw on in terms of painting a picture where they're the favorites or where they're supposed to win in terms of the win conditions. But Laddick can be that difference maker in the sense that if he's playing a bad game, I think Astralis Talent can win. If he's playing a good game, I think it's going to be tough for the Danes.
Yeah, Astralis Talent decided to ban Dust too. Just a reminder, they usually perma-ban Mirage. So for some reason, they probably hope that NAVI will not pick Mirage at the moment.
I almost feel like they looked at the old vetoes for NAVI, because this version of NAVI Jr. didn't even really play Dust 2 at all, but last season they loved it. It was one of their favorite maps, and I hope they're not messing up their vetoes just for the sake of trying to ban versus last season's team. But for NAVI's ban, they're going to ban Nuke. This has been kind of what they've been banning for a while, at least with this roster. And so for picks here, I wouldn't actually mind seeing Astralis pick Vertigo. This might be a contested point, though, with you, Pimp, because they've beaten NAVI Jr. on it before. And I think that it's one of the only maps where Hetrick doesn't just absolutely hard carry them. I think it's harder for Hetrick to get involved, but they go for Overpass. I'm happy because of my own enjoying experience, my viewing experience, but I actually think that Vertigo would have been an okay pick for them.
I think it would have been a terrible pick.
Ooh, okay. All right.
I think Overpass is a great pick because previously we saw NAVI actually ban Overpass.
That's true.
When they had the possibility of banning 2 or 3 maps, they would ban Nuke, they would ban Overpass, and another map. And if you see that okay, a team really doesn't like this map, and this is a map that you actually play and you often pick, you should go for it.
Okay.
Mirage coming in right there.
That had to happen.
Up punish pick towards Astralis Talent. And I agree, it was probably a scenario where Astralis Talent only have 5 maps in their map pool, so do we want to play Dust 2 or do we want to play Mirage? I will say, if you're not practicing anything, we all know it, face it, guards, everyone can play Mirage. Everyone can play Mirage to a certain level, so I think they valued their own chances of Mirage higher than on Dust 2, so that makes sense, allowing NAVI to pick that. Just to turn back to the Vertigo conversation, we could see it as a third deciding map.
I think it's Vertigo Handshake here.
I think so as well, and I think that's good for NAVI. I don't think it's good for Astralis Talent, but I think it's good for NAVI. They've played more Vertigo, and we saw them beat fnatic Rising, I believe, 2-0 on the map as well. 2 close games, sure, but they really looked okay, and it's also one of the few maps where I feel Laddick have been okay, especially on the CT sides. He's finding more and more impact. So if you want to go for the stable map, you go for Vertigo. They had a chance of forcing Ancient in here. We saw Astralis playing Ancient yesterday. That was terrible, but that's probably also a sign of the fact that NAVI Jr. don't really comfortable with Ancient. So no need to risk anything. I think they're playing it as they were the favorites. And this veto, we have a clear favorite on both map 1 and 2, and then probably we're going to end up on Vertigo as a handshake.
I think there's still the point that Heku brought up that it was kind of a second ban for NAVI, the Overpass. So Astralis trying to punish pick makes the odds probably closer than I would have expected, just because 1.7 from parry match for NAVI. That's almost a coin flip there, and I think it's probably a little bit evened up because the veto became what it was, the Overpass punish pick coming out from Astralis. But it's still not like I think they're a better team or anything like that. So I think this is fair in that NAVI, in my eyes, are the favorites. I think they're going to go 2-0 in this one.
It's going to be 2-0 for NAVI Jr.
I'm going 2-0 NAVI Jr. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
How about you, Pimp?
I think Astralis, if they play like they did yesterday, I was actually impressed with the Overpass. I think the T side was quite bleak. It wasn't really that well.
I think it was just Fesser entering a lot.
He
would get kills long, you would get kills short A. If you can't find those, I don't know if I really believe in their T side actually.
That's the thing. I also think the T side was quite poor, but the CT side, I feel was in control.
It was pretty clean.
I think so. Especially the B defense. That's usually the weak points for a lot of teams. They had some cool setups, some cool protocols, some cool ways of helping each other on that B bomb side. So I wouldn't be surprised if Astralis Talent could pick off Overpass here against NAVI. But 2-0, 2-1. You know what? I think we're gonna see a lot of maps today. I think we're gonna have another 2-1 here for NAVI Jr. I think Astralis Talent did themselves a favor in this video by not picking Vertigo and picking Overpass, and I think that'll be rewarded with a map win.
I kind of feel there's actually a possibility for Astralis Talent to win. I'm a huge NAVI fan, especially since I'm sitting in this chair.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the spot of James Banks, and I need to be yelling NAVI all the time and stuff like that. But when it comes to this veto, I think it really comes to the Vertigo, because we saw Astralis Talent win against NAVI Jr. on this map, and I really have no idea what to expect from NAVI Junior when it comes to Overpass. We have not seen Astralis on Mirage like in 2 seasons, and including also like 3rd season. So like what they will perform, like what they will show, like I mean, in the end of the day, it is like a puggy map.
It can be. I think that if Astralis talent play like they did on T-side yesterday, I think Latic should just eat them up, though. Because I don't think they had as many nade protocols or like ways of taking map control as I would have hoped for a team like Astralis that is wearing that name on their banner. You know, that I really thought that they were going to be pushing everybody off of every angle, but there were actually a lot of opportunities for the CTs to do a lot. But I will say, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about Astralis' T-side, because that's something we do know about. They won 9 rounds in a row against fnatic yesterday, and their B defense was really solid because they actually did have nade protocols on that side of the map. They were always doing that little between barrel and pillar smoke that blocks off the Ts. They did it nearly every single round that fnatic wanted to come out B. So I am a little worried if Astralis gets maybe 5 to 6 rounds on T side, because I do think their defense can actually carry them in this game, because what they did to fnatic yesterday made fnatic look like one of the worst T side teams at the league.
I would agree. They were also coming into the game one of the worst.
That's true. Their stats were pretty bad.
It kind of makes sense, but I'm also curious to how good NAVI Junior are on a map like Overpass. I think that's, you know, for their sake, the CT side and the T side for that matter. We talked about Fessa, how he got a lot of space and created a lot of space. If Fessa can do it for Astralis, what can Hetrick do for NAVI Junior? Right. I think that could be a key to victory if you're looking towards NAVI Junior. He's been playing so well with the rifle throughout the game. He had that game on Mirage where he dropped 37 frags, I believe, when the score was 11-11, and then he didn't get any kills the last 5 rounds because he started to do too much.
Yeah.
So I think he learned from that, and I hope he learned from that. He needs to use his teammates to not bait for him, you know, but to play contact with him, to go through together, and then he's the star player that you set up, and he's going to close out the rounds for you. If you can enable Hetrick, he is, as you said as well, the best player on the server, and that could be a win condition on a map like Overpass for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, we already saw Astralis on Overpass, but NAVI Junior are looking forward to surprise us. Will they succeed? We don't know. Let's go to Overpass with Hugo and Harry.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. A bit of NAVI Junior. I really like this NAVI team, man. Hetrick, you know, he's like the one guy who stuck around, and he's been putting up some fantastic numbers. Can't wait to get him in the server. But I'd love to kind of pick your brain for this one, Hugo. What are your thoughts, and maybe a little prediction if you want to give one?
Ooh, I'm leaning in Navi's favor, right? Astralis, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt today, because I think they played really well. They were on boot camp finally, and I think that definitely made some difference. Great reset potential after they got 16-1 by fnatic. They turned that series around, and it was on Overpass that they pulled that 13-6 comeback against fnatic. So anything's possible today. At the same time, they're going to start T-side. They had troubles there to begin the day anyway. Who's to say that they're going to be able to pull a comeback again if they have another slow start? I think for NAVI, this is their chance to run through to those finals. This is their chance to get through the bracket. It's not going to be easy. They're in the harder group, of course, but
so what's
maybe
the
preferable
prediction?
to fnatic. NAVI?
Yeah. I'm going to go Astralis 2-0, baby!
Oh, you're crazy.
Let's go, Denmark!
Over Mirage, a map they haven't played in 3 seasons? Okay, you're crazy. All right, it's fine. Got to have one madman.
It very much depends, though, because Hetrick, right? I know what I'm going to get out of Hetrick. I know I'm going to get a good game out of this guy. But, you know, we've seen what happens when it's only Hetrick showing up to play. I think that Young Ninjas game on Mirage is one that's going to haunt us for a while. Guy almost drops 40 kills, and they still end up losing. Everyone else, you know, like down on like 18, I think was the next highest. So, yeah, pretty rough stuff there. Hopefully don't get a repeat of that today. I do want a competitive series, regardless of whether or not I'm right.
Absolutely. I think once we've hit the BO3s and the gauntlet stage, and, you know, where it's single limb, and you can't just say, oh, don't worry, we had a bad day. That's when the pressures come up, and that's when we've seen the best out of some of these rosters and players. So nice pick for Fessor, and he gets away. That's super nice, as Navi tried to hunt him down with a B push. Meanwhile, Astralis talent running up long. There's the spot. Bomb scene. Latic, he can't hang around forever. He doesn't want to risk his life. Tries to get a pick and bail. They need the frag, though. 4-on-5 for Navi. He's seen Astralis run back. This one's going to be pretty obvious. Navi, they may be rotating up A, but all the info has been gained. Will it be a recommit on short? This is kind of a nice bait, but Navi haven't fallen for it. As I say that, everyone drops, and now it is just Latic once again. Viggo with the kill. No one's out of the bank, and the smokes have faded.
Yeah, 5-on-3 as this bomb's going down. Unbroken, that's a lovely little double up on the peak. Nipple's even coming with another. There is this flank going on. Fessa coming up from B.
Oh my goodness.
The round set up for him to try and win it. He has them both. Missed shots, but there we go. He corrects it. Ooh, Fester with the clutch on that big B-lurk.
I mean, that's such a nice save considering the first couple of shots missed. We all remember that round for Fester up on the A ramp of Vertigo where he snuck behind 2 players. I think it was against NAVI Jr. as well and whiffed. Parry match odds have Astralis' favourite. This is for map 1. This is for Astralis' pick, though. And if you want your 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit, click the banner below. Easy as that. More info down there.
Sorry, mate, you got ID to click that banner. You do have to be 18 plus.
Well, yeah, keep that in mind. Bouncer at the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice little flank for Fester, the recommit. And also, I like that change-up for Astralis. While they come up long and they all get spotted, 4 guys with the bomb, they run away from long, and it looks like they're going for the classic, long to con to B. No, they reroute toilets, and Na'Vi, rightly so, doubted themselves. And while they had 4 there for a moment, then 3 peeled away, and there was only 1 man in the actual bomb site. So allowed the plant and delayed Na'Vi enough for Fester to flank. Little force buy, though, for NAVI Jr.
Well, what makes it little?
Because with the little guns, Harry, they need a big round.
They need a big round to come through with the little guns. Here you go. You're dead on. Here comes the, looks like just a little B pop. They're already up Monster. And Headtrick didn't look like he was made aware that they could have just walked up behind him. Fensuke is a dead man, and this should just be a save for these 2 4-sport players. Nipple and Latic gonna run away with this one.
Mate, if we have Astralis off to a rip-roaring start on this T side, I think this could be very, very exciting as well, Harry. We know that their CT yesterday, as I said, coming into this game was amazing. And on top of that, while it's always nice, it didn't rely on Breezer on the AWP. It wasn't like it was just this typical one-man show AWPing that A side. Breezer was pretty quiet.
Pretty quiet,
yeah, and Astralis still pulled a 13-6 back. So, Harry, don't
Come on, are you getting convinced? It sounds like you're convincing yourself, darling. It does. It does.
I can talk positive without being delusional. We're 2 rounds into the game. Na'Vi haven't even fielded a buy. But I would be super excited considering me, and I think you, and I think everyone else thought Astralis were going to end a 3rd season in last place. I'd be super excited if now, in the Gauntlet stage, we get a new Astralis and we get just a different look from this roster. And I think we might be on the road to it. But it's a 3-map series, and Na'Vi haven't bought yet. So hold on the copium. Let's listen to Na'Vi, see how they're doing.
Подобрала. Пох.
Сейчас рампы сара.
Не молик зиг промазали.
Окей. Дали молик.
Погоди, двое.
Дали на бачке.
Это монстр вышли.
Монстр. Выходит. На выходе. Не выходит. Стоит пока. 1. Прошел. Дал дым воду.
Го, бьем мясо.
Го.
1 хп пацаны.
Одна.
Хорошо.
Еще там галил. 50-й. 50-й.
Го.
Найс.
На, вышли.
Окей. Засейвишь галил?
Да, на рассаде был.
Давай. Вниз один идет с маком. Хлопа.
Well, rip-roaring on the comms there for NAVI Jr. It was just a little eco, though. Astralis talent, they get the pistol, they get the conversions. And now we have this investment coming in for NAVI Jr. I'd love to see anyone but Headtrick on the Galil. Not really going to matter, right? Or at least it shouldn't. I'm saying that like I know.
You don't want to be that guy saving a gun and then going, all right, mate. Here you go. Give me an M4.
No, dude, that's like the best way to do it. You save a Galil.
If he has 37 kills...
Insta drop, and then you go, there you go, mate, I saved you a Galil.
Yeah, good one.
You make it sound like you're doing them a favor.
If he had 37 kills, I'd be on the board.
Well, he doesn't, yeah.
Give it time. Mirage is up next. Here's the buy round for Na'Vi. Got to put their money where their mouth is. It's a bonus. Astralis have bought an AWP into a bonus. Very confident display. The orb starts B. I don't know if it fired off, though. It's going to rotate back up. Yeah, Na'Vi are not expecting an orb in this round, but they do have one of their own, so work is cut out for Breezer. Can be difficult to get that T-side orb on the right angle at the right time. Latic has a bait and switch. He's got his teammate covering the banana walk. Astralis going to go back up connector. Breezer to greet them with a flashbang. And out they go. Not to know about this setup until the AWP strikes, and it's about to. Lineup maybe, but quick shot from Latic to Mac 10 down. There's more where that came from.
Yeah, him and Nipple are playing this little bait and switch setup right now. Astralis, they might be focused in.
Ouch.
That's a meaty nade, mate. No armor behind this AWP, and it's 8 points of health. Now, they're going to start to drop down through Con. Still, Fen2K gets the info. That was the bomb spotted as well. It's actually going to trigger a bit of re-aggression through the toilets and on the short side, but Nipple's dead. And Latic is suddenly left as the one A-site defender, brought down low by that nade earlier on. He swings and he knocks the AWP out of play. Really nice shot for Latic. At 8 points of health, the fact he's taking players out is a very big deal indeed. They spam Vigo out, and it's only Altex left alive. 1 versus 3. They peek it together, and that's a lovely round for Na'Vi Jr. It could have gone so wrong. So the fact that they get out keeping 3 alive, including that AWP, massive.
Unbelievable for Latic as well. He even missed that smoke. I say missed, you know, it just bounced off the pole on long. It was meant to block all of his right side default so he could just swing left and take that headshot angle. But when it misses, he just peeks Breezer, who's on his angle, and destroys him with the orb. Dead or surely dead from the nade, down to 8, and then he does it all. Also that jump from Fen2K, and then the re-aggression that followed it from his teammate got all the info that Astralis going back up Con. They couldn't fool Na'Vi. Very aggressive, very keen to get information. 3-1. Flashed out now. Latic has to back out. Only player on the A side to start. His teammate started Con, and Breezer catching head trick, unaware, walking short side. Now this orb getting put to good use. Very expensive rebuy, but worthwhile so far. Unbroken. Doesn't want to re-swing back into that AWP. And Nipple feels like he's clear connector, but I love this walk for Mister. He hears a flash come in. He knows Nipple's just gone for the clear, and now he's playing a timing game. Meanwhile, flash won't go deep enough, but it won't matter at the same time. Fen does as his name suggests. Down on B short. And that walk from Con from Mister means nothing with Nipple back on the A site with Latic.
I'm broken with the little jiggle. Almost caught, but not quite. And at this point, even a rotation's been called for. The AWP set up in heaven. There shouldn't be a massive chance of Astralis getting away with much here because of this triple stack down on B. Re-smoke at short, going to make Fess's life exponentially harder. And they're even playing up close around this smoke. Flash over Monster, but that's really telegraphed where the bulk of this push is coming in from. And Latic, he's having a good day on this AWP. Altex runs in with the bomb out, and there's the silencer to remove the last man. Yeah, it kind of, gets whittled to a bit of a grinding hole over towards short. It's a bit of a shame as well, because Breezer, he saw Fen2K pick up the smoke. He was aware that he was about to get pushed. And it's like, that's the shot that you really have to hit. You know, that's the round-winning play, essentially, out of Fen2K. Not like the flash blinded him, and you had the info that he was close. That is just a bit of a whiff, and that's the nature of it, man. You miss the shot you got to hit. You and your teammate end up dying over towards short.
Yeah, it's almost an unlosable round if he hits it, right? It would have been a 5-on-3 with a double B pick. But you can't win them all. Na'Vi have been banning this map in this season, but at the same time, I feel like they look pretty prepared for it. They might have expected this coming through today. They've got some nice CT setups. Very aggressive up connector for the pistols, and Nipple, they just run him down. He can't pick the headshot. He's shot in his own head. Latic, that's lovely. I mean, getting 2 out of that is more than you would expect. He just cancels the molly to fire off the orb, and Fessus picked it up, but put it down straight away. But as I was saying, Na'Vi, it feels like they're prepared, right? They've got these nice aggressive setups in middle and A with Nipple and Latic, and they're also very cognizant of how important this short water control is. Na'Vi are constantly either jumping or flash peeking or taking it every single round of this game. So they know they can just kill Astralis' rotate and get early info. That's something Astralis were really good at yesterday against fnatic, right? Think about those monster pushes that constantly came through and how many rounds they worked out the fnatic were working middle and toilets with 3-4 players. Nice information gathering from NAVI. Nipple now playing party. First time we've seen a deep mid push for NAVI.
Oh yeah, they're here on short while all this is happening.
Wow.
Nipple does well to get one there. Will get traded after the fact that while this is happening, Altex is knocked out down towards the B site. Latic still in con. His teammates have cleared out the bottom of it. This is going to give him a lot more freedom on this AWP just to scope up on mid. Headtrick, he even, looked like he was considering the idea to go aggressive, but they play numbers instead. Having double con allows for a very fast rotate down here towards B. But the fact it's gone quiet for so long, they're getting concerned about long right now.
They need to go quick. Astralis is a really nice reset, but they can't wait forever, and they've got a bit of util to pump into this B bomb site. Need to just walk out monster everyone. That smoke is going to kill this round for Astralis. Very well timed for Unbroken. Unless they, go through. That's ballsy. Very lucky that no one's playing it. Unbroken. Oh, he just caught in the open by Breeza. It's the second time. We saw him with the pistol, think he cleared it earlier, and he did not. Now Astralis have a plant. They have a way into this 3-on-3. It's an open plant as well. All stuck at pillar right now, but you got to watch out for the AWP. Latic's quick. Astralis is just not giving him the picks back into the retake.
And as long as they just play numbers, force this AWP to go and find the kill, they're going to be in a really good spot. They're flashing in for a peek, and the late decision to go for that from Breeza is pretty massive in the grand scheme. Now just down to 2, and Breeza having a round here on for the ace. It will get denied, and Fence2k still in with a chance, but time is the problem. He knows it as well as us, and he's going to get out of there. He sees bombs planted for sure, knows that that's where that last guy is going to be, and with so little time left, it's just a saving game for Fence2k. Really nice stuff for Breeza, the one guy to get all the kills in that round there for Astralis talent.
Yeah, Latic just gets a bit impatient right in heaven. If he knows that if Astralis just aren't peeking him, there's nothing he can do. He needs to get involved, and so maybe he was about to drop out, but the timing of that flash peek, like you said, was excellent. And if Latic just holds the angle and gets the shot, he wins the round there. Let's tune into the Danish comms in this gun round.
Ja. Luk mig lige i massen. Jeg smukker, du skal gøre det, tror jeg. Nej, jeg skal bruge. Jeg har smukket toiletter. Nej, du har smukket.
Ligger stadig ud af fastplay. De er ikke smukket monster.
Jeg går op igennem.
Jeg tror måske, jeg vinder VP monster her.
Delnettet. Kan du mulle hunden, folk? Ja. En spammer fra enden side. Husk mig.
Jeg holder bare langt.
Jeg går kontrol på jer her nu.
Skal vi stå højre venstre for smukken? Jeg kan godt stå nede, UG, jeg kommer
frem. Nej, jeg holder grå spring.
Jeg har slet ikke set, I var så tæt.
Det er gæster her. Ja, du er alene på den. Jeg kommer med dig.
Jeg er ikke smukket monster stadig.
Ja, UG er clear.
Ja?
Nej, ikke nu, drenge. Vil vi poppe af lang her?
Nej, du er alene på den. Popper ikke på grus.
Jeg lægger os leve i løbet.
Gutter, lad os gå grus, så Frank kan bare gå alene langt lidt. Har vi granater til at lægge go her?
Ja, Mikkel kan lægge sæt. Ja, jeg kan godt. Giv ham molo.
Avin skød B.
Ind og syd ind.
Kom med her.
Skal vi kaste nu?
Ind og syd stadig.
Smukker mig. Kan du ikke tage plads langt, Frederik?
Jo.
Vi smukker dobbelt toilet her.
Jeg er langt fra et.
Vi skal bare bruge moloen, når det er her.
Så vent, du smukker. Ikke noget langt. Jeg er højre side langt.
Kom med, Alex. Alex, kan du ikke løbe forrest med den der Mac 10 der? Du kan bare hoppe rundt.
Jo. Jeg kommer igennem inderside, så.
Ja, Mikkel, jeg giver dig lige en plads mere. Læg det nu, Mikkel.
Jeg ved! Husk mig! I kan bare køre ned.
Jeg hætter næsen.
Han jumpede Olaf. Frederik, lad Frederik få plads nu. Smuk flash, og så bare vent.
Jeg smukker.
Jeg flasher over til dig, over til venstre, Frederik. Der er en op stairs nu.
Olaf.
Kom op. Ja, godt. Fuck, bliv igennem.
Gennem smoke.
Bit of a slow retake this time for Astralis, and Na'Vi know exactly what's going on. It's that B water info. With everything being cleared down low, and Na'Vi full stack the A-bomb site. 4 players on top, and Astralis just walk into the Trade Kings 4-4. And now broken by for Astralis. But they're on the money right now. They may be eco, but this is still a good beginning to the game. Got a gun round coming up after 1 eco, still favored on the parry match odds.
Still that 100% deposit bonus available.
Yeah, it's going nowhere. Little B pop.
Little Glock pop into B. All right, here we go.
Oh,
Flashes raining in. Push little delayed compared to the flashes. And yeah, the Glock's getting farmed as they should, really. It's beautiful. Nature is healing.
Scroll nades for Unbroken. I'm watching you, buddy. Better set some damn binds. Unacceptable at this level of play. And this is, and before you jump on this, Harry, like people always do when I bring this up, I'm not even talking about jump. I'm not talking about scroll wheel. I'm not talking about using your spacebar. If you want to use your spacebar, that's fine. That's up to you. I'm just talking scroll nades.
Like, man, he's 15 years old, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like...
Oh, no, sorry, Fen2K. I apologize, Unbroken. I apologize.
Ooh,
even WePlay caught
going
that.
in, going in on the...
I apologize, Unbroken. It's Fen2K that I'm watching out for.
Okay.
Yeah, see? The young ones, they know, Harry. They know better than that. Yeah. Either way, jokes aside, Fen2K, he's a pretty talented guy. There's the molly out there in front of it, though. Oh, I don't think he realized because he never heard it tick. That's because they just sped through. Vigor with a double entry into B. I love how WePlay caught the scroll nade on the replay. Very well done.
Oh, nice.
This round's over.
Yeah, beautiful for Breezer to have won that, right? The only way that could have gotten weird is if that short kill comes in, you find yourself in the 3-on-3, you taper off the B play because they had to go back and get the bomb. But with Breezer winning it out, we don't even have to worry. We don't even have to think about what could have happened. And Astralis talent. This is a very competitive T side right from the get-go. You know, 5-5 already. They've been able to match the performance they gave versus fnatic Rising. Looking good there. Trying now to take this above an acceptable T side into the realms of a good one.
Yeah, that's really awkward, Navi. They know how much they've been controlling this B short area, but that's yeah, you can bounce that molly. You know, the little piece of wood that you line up on the heaven smoke for. If you just throw a molly from B short there, run with it, it's going to perfectly molly the tunnel. Would have liked to see a safer way to do that rather than peeking open with a Molotov.
What can we expect from the guy who scroll nades, right? Like,
yeah, you know, he's more focused on the shooty.
Yeah. Can hardly blame him.
Yeah.
That is how you win a round.
Yeah, for sure. You know, there are nade players and there are shooty players, and I think we differ there.
Fair enough. I can get behind it.
Yeah.
I don't know utility, mate. Don't even buy it. I buy it to drop to you, actually.
I wonder how much money you save in a game if you just don't buy a single grenade.
I can tell you. I mean...
No, but like how many more... Let's theorize that. What if you had like 1 or 2 players on a team? Well, obviously, it wouldn't work. It would screw you in some situations, especially with droppable nades now being a thing. Very useful for support players and for in-game leaders. But if you had like 2... If you were running especially faster rounds and you had 2 players who just never bought nades, because, you know, nades can set you back 1,200 a round. Could you get more buy rounds? Is there something in there? Because we know players like Existence, especially in the past, really tried to mangle with the economy. I think there was a classic, I think it was Existence or Alex, I'm pretty sure Existence, when he was in LDLC towards the end, he came up with this really cool half-buy idea after you win Pistol, where you don't full invest, and then, you know, you play like UMP armor, and if you win it, then you're absolutely fine and dandy. If you lose it, you would still be able to rebuy full AKs the round after. It was something like that, and we saw him use it in LDLC for a bit, but it never went anywhere, and I always wondered, like, what else could you do?
I love this call. They've thrown all these B nades. It's kept 4 players down towards B, but in reality, the push is up through long. fnatic, fully blind, has to give up the site, and this sets us in a weird spot, this 5v5 retake. However, Complay about to get punished by Vigo. You've immediately taken a man advantage and A. This is a thing of beauty out of Astralis talent. You know, it's so simple on paper. All you've done is run down long, but you know, that utility that you put towards B, knowing the AWP isn't going to go straight to the long position. I mean, what is that crazy? Yeah, I mean, you're not left with any other options here. And, you know, those B players then had the advantage of coming back late and catching the comm rotation of Nipple. The moment that frag came out, the save was pretty much locked in. fnatic was relying on Astralis overstepping as opposed to actually having a route back into that round.
Yeah, really good read. You know, they just haven't seen... Navi have not done a long setup this game. They've not pushed it. They've not really played aggressive in middle either to try and work that out, other than one round Nipple was in Playground, or Party rather. And yeah, while it's been Latic and Nipple working toilet setups and playing back in the A site, Astralis realized, you know, we can probably just get a gap here. We can probably get a timing. Very funny as well, because on that flash there, everyone is blind. Latic is blind, Astralis are blind, but I guess that works. It's like a stalemate. Like you said, Latic forced out of the site, and with no over-aggressive Danes, it's going to be a 6th round locked in for free. And those are the best rounds. 5 alive, Astralis are not thinking about the money game for the rest of the half.
Going to try his hand at a mid-peak. Fessa is there, but only armed with the AK. Has to be cautious, has to keep his wits about him. Nipple's back in con. They've been used to catching him here. And they get the info, they get the spot, but he's just going to leave. Concede that bit of real estate. It's only after playing some early morning pugs. Really appreciate how much more pro Counter-Strike feels like chess.
Yeah. Trading areas. You don't have to fight to die, you know. You can. There are always going to be playmakers. Sometimes living it is your best option, playing that time. And there's always more time than you think in Counter-Strike until there's not enough time. And that window closes very quickly. But a minute on the clock, Astralis are not hurried. Going to try and sell something up on this A site. The danger is dry walking into the AWP. They know it's around. They know it's going to be here. So even throwing the smoke won't do much to fake unless you peek with it. Latic hears everything, and he's going to look for a little angle, a little gap, and ooh, no wallbang made. One player's up and past him. He can hear that, but his teammate Nipple should be covering from the site. Meanwhile, B-Pop coming in. Latic wins his fight. The A-Lurk is dead, but the B-Man has fallen. 30 seconds, Astralis are running over this bomb site.
Hedrick stuck fighting. Now, you're not going to be able to find this kill just yet. Fen2k swinging out to try and watch over Hedrick, who's still tucked in down here in water. Astralis, they don't want to take fights just yet, but they've not really given a choice. NAVI come to them. Now swarming over this site. It's going to force someone to try and peek out, make a play, and that's only making matters worse. The remaining two, both locked in at short. Oh. Breezer, double up. They're on the bomb, and there's Hedrick watching over it. It gets a lot closer than maybe it felt like it was going to, but yeah, just a little bit awkward. You know, you lose Mr. over towards that A-bomb site on his lurk. That immediately triggers the rotation down towards B. They knew what was going on once they had that kill. And I mean, Hedrick, I think he does a really good job of just not overextending himself there, right? He was left alone in the B site. He just hid the whole time. And it's actually the fights he chooses not to take that end up winning that round.
It's so funny to look at this team because we have other rosters like VP.Prodigy or like Spirit Academy, and we go, oh, they have this experienced player, they have this like sometimes in-game leader guy who's been in this team a while or who's played at a higher level than this. And for this team, for NAVI, it's Hedrick, right, as the quote-unquote more experienced player. But he's only 17, man. This team has such young guys in it. 15, 16, 17, no one over that. So it's awesome to see. Not only is Hedrick like coming in as the only remaining player from season 1, mid-season 1 of this NAVI junior lineup, but also he is just the guy you can rely on. He is the guy who's going to cover your defuse. He's the guy who's going to drop 37 kills in the Lost map. I think that's really, really admirable for such a young guy. I'm sure he has a big future ahead of him. Latic as well. Definitely got to have his eyes on the prize. Breezer on the other side of that smoke. Astralis talent just playing with their food as they walk up short.
Look at Fen2k. He went for a connector push very, very decisively in the middle of this round. Ooh. And now he's in a great spot to shut down the A play. He's playing trigger discipline. That's the bomb at long, now dropped, and he's able to play around that. 40 seconds, Astralis have got to go back and deal with him, and Fen2k has just probably won the round for NAVI.
Nice.
Takes it one step further.
Beast.
And it's 3 on the wrap round. Someone needed to make a play, and they put all their faith in Fen2k. That's 7 on the board now for NAVI Junior.
What a massive flank as well, coming in off of this B aggro that we've been talking about. Kablooey. 5-man boost. It was very quickly assembled for Astralis as well. You like to see that. And NAVI, even though we've had good T-side rounds out of Astralis, we've had them forcing NAVI to save with 4 players alive, these have still been NAVI controlling the game, NAVI in the lead, and the money for Astralis is only just there. 2 players on Deagles. Latic scoped up. I love this angle as well. Does mean that your escape is long, so you really have to hit your first shot. Because you never know those timings. Toilet Smoke gives him a chance to reroute, but he won't. His teammate will be hung out to dry. Nipple caught in middle with a kill. Vessel's like, get off my head. I'm going B. Latic will try and get back to that A-bomb site eventually, but instead, Fen2k comes up from lower. This is fine for now. You still have a window where Astralis can't be B yet, but as things go quiet, Na'Vi have to consider it. They're looking for information, they're looking for space, and they've gained a lot of it.
Oh, they're going to try maybe creep out now, mate. They're bypassing Con. Head trick.
Oh,
good timing,
no.
but the turnaround from Oltex. Latic's going to come back in with a chance. Oh, it's almost the lineup. So close. Now they know about the long AWP. They're going to run past it. They're going to run by him. This gives Latic a chance to get back into the A site, which is now defended, but they've been faked out. Unbroken's even rotating away. Now he hears the footsteps. Now he knows, and he's still got this smoke. That's massive. To deny this fast B play up the short side. They're going to have to reroute to Monster. Hiding at the sandbags. Vigo attempts to go through. That's the bomb now lost at short. Astralis talent. Oh, how one smoke has just uprooted the round. Ruined their idea. Wow. Unbroken, the savior of this B bomb site.
I love that smoke as well. He doesn't just throw a smoke in the choke point. He puts it a little bit down the ramp. It lets him play around it. Vigo just did not realize he wanted to try and sneak through as his team ran out Monster, but Unbroken was not falling for that. That's a round of timings, man, from Altex checking his flank to Na'Vi or Latic hearing Astralis run up short, and then the double back. Last second realization for Unbroken, and that gives everyone room to rotate in, to line up flashes, and to close the round. Na'Vi, they come alive right at the end of the half, and they shut out Astralis' economy. Just Eagles, just pistols, and a MAC-10, and fast all the way to A. Don't stop for Astralis.
Nipple backing Con, and this time with a bit of vengeance, he's on for a double. Latic holds the line in middle. This AWP looking real nice. It's only Breezer left, and even though he's been giving us some wonderful moments in this one, a 1v4 going to require some pretty big mistakes to get made by Navi Jr. if he wants to win this. 3 on A, 1 down towards B. That's looking for the A pick, but now spotted. As he tries to reroute, Hedrick should have this locked in, and indeed he does. 9-6 on the half. Little 4-round streak at the end, going to help Navi Jr. And Hedrick's out of there, mate. He's done.
Yeah.
He's done with this BS, mate.
Peace. See you in a bit. I think Navi are going to be very happy with that, right? Again, this is a map that they've been banning. It's a map they've not really leaned into, but we could tell from the first few rounds of this CT side that, you know, it is overpass. Everyone knows what they're doing, but Navi seem pretty prepared. They had a game plan. They had a lot of info in this half. You know, adding the flanks that we saw from Fen2k, the short water takes from him and Unbroken as well, and then just Latic flicking and hitting the shots when he could on A. Astralis still did a good job of shutting out that top site AWP, forcing it to save and use their util very well. And I think with 6 rounds, you know, totally winnable game. And now, because we know Astralis have that CT-sided depth, that I think I'm holding them in a higher light than maybe I would if this game was yesterday, for example. This is our first overpass we'd seen in the Gauntlet stage. Parry match, though, still have Na'Vi pegged as the favorites, and it's a safe bet. If Na'Vi win this map, they're poised for a 2-0, no doubt about it. But, man, we even saw the main Na'Vi roster struggle for some time on the T sides of overpass. We would see 11-4 CT halves in games that they then go on to lose until they add a bit in the roster, and that dramatically improved. So this one's very much up in the air right now. And that's probably the most exciting part of it.
Yeah, it's very relieving for me that Navi Jr., I would say, you know, 3 of the players that I look at as like the hard hitters are really looking good. I think Hedrick, very, very consistent. Fen2k has won countless rounds from his aggression. And then Latic with the AWP. But let's listen in. Let's hear some comms, baby.
Главное, не спешите и общайтесь. Это самое важное. Играйте на размен.
Дик не слышу.
С тобой, Андрей.
Давай, что?
Смотрю право пока.
Я забрал право, может пикать.
Окей. Давай.
Право не вижу. Пусть не видел.
Не видно подал.
Один по тигу вроде топнул.
Го займем.
Го.
Закрыть надо будет. Я закрою.
Я не вижу. Мы
Я
готовы?
забираю пачку. Да? Я
Да.
кто-то.
Го.
Дал дым 9. Дал левый. Дал
Выпрыгиваем.
право.
Монстра нет.
Инфо.
Я план прохожу.
Давай.
Я воду занял.
Я остался.
Я с тобой.
Я под девяткой.
Я ставлю. Я под... Не,
Топа
не,
много.
3 КТ минимум.
Я делаю отошел.
Я спину нам заберу.
Я на
Я
мост.
крышу на зиге просто.
Я снизу
Можете туда
9.
КТ посмотреть.
Я прощики.
Я
А,
флэш.
ОБЦ уже.
КТ вырывает.
Без башки.
Еще 9, еще 9.
Без
9 убил.
башки. Ед.
9 и КТ.
9. 9
Слушай.
красные, без брони. И
Можем
еще
взять.
двое красных.
Подъем один.
Пикает.
Компа. Вот,
Убил.
выжил.
Еще. Двое красных должны быть.
Один дефает.
Не деф, убил.
Найс.
Лучший
Хорошо,
паш, Андрей.
Well, the plan was there, but it didn't go to plan for Astralis. 5-on-5 retake into the pistol, and we were talking about it. You know, Navi, lot of space taken. That was nice. Nipple got all the way up behind, or below Heaven, rather. And that is a very hard retake to win for Astralis without a pick, without any advantage to go in, and without a smoke to get on that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, even then, like, by the time you're actually in the site, you know, the bomb is half ticked. You have, like, maybe 10 seconds to try and, you know, bungle your way to some kills, but that doesn't happen. Astralis talent now just full eco, gonna stack up over in connector.
Yeah. How do you bungle your kills, Harry?
You know, it's all just, it's about hitting the shot, really.
Yeah.
Hugo. That's what I've dedicated my life to.
A bit of bungulation here in the connector. That Molly's going to tick Vigo. He has to peek. And his teammate swings with him at least. 3 more at the top side. And when you've seen 2, you're ready for anything here. Navi back out. Head trick. Oh dear, he peeked before the smoke bloomed. And Fessa had already grabbed Galil. Make that 2. Silence is off. Astralis are trying to scare their opponents. But in B, where they think it's safe, it's anything but. Got to be careful. That smoke's awful, and the bomb's coming monster. He has to walk.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird.
Just wait for Nipple.
We've all been there. Unbroken. Getting himself set up, ready for this short swing. And yeah, the bomb should make it across just fine. Free smoke on short. They're going to try boost.
Yeah. Heaven plant, though, doesn't matter. Maybe they'll kill Latic post. But if you don't eviscerate him, the AK will win. Low health on everyone thanks to that spam earlier
Okay.
connector and something. But really, it should still be nothing. Astralis, one thing they always do, even though it's lost round, as it should be, they always make these USP rounds close. And I'm willing to believe it's the fact that they take the silencers off, Harry.
Yeah.
It's just that. That alone.
What's happening? Oh, there's a little flood down here, I see. Someone call Master Chief. Oh, just the chicken pen.
That's the cleanest water I've ever seen in Overpass.
I love that little musical interlude as well.
Pimp's put chlorine in the B site. Although I still wouldn't drink out of it. Chicken's in there, mate. Orb for Breezer, and he's having a good game, you know, relatively. He's top of his team. He's actually, yeah, destroying in comparison. But it was more the rifles for Breezer. We hit that massive 4K round on the B-bomb site. Right now, Navi winning this one and shutting out Astralis' first rifle could be, you know, paramount. It could set them up for the closer. We're not far from that fact. So Astralis taking this one with maximum focus.
Oh, they're going to try coming maybe with this little double monster hold. They've called for Vigo to actually move back down. He was leaning towards A originally. But now he's moved in at just the right timing. You have utility, but not a lot of it. If you try to contact play this, the double setup should wreck him. The swing gonna come early, and well, he does get one for his troubles. It's still left with NAVI getting into this B site now. Vigo desperately trying to hold on, is overwhelmed. Here comes Breezer with the AWP to even the playing field. Fessa arriving on the short side is being held, and Unbroken just rails him on the swing. Breezer, as good as he's been, the 1v2, might not even ever give it a go, might just back out. If he goes heaven, could have a chance to find Nipple, or Unbroken rather, on the wide swing, but it is just going to be this save call for the AWP.
I don't know if they heard Fessa or if they just made the read, but that was a perfect swing back for Unbroken to stop the short player. Teammate was trapped out on default, just trying to live from the AWP. So with no armor, with no kit, Breeze is going to have to save, and NAVI, that's a beautiful round out into the B-bomb site. I think the flash that kills Altex as he's on jail is the reason Mr. Swings is probably yelling for help, and that didn't really do Astralis any favors, right? Both players get traded 2 for 1 in favor of NAVI. You've destroyed the monster setup like that easily, and there's not much faith left for Astralis. 1.18 to 4.5 on parry match odds. Damn. NAVI sitting pretty.
Yeah, just pistols now around this hero AWP. Breezer did have a great mid-spawn at least. That's something for him to get stuck in with this AWP early. Right now, just nades into middle. A little bit of chip damage done by that, while the rest of NAVI set up for this B play.
This is such a good call. They know the only thing that Astralis have in this round, other than Deeg armor, is the AWP. And the AWP's not going to start B in this round. Why would it? Especially if you get a spawn, you're taking that 100% of the time as an AWPer, so...
Ooh, I like Fessa here, though, right? Leaning to this boost. They catch him lining up nades. Kill goes untraded, unpunished, and now there's 4 down in this side of the map.
Plus AWP.
AWP's here as well, and this is because Fessa is cleared out mid. Now that you learn about the AWP, you're probably going to look to go elsewhere. I don't think you want to commit anymore. Mr. falling back. I like that he does just leave, no longer playing close to the smoke. NAVI, they apply the brakes, hoping that going silent is going to cause that AWP to rotate away.
It has.
Weirdly enough, it has. It doesn't need to. I have no idea why it's up on A, with Fessa still having had mid this whole time. Doesn't look like it's going to matter, as the Deagles do provide the kills for Astralis talent, but that's a little micro detail that we can home in on. Latic, left in the 1v4. They know about him now. He had the AWP scope up. He's not going to be ready for this close swing, however. Still gets the kill. But that's where Altex trades it. Keeps everything even. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a good thing it didn't end up mattering that the AWP left. It really had no business going up towards A there.
Yeah, I agree. He was in party. Literally no way for them to get up.
No,
right?
that's like the wild part. It's not like, you know, he was still long, like maybe they could have hit some wild timing. Like, no, he'd been looking at Con all round. So
on the bright side, the 2 quietest players come out with 2 Deeg headshots each. So that's a massive confidence boost for Astralis in a round that they really shouldn't be winning. Like, if NAVI just hit B immediately, that's probably theirs. But the boost, it changes everything for Astralis. It stops NAVI, who were about to execute with a Heaven Smoke. And then, yeah, it starts falling out of control. So will this round. Pistols getting picked apart. And just the AWP left up. And 1 Deagle for Unbroken. Nice round out of Breezer and Co. in middle. Fessel finds 3. And 8 rounds to Astralis talent. That was always meant to be that way. Now NAVI coming back in ASAP with a buy.
I think, you know, as you start to get your way back into this map, you're only going to get more and more enthused for Astralis, because comebacks, you know, if going by their tweets, like yesterday, for example, is anything to go by, they felt incredible after coming back from a 16-1 first map and then having to go on that long road to a comeback in the second, only to win the series. If they start to get in their heads and be like, man, this is our thing, we're just a comeback team, you know, that's really going to pump you up to have not just done it once, but potentially do it all over again.
This is where NAVI can negate any of that confidence, though, just shutting it out before Astralis start stringing rounds together. They win 1 eco and then they anti-eco NAVI, but that's not, you know, it's not like you've done it with guns. You caught them off guard, yes. But now NAVI are coming back in looking for the pickup. It's an A work. Just Unbroken holding B. This is interesting, Harry, right? What was the one thing Astralis did all CT side against fnatic to ruin their day yesterday? It was walking through the monster smoke as it fades. Now, Unbroken is sitting in the corner, not even playing for short like KST would. He is just waiting for a monster push. And if it comes through, then Na'Vi can decide to drop back con, go B, avoid the AWP. This is nice. Na'Vi want to make as much noise as they can on this A site to see if Unbroken gets fed. The only danger here for Na'Vi is they don't have any util. They can't even run an execute. They can't even smoke off Dumpster. If they go A, Breezer should have a field day. Even if Flash is pushing back, he can play truck, he can play stairs. And so Na'Vi takes some mid control, but it does still look like they're interested in B. I wonder if they wait out this monster smoke. Because it just got placed down. If anything, the timing looks good for Na'Vi as they group. That's going to begin to fade, and there's only 2 on this site.
Nade finds good damage over towards short. They're in now, though, and Altex... Gonna find a triple at the barrel, baby. Here's the rotations, and Altex drops another out. Woo, yeah, just head trick now. 1 versus 3. And even though he's dealt with Fessa, he's running out of time. He doesn't have the time to win the round. And so that's Astralis talent finding themselves the 9th. Big stuff from Altex. You know, he's had a couple of unfortunate rounds. He's had a bit of a rough start. And a lot of the time, you know, it felt like he was hitting these awkward timings, unable to get like a good read on the game. Well, there, you know, you hold down the B site virtually single-handedly, right? His teammate dies almost immediately. You make a play like that, and suddenly, you know, might get yourself reactivated.
That's sick for Altex. He had like 6, 7 kills coming in just a few rounds ago. He gets that double dig off the boost on the eco, and now he's popping off 3 frags on the defense, like you say, and 3 rounds in a row for Astralis. Now they're saying it, Harry. They're saying what you said. We're a comeback team. We've done this before. We did it against the odds in the 3rd map in a game, in a series. We got 16-1 on the opening map. You know, Astralis are believing in themselves, and being on boot camp, having Trace behind you, all of these details are only going to buy in or help you buy in to that fact. Na'Vi, it's a bit of a rage buy for Headtrick, a 1-man army, a solo gun, and that's a massive kill. He had to get it. There's no other armored players, but they can just grab the weapon. Now they got 2 to pick up. Vigo in long toilets, he's a bit trapped, but he does have his back covered by Breezer. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have found a gap. If they just go forth into this A site, they should get a plant. Astralis are really taking their time on this walk of a rotate, and they're going to have to play a retake and keep up really smooth comms in this round.
Yeah, the decision to slow down for Na'Vi, they don't know it, but it's actually hurt them here. Gives time for the AWP to get itself situated in the A site. And Breezer just going to go through the motions, takes a shot, now falls back towards Bank. This 1 flash goes over, 2nd pours in, but they hold the line. Vigo given so much time to get back from long. He walks the entire way and is still there in time to stop that little A explosion.
Yeah.
That's one where you watch the demo back, mate, and you see, like, you had all that room, all that respect towards the A bomb site,
and they would have loved
kicking yourself.
Yeah, they would have loved that plant. That they would have been allowed. Astralis were probably calling to give them the bomb until they realized, yo, Na'Vi aren't going. And I think the fear there, you know, the delay of Altex's rotate, he's still there in time, but the delay is because he doesn't want to leave his teammate solo B. Na'Vi don't have, or Astralis don't have con control or con info, so they didn't actually know Na'Vi were committing, but they made a really nice call to back out along, like you said, both players there. Nade set up. Not too chunky, but you'll take what you can get. Free damage is free damage at the end of the day.
I don't know how Nipple doesn't take more there. That's like a double nade setup designed to wreck the guy running
the
party.
lineup looked wrong. Someone changed it last second. It didn't look perfect, so one of them wasn't great. But it's not the end of the world. It's still going to make these A1Ss into AKs. Keep that in mind. You know, 10 damage off a nade is fantastic when you're on that CT side. They all have their benefits. Altex locked in at barrel again on beat, and Unbroken is holding for that aggro. This is not a game that Astralis feel the need to make plays, but they're still going to try and take short water. Breezer here's a lot going on at A, so they're confident they've got the room, and they do. Breezer, a couple of missed shots here. Smoke on the Molotov, buying time. Astralis think they just missed that timing. Unbroken has left Monster to go get the bomb. But Astralis, once they hear this execute, once the call comes from their stack saying it's a commit, they can come in on this flank. Even if Na'Vi somehow battle their way through this bomb site, the post spawn's going to be so uncomfortable with a double con flank. even one.
Oh yeah, tag there from the AWP. Fessa finishes the job, but now they're getting close. Fessa's doing a great job of denying this control, but that's when Unbroken
Backstab.
and Headtrick look to come in. Missed shots from Oltex, and that's devastating. A kill there could have been massive, could have made all the difference. Mister creeping out through Bank. Molly, they're not going to hear the tick. He's already out. He doesn't know about the man at Dumpster, and that's where Nipple comes in, saves the round.
Dear.
Really, you know, sad scenes. The openers from Unbroken there is smooth as hell, like double peaked from each side of the truck, and he's ready for both of them.
Insane round from Headtrick and Unbroken, right? Like, yes, okay, Altex comes up con, as we said, he whiffs, which is sad considering his little road to recovery in this game, but even though he whiffs, he should have still got away with a kill. It was Headtrick who comes swanging in, swanging? He's swanging right now.
He's swanging, boy!
Yeah, he comes swinging in, and he just domes the flank. So NAVI, even though the timings were completely off thanks to Astralis' info, NAVI just hit some belters with their AKs. Beautiful round out of them. And this comeback, it's been drawn to a temporary pause. If NAVI win this round, Harry, they just win the game. More likely than not, it would be Astralis having to play for OT or coming in with a shambled force buy. So NAVI may have just saved their bacon with Headtrick and Unbroken finding some bangers. Do we have this flash in the toilet is the question. Because Fessor, he's ready for it.
Oh, they're playing contact, and that decision ultimately does them quite well. Fessa would have loved the telegraphed play of a flashbang, but instead he's just dry fought. Now Breezer winning that fight over in Connector is going to send Unbroken back to grab the bomb. You've seen that AWP at B. He's normally an A player. So you're going to start to pick up the pace moving in. Now there are still two here, Oltex and Vigo.
The bomb.
Vigo waiting close. The bomb could get caught crossing in middle. Timing's just been missed. Vigo's dead after the first. Oltex already here. There's that rotate up from Mister. Stops the bomb in its tracks. And now he's stuck out in no man's land between the site and toilets. Unbroken's going back. But with only 20 seconds left, mate, chances of winning this one going down the toilet with every passing second. Might just be a bit of a combat save from Unbroken. You don't really want to risk that. I would just see how much damage you can do. Spots a player in Bank, but isn't able to deal with him. And they just tuck in. They wait till they know he cannot win the round, and then they triple swing him together.
Unbelievable. And again, the Astralis just do it back-to-back rounds. They go, screw it, yeah, we missed the shots, but the play alone was good enough. That flank up connector from Mister is perfectly timed. Even though Fessor gets a bad timing of his own, NAVI try and speed up the A take because they see the AWP down lower, and one backstab throws the entire round into disarray. Very awkward there for NAVI. And again, as said, that would have been likely the game if NAVI picked it up. It would have killed the economy of Astralis. Would have killed the comeback. Instead, it's still up in the air. NAVI's money, not perfect, but they've got the room at least to breathe. Oh, careful. Holding for jumping players.
Yeah, but this is nice, like you've got the info there short. It means you're not going to attempt this short control, something that they've been taking in all of the A rounds. And so I think already, if you're Astralis talent, you're very heavily considering, yeah, this might be the round they just B-play us. Right? Normally they're not here. Normally we've had the info that this area of the map is clear. And suddenly, we've spotted two.
Yeah, especially when so many of these rounds, Astralis, even without Shortwater, have played AAA setups, right? Like they've had the AWP, they've had rifles defending. So this is one of the first times they've actually elected to stay Triple B after the opening seconds of the round. Here's the flash pop, and here come NAVI.
At the barrels and swinging from the pillar. It's a nice initial hold out of Oltex. He's gonna get churned up eventually, but he's done his job. Now he just needs his teammates to hold the line. Mister with the swing goes 1 for 1. It's not bad. However, Vigo's little fire off gives up that he's up close on bridge. They might just run Latic down. He's sticking. They don't believe it. They call his bluff, and that's gonna give him a chance. Wrapping onto the pillar, both players here, and Fessa annihilates him on the peak. It's a little four-sport B play. They get it to the 1v2. You've done a lot of damage at least. The bomb plant helps. It means that you can pull something into this round. I don't imagine they buy, even though they could get rifles out.
No, yeah, you really shouldn't here if you're Navi. You can afford to give them 13. You don't want to be playing with no util, especially when you're having to run executes. It's overpass. You can't play, AK armor when the CTs have orbs. And if you're Astralis, you're so full of faith right now. Not only are you winning these like con flanks into the A plays, you're winning all your A rounds. You haven't had to retake B all half. Now since a pistol, right? Now you've just gotten away with it. A little B retake and a 3-on-3, and Astralis, they're feeling fantastic. NAVI, lackadaisical, the Eagles. Couple of bits of utility, but whoa, watch out on the mid spam. Vessel's connecting some shots. Vigo's trying to farm Moolah in the connector. He's got that MP9. Teammate's holding him, but yeah, you're fine. Jump spotted. Vigo gets 1D'd out party. At least it's the worst gun gone. Navi might be lulled into a false sense of security, but there's plenty more players on A. However, Fessel doubling down on Long means Breezer needs to be very careful of his timings. Long flash to give Fessa the escape route, and now we can go back to the bomb site and stop Navi, who again, painfully slow in middle, allowing Astralis to escape these angles. And again, not only a flank up con, but a third rotate onto A.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Mister's been doing on these con flanks. Always giving you the info, like the knowledge of, don't worry, I've got B, send a third up towards A.
I think they just saw bomb.
Molly gonna slow you down even more, and Breezer, real chance for him to do damage because of the lack of utility for Navi Jr. Just can't afford to have this con player die, who is now showing his hand on the push. 20 seconds left, you're all well and good. Breezer lights it up with 3. If you don't have the util to push him off an angle, he is going to ruin your day.
Yeah, you can make more excuses there for Navi because it was just eco and they didn't really have enough to execute properly. But again, like they've seen that con flank. I wouldn't be surprised if Navi try, if they don't head B, if they try and play for the con flank, try and force Mr. back up connector and then open up their route back down B, because he's done it like 3 of these A rounds in a row now. And then there was Altex who did it and whiffed. I also like that, they just swapped after that point. Altex just played the safe rotate ever since he whiffed that flank, and Mister's just been absolutely fine with getting away with it. The mid nades, better this time, and that was only 1. It did more damage than the last 2. This is it for Navi. They know it. They can feel the pressure. Latic on a T-side orb has been uncommon. And so I want to see Navi play around this AWP, look for picks.
Oh, this fam goes either way. Fessa will decide to get out of there. They're holding for the B aggression this time on Unbroken and Headtrick, both players waiting to see if any short control comes in, and they are about to walk this monster smoke. Unbroken might finally get rewarded for waiting here. Breezer even spotted in the meantime. Timing's everything. Unbroken quick switching, making me nervous. They don't check for it, and he lines up the double. Now you drop that bomb in towards B. You know it's about to come your way, Vigo. He has got his work cut out for him. They're coming in short. They're out through Monster. He's dealt with the first and now cooling for these rotations. Vigo, with a wide swing, is dead. Fessa, the only rifle in the sight. If he goes down, Breezer is saving. And with him gone, it's just this heaven-bound orb left alive. He's even getting flanked by Fen2K. This is going to give him a temporary timing where he can find the 1v2, but now he's been spotted. Heaven should deal with it. Fen's got it in the bag, mate. No way that this goes wrong. And there it is. Latic will actually steal it away. Classic Latic, really.
He just knew Fen was coming. He knew he could make the yeet through the smoke and he would get traded at worst. I'm so glad that Navi did not forget their game plan today, right? They came in, they've been doing that all half, and it hasn't fielded anything. They've never had the monster push because they keep getting short flanked. Navi finally do it when Astralis come in with a double monster push, and the game plan is absolutely excellent. Astralis get a little bit ruffled, and now Navi sit on 14. Let's listen in.
Тушишь? Я потушу.
Давай.
Дал флешку еще.
За контроль.
Даю флеш.
Подвал разбил.
Аккуратно фонтан.
Фонтан нет.
На Б фамас, опорник.
Траектория так был.
Окей.
Флеш подвал была, пацаны.
Окей.
Я иду к вам. Я сэндвич могу молик дать.
Я даю, давай.
Я не видел
Ой,
мяч,
я-
мяч, да.
Дал сэндвич молик.
Второй дым под Б дали.
Я забрал.
Он убил.
Найс.
МБ еще,
Еще
один
зиг, пацаны.
Зик и
Сами
один монстр
прикрыл.
был.
Есть флешка между?
Два
Да.
вода отпушивают, пацаны.
Я не
Я
смогу пройти.
поднялся.
Я запачкаю это.
Драгон туалет.
Отошли с воды, слышите?
Окей.
Навик курил,
Можно
что
под Б,
можно взять.
парни, можно под Б уйти. Прям
Ну,
сейчас надо под
один
Б
может
уйти.
остаться.
Да.
Я пачку забрал, иду под монстр. Я
Один
пик.
Дейл мог прожать аккуратно.
Не
Флеш
иду монстр.
банан была.
Го
Ходит.
вместе, зеленый.
Давай.
Под Б.
Раз.
Цемент осторожно, причекайте.
Шли
Мне кажется, на решетка где-то может быть.
Shift, вот.
Дашь мне флеш, Эдем?
Да, дал дым.
К бочке
Один-
надо.
один
Вот
флеш.
к бочке надо.
Выходим
Андрей.
3-2.
Кольте
Молик, бочка.
вернаты, пацаны.
После
О,
молика.
Дали молик
Без
по
молика.
данному.
Ой, я топнул.
Они догадываются, что Б.
Я монстра пойду вторым. Третьим.
Да я.
Давайте фанеру.
Ты на авик.
Хорошо.
Авик он.
Смока 9 не будет.
20 секунд.
Я дам демплей.
Дилда убил.
Найс.
Найс.
Ставь.
Я ставить буду. Подъем. Я ставлю.
Смотрю,
Он
подъем.
вышел. Убил
Хорош.
Найс.
Подъем ласт.
Найс.
Man, lovely round out of NAVI. They knew that one into NB. They deal with the AWP flank. I did have a couple of question marks there, you know, like the short peek from Mister. I think that is just someone trying to make a play where he really didn't need to, right? I kind of understand that you're hoping that as they turn panic to deal with the AWP, you can find something, some value out of that, but Mister actually went first. The AWP came later, and so, you know, just a little bit off there. It kind of rolled the red carpet out for a B play that Astralis knew was coming at that point, and it's like, you know, the AWP is about to get something from Con. It just feels like that one peak is like the golden ticket into the B play.
Look at the devastation on Fess's face and some more of Astralis' players as well. Yeah, I think if Mr. Peaks 1 second later, that could be an Astralis round. Like, they made the read. Astralis, that's the funniest part. Funny, maybe not the word, but Astralis have known what Na'Vi are doing in almost every single round of this CT side. They are so on top of it. Their info gathering is so good. You know, sometimes it's let them down. That round, for example, with a peak too early, the double monster push got denied, and that one round where Eltex missed the spray on the flank. But otherwise, Astralis have been very, very proactive on CT half, and that finally has come back to bite them.
I mean, this is like, you know, if you wanted to kind of compare and contrast players, this is where someone like Unbroken, I think, is kind of like a secret, you know, like mega mind within Na'Vi. He's just such a safe player. He's not going to like make these ludicrous mistakes that give away kills. You know, if that were him anchoring B there, I doubt he would have even been near short, man. Like, he's a very, very passive player, someone who's not afraid to play with just staying alive. You know, the idea of winning a round through the fights you choose not to take as opposed to making plays all the time. And I think, you know, Mister was definitely feeling the burn, feeling like, I have a FAMAS, mate, I want to peek out, get one, time it with the AWP. Round falls apart anyway, and Astralis, man, they look devastated with good reason. You know, they've got nothing left in this round. It's all in, and it's just pistols.
Yeah, they might have nothing left in this map. The scary thing is this was, again, another very strong comeback for Astralis, Harry. And now we're looking at a world where, you know, with Mirage coming up, with that being dangerous territory for a team like Astralis who don't play this map, or at least haven't played it in 3 seasons, you know, with the same core, it's very scary. I say same core, well, same 2 players, same core from last season, but yeah, this is, oh, now you're throwing in that. That's your top player gone. Na'Vi, red carpet rolled out. Vessel needs to show his prowess. 2 kills traded from Fen2k. The bomb's going to get picked back up. There's 1 man in the site, and of course, there's a flank on short.
Yeah, Vigo could have the round in the palm of his hands here. They burn out the truck player. The Deagle brings Nipple down so low. Time's running out for Na'Vi. They're going to try and plant the CT. Altex, couple of missed shots, but he's whittled both players down. And Na'Vi, mate, this one should be screwed.
They
Flash is going in. They fake the plant. Is this even enough time? Like, just gets it down. Woo, but is dead to Vigo's wrap. Big stuff from Vigo, man.
Oh, no.
Sure, they don't know that he's coming in, but that doesn't make his job any easier, right? Deeging from Con, like on the short side all the way into sight, it's stressful. You know that, like, that's the game in your hands. If you land the shots, mate, you win the round. It's a high-pressure scenario, and Vigo steps up to the plate with 3.
Yeah, 60.
Huge for Astralis, mate. Hopefully, this is going to pump him up, and we can make this an OT game.
Oh, Navi are kicking themselves. They just couldn't get comfortable, right? They're getting beat from both sides. And they didn't, with the AWP missing, the rifle doesn't want to plant. The bomb goes back. Fessor, massive couple of headshots as well on the close gardens, like on close flowers. Without those, Vigo's flank is never going to activate in time. But it slowed Na'Vi down, and that has sometimes been their undoing in this T-half. Na'Vi, though, still sitting on 15. They know their game plan. They know what's worked. Unbroken's B-Lux have been lovely. Latic finally starting to get the AWP near the end of this game, and hey, he got the pick that should have won the map right there for Na'Vi. Their easy chance is done. Now it gets hard. Remember, this initial comeback for Astralis was off the back of a Deagle round out on B, where we had Altex and Mr. both find 2-1 Deags. And that's how Astralis even got on the CT half. Without that, they might have been rolled, and this could have been a one-sided game. So, of course, it's hilarious that Deags are what's saving Astralis in this game right now.
I mean, you've got your 2 big playmakers, as I see it, over here on A, right? Breezer and Fessor. Fessor, in my eyes, very much is the playmaker of this team. He's someone who, as he feels the game slipping away, it feels like you get more out of him, right? There, for example, with the Deagle doubling up on short, he knows someone is to make the play, and that someone has to be him. I think, be sure to bear him in mind. If this goes to OT, he could be a very big character.
If, Harry.
But it's a big if, right? Stacked up outside of the B site and RV Jr. No info for these A players. They're playing back in the site. So this is to be entirely reactive from Astralis. There's the opener. Mister's going to spam out the first man, and it's a big kill to have found. Head trick dead. Altex at the barrel. Oh, he's legged and finished off by Latic's AWP. Here comes Fessor on the rotation. Has dealt with Nipple. Bomb's going to attempt the plant, and Unbroken's holding the line. Missed shot out of the AWP. Leaves it all on Vigo and Breezer. A 2v2. They're up close. They're over bridge already, and Unbroken holds the line. Only Breezer left. Unbroken, a man who's consistently held his own in the clutch, is going to keep it coming in. And 16-14 as Na'Vi win out the 1v1.
Wow. I mean, Na'Vi, like, we are giving a lot of credit to Astralis. I think they deserve it in that game. Like, they held on so well. But Na'Vi, man, these guys just don't quit. They don't let you back in. And that was such an exciting matchup. We had everything. We had the mega braining, the reads from yesterday with those flanks, all the con pushes coming in from Astralis on the CT side, and still, despite all of this stuff, despite 2 eco wins for Astralis in that half, Na'Vi still come out and close at 16-14. Unbelievable game. Mirage up next. Astralis in a very precarious position, so stick with us. We got the break and the desk, and more Counter-Strike coming around the corner.
Headshots, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
During the season, we did not see Navi during on Overpass, but they did manage to win against Astralis Talent with a score of 16-14. This was a map pick of Astralis Talent, and even though the series was really, really close, in the end of the day, they don't get this win, and the next map will be even harder.
It's looking hard for Astralis after this game, for sure. It was a good game of Counter-Strike, though, very competitive. I don't think one team necessarily was better than the other. It came down to the small rounds, to the small clutches. I think the very last round is a great example of how close it was. Gets down to a 1v1, and Unbroken have to hit a nasty headshot in order to win out the game. That's how it felt throughout the entire game. Astralis got off to a good start on their T side. They were looking solid, getting ahead of the game with 3-0 and also up to 5-5. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, Astralis, if this is the level you're gonna play with throughout the entire game, there's definitely a chance for you to win it. I think NAVI Junior slowly but surely started to warm up, and then it became this, back and forth affair where both teams were constantly running low on fumes in terms of economy. You're constantly on the brink of breaking your own economy, and at the end of the day, what decides a game like this are the players themselves, the difference makers. Ladek had a good game. Breeze as well. Breezer had a fantastic showing again with AWP. I gotta highlight him from Astralis Talent. He did a great job, and he's a big part of the reason as to why Astralis Talent were competitive so deep into the matchup. But again, Hetrick showing up, Navi showing up, and I think they had the more clinical players in the more clinical situations, winning out the majority of the clutches, and that's the reason why they ended up winning this map.
There was a lot of close rounds in this one, like you said, Pimp. I mean, during the last, I want to say 3-4 rounds, it got to 1v1s, 1v2s, 2v, like small man situations, and that's when Astralis Talent kind of didn't have the same level of composure, I would say, that Navi Junior did. I will say on the 15-14 round, it was really up to Navi to lose that one, and they actually did, and I thought, okay, that might be sending it to OT right there, but they did hold their composure, and I want to say something about Navi Junior. I thought that they did a really good job at getting onto the bomb site. Sometimes the way that they played, like in this round here, wasn't spectacular once they made it there, but this was a concern that I had for really both teams, is could they get onto the bomb sites cleanly, and I would say that at the end of the day, I don't think there was a massive edge in terms of one team over the other in terms of default protocols, but I will say that Navi Junior did a solid enough job to give themselves opportunities, and I think just the slew of opportunities that they had finally ended up getting converted. They had so many chances, and these default moments back and forth at that. But I will say, Breezer deserves a lot of respect, because usually for me, he's been one of the best CT side players, but when you actually look at his T side rating, he's been one of the worst T side oppers at this tournament, but he had a very good T side here for Astralis. So overall, a very good game for him. It's a shame that Astralis Talent couldn't convert based off of his performance on the T side, but I'd say this, Breezer he probably needed a little bit of help, whereas Ladek, I mean, he's always going to have head-trick.
It was good. Ladek was good. We talked about him being inconsistent coming into this game, and this was one of the good games. And I think this was the map where he was needed the most as well, because this was, as you said, Heko, as well, Astralis picking into overpass. We know MOUZ is coming up in a couple of moments, and that's where at least I'm sitting with a feeling that this should be relatively easy for Navi Junior, considering that Astralis do not like to play MOUZ and potentially haven't, even integrated into the map pool. We don't really know, but that's at least what's suggested by the video so far. So for him to step up on overpass, that's where you win the game 2-0 potentially. So good to see Ladek play well. Good to see him, still be, I guess, working towards being more consistent. Let's see if he can replicate the performance on MOUZ, but a very well done map by him. And overall, it felt more like Navi Junior won as a team instead of just the hat-trick show, which is a very good thing for them moving onwards in the tournament.
I feel like that one of the things that is kind of working against Astralis Talent, that Overpass, a map that they like to play, and we even saw them play during the season. They either lose in a really close series or they win against a really close series. It's never like where they're just dominating, when they're destroying their opponents. Like 16-14 win, 14-16 loss, or a loss in overtime with like 17-19. It's like it's never a situation when they're just dominating. They're showing this is their map. They're amazing. It's just always so close, which means they can't really rely on this map too much.
If they're getting it that close, I'd say that that's actually maybe the best case scenario for Astralis right now, because the other maps they can really go to in the pool, like Vertigo, they sometimes have lost kind of badly on that one. So I don't really know if Astralis are just this. They're definitely not the strongest team at this event. So to get close means that they had opportunities. If they just did a couple different things, if they didn't make that one push, if they didn't make that one error on a 2v2, those kind of things are magnified in these kinds of situations, and those are going to take some time and experience. But I actually think that Astralis actually might have the bones to make a better structure for this map. I think they're in a position where they can improve this one in more obvious ways to me than they can improve their Vertigo, for example. Yet they were always really trying to rely on Vertigo. Didn't work out for them. Overpass, at least I think that they've been competitive, like you're saying, in every series so far.
Yeah, but they decided to not ban their permaban, which is Mirage. They decided to go for Dust2 and leave this map open. We have not seen them on Mirage in Season 1, Season 2, and even right now in Season 3. When it comes to Navi Junior, it is a map maybe that they don't prioritize, but they at least play it.
They do, which also suggests that they, of course, have been practicing on the map, have some protocols, have some positions set in stone. That's where it gets dangerous for Astralis Talent. In reality, we don't know whether or not this is a map they've just, realized that okay, it's maybe 5th or 6th on our ranking, so we're not gonna pick it. We're not gonna play it. We're just gonna veto it. But we can play it, if it got down to a BO3, or if it's one of those cases where Astralis Talent have 2 permabans, they simply just don't play, which would be a giant mistake because they knew coming into the season that they will end up in a best-of-3 scenario at some point. So I hope that's not the case, but I'm afraid that may be the case for Astralis Talent, and if so, a team who's been practicing on a map against a team who have no, team experience on a map should never be a close game. So I'm afraid that this could be it for Astralis Talent.
I will have to say that my prediction would just be 16 to a single-digit scoreline. I don't think Astralis is going to even find 10 rounds because NAVI Junior on some of their games on Mirage, even though they don't have a positive win rate, they actually have looked pretty competitive in some of their games. The only problem is that some of that is off the back of just crazy heroics from Headtrick. If anybody else can step up, though, like Unbroken surprised me at the end of that game with some of his close round performances. Laddick was doing very well in a lot of that CT side. If anybody else can really contribute to the normal Headtrick show, then these odds might even be a little bit too favorable for Astralis. 1.57 favorites for Navi. I might even go further than that because I think right now that they have a lot of experience, they have some reps on the map, and we have seen how good some of their individuals can be on it already. It's just that they don't really put it together as a team all the time. But even when we looked at some of those stats right before this, they had over an 80% conversion rate on 5v4s. With that stat alone, you should probably be winning a lot of Mirage games. So I think that they've maybe, not found enough opening picks. Maybe Laddick doesn't know all the plays that he can make early on. Either way, I think that Navi right now are the heavy favorites going into this map. I think that they are going to be taking it down here. If Astralis can even get 10 rounds, I would be impressed with them because like you said, Heku, they haven't played this for multiple seasons, so I don't know why they let this through the veto.
Like one thing that can actually help Astralis Talent is the fact that they are starting on the CT side, and we saw that in some series Laddick didn't really have a really good T side. In their first series, in the first map, his CT side was absolutely insane, and then we saw him having some struggles on the T side. Right now, we just need to not rely only on Headtrick.
I would actually argue that in a scenario where if let's assume the case is that Astralis don't play Mirage, I think it's not a good thing to start on the CT side. I would probably even opt to go for the T side. It is incredible tough to withstand an A push, for example, on A execute with Molotovs, flashes, smokes coming in, and a drilled one of them. If you have no protocols in terms of how are you helping your A player, is he just gonna get stuck in CT spawn by himself, or is he playing default by himself? Do you have a protocol for how you're gonna flash for him so he can peek out and try to disturb the push? If you don't have that, synergy in between each other, CT side of Mirage can be hell. So if I were Astralis and I came to the realization that, okay, we have nothing on this map, we're going to try to free for all it, we're going to try to play it as a puck, or at least, play our best game, I would probably opt to go for the T side because it's slightly easier to play a default-based style on Mirage, try to take mid control, see if you can find some picks, see if you can find some openings, make some mid-round calls, and then, play off the communication and the synergy than it is to defend on the CT side. So that's a question for me as well. We could potentially see Astralis pick the T side if that's the case as well.
Yep, and probably another thing that maybe can help Astralis Talent by the fact that they are starting on the City side. There was one Mirage game for NAVI Junior, so they can technically collect some information. NAVI Junior cannot do the same thing. So maybe if Vigo saw some mistakes and things okay, we'll be able to abuse this, maybe in the end of the day they'll be able to not only get 2 digits, or maybe they can win and we then go to Vertigo.
It's possible. I'm just going to lay it out just as honest as I can that I just don't think that Astralis, even if they game plan around what Navi are going to do, it's totally different story to see Headtrick running out mid, running out A, getting headshots and being like, yeah, we can beat that. But then Headtrick's honestly just still the best player in the server for me. I think Breezer and Laddick kind of stole the show just a little bit there because of what they were able to accomplish on the CT side with their opping. But I think that on a map like Mirage, where it's so dual dependent, especially getting first picks, then Headtrick is a guy that actually can find openings. And I think Pimp's point about maybe starting on the T side would work because I don't know what Astralis's protocols are going to be when Headtrick does just snap the guy's first head off. It's gonna happen. Someone's gonna die on the A side, and then Astralis are just gonna be in this scramble to try to recover the round. And that's when things just get so disjointed because there's gonna be one guy rotating in the site, the other guys aren't ready for the retake, and other guys are gonna be like, oh, I thought we were gonna play retake. Those kind of things needed to be ironed out. And for my money, I don't think Astralis have done that because they probably just somehow didn't expect this this veto to happen. I almost feel like the Dust 2 ban, I still just think it might have been a mistake. Like, I don't understand why you would have banned that when Navi haven't picked this at all during the regular season. So I think they're just kind of SOL. I'm not going to say what that stands for, but they're in a bad situation on this map.
Yeah, well, we have not seen Astralis play Mirage ever in the VPlay Academy League, so we are looking forward to see how they'll be able to adapt or maybe improvise. Let's go to Mirage with Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. That much is certain. And you know, to give some credit to Astralis, I feel like, you know, they do a good job when they have research to go off of. Yeah. That said, the only game that we've actually seen from Navi Jr. on this map, it didn't really feature their A game. I'll say, you know, it was literally head trick v9 was how it felt. And so, you know, I don't think there was like a tremendous amount you could have learnt from watching that back. You know, it felt very atypical. It wasn't the Navi we were used to seeing. I am really curious though what this Astralis squad are going to look like, and if they expected this this map to even be here. Yeah,
right. I agree with Mao. It's a bit dangerous, right? I guess it is just coming down to forgetting who we're playing against, like playing your own game. Would we rather play Dust and Mirage? Well, we'd rather play Mirage, but at the same time, yeah. I don't know if Navi would have picked into it. We'll have to wait and... Well, we'll never know, actually. Not wait and see. We'll never know. And now Navi might be on the edge of taking 2-0 in this series. Unless, of course, you know, Navi were pretty prepared for that map. Again, a map that we have seen them ban and not lean into. Have Astralis got something up their sleeve? Maybe that's something that we're not, you know, counting for. And I think it's easy to believe, considering all we saw in those first 6 games or 4 or 5 games for Astralis was leaning into Vertigo. That which I'd like to jump on. I don't know whose decision that ever was, because I go back and I look at the Twitters, I look at Trace, I look at Vigo, and everyone's like, oh, more Vertigo. Like, who was ever making that call? I'm so glad they moved away from it. It is our third of the series if we get there, and if we get there, maybe there's hope for Astralis. They were starting to find their form on that map at the end.
Yeah, and it's also one, and I think this was something Maui was even saying on the desk, where I think folks like Headtrick struggle to get as involved as he does on other maps. So, yeah, you know, there could be silver linings if we get to a third, but first we have to see if we get to a third.
Easier said than done, and yeah, I'm excited to see Headtrick unleashed right now on this map. He had a good game back on Overpass. Navi playing very well as a team, and Latic's open. Woo, it's a dream. Mirage.
Yeah, I really hope that Astralis as well can lean into having, you know, and really exploring just how good a player Fester is. You know, he's been, for my money, very, very consistent, and I look at him as like the guy who can make all the difference for Astralis talent. Breezer as well, feels kind of dumb to mention the AWP player, but it's pretty obvious he's put up good numbers back on Overpass. It looked like he was feeling it, so hopefully we can have him hit the ground running here as we get into this game.
No more waiting around. Navi on the T side start here, and if anything, that could be a benefit. Let's see. P250 out on Latic. Always an AWPer's dream.
Almost wonder if we could get, you know, like the McDonald's smokes thrown in. You can also just do the, you know, market window smoke, couple that with a little B pop.
Oh,
they do really the fast boost up onto here. Vigo. I'd love to have him jump spot this. Instead, he's going to tap out the first man. Oh, the flashes are good. They render that close player useless, and Vigo's left fighting for his life. He does need some help, and it's all traded out cleanly by Astralis talent. That's a really nice pistol round out of them here. Looks very put together. Good rotations as well around towards that B site. Soon as Vigo gets the spot, he calls, guys, it's B. Believe me, I've seen in the apartments, it was terrifying. And so everyone's there nice and quickly. I also like that they fight for site control. They don't sit back in market, right? Even after losing Vigo, their main concern is just having as many bodies between that B site and Navi as possible.
Yeah, especially if you get that first kill, you know, there's all the more reason to throw yourself into the gunfight and just overwhelm Navi with numbers. Talking of numbers, Navi, they're in their favor this map for map 2. The Paramatch odds. Banner down below if you want your 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit, 18+ only. Navi, they don't want to wait around. They want to go quick into B. There was contact all the way up until they got to the windows, and then the flashes are good for at least a moment. Another player still here. Vigo, and Fessel swinging in off of the catwalk. Both a killer piece. These A1Ss tear through Navi. Surely no way out of this one. Waiting out the smokes, shooting through them as well. And yeah, silenced for Astralis. They managed to pick that up clean. Very quick retaking.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that could have gone really wrong. Like, this smoke, the Ultex drops, it takes forever to pop because it bounces like 100 times. And in that, he's getting rushed down by a contact play that he never knew was as close as it was. So he actually does really well, for my money, to go for one, like a one-for-one trade in that situation. Right? Could have just been the case where your B player dies, they've got the bomb down, you're 5-on-4, and already, you know, like that idea is savings going through your head. So, yeah, nice stuff there. Keeps it nice and open for them. Let's go listen in, though. Astralis talent, let me hear you.
Flash. Mikkel.
Ja,
flashet.
Ruller bag Ø.
Jeg flasher øl i.
Jeg holder UG.
Ruller bag Ø her.
Okay, kom med her.
1B.
Jeg kommer med B.
Du kan bare sætte op.
Top mid, top mid.
Rolig. Kommer med dig.
Jeg går ud kort, Alex.
Jeg strafe her. 3,
Okay, jeg er
2,
meget
1.
alene af her.
Ja.
Jeg nader.
Venstre.
Jeg bliver nadet. Jeg bliver skudt. Eller. 3.
Jeg er UG.
Der er 2-3 stykker. Han skal have noget backup her, guys.
Ja, jeg kommer og holder UG for dem to.
Jamen,
En kom med også, Mikkel. Mikkel, kom med.
Ja, jeg kommer med.
Jeg kan holde
en pal. Ja, okay.
Så godt, du kan gøre det nu, Mikkel.
Alex, jeg tror, du skal lige fag.
Der var det en bækker, ja.
Hold UG.
Du skal bare blive.
En top mid nu.
Kom.
Kan du nade?
Kom, kan ikke bare sandwich top mid, dreng. Push 3 mand. Nej, det gør jeg fæsser. Det gør jeg fæsser.
Okay.
Bare løb, Mikkel. Fiske.
Højre side.
En dernede også.
Sådan der. Bare træk nu. Bare kom der.
Bare træk her. Han nader udad.
Der var en bækker også.
Ikke med krydset.
Der kan max være 3.
Plads er lidt triple. Jeg er tæt.
Ude nu.
En palace. Flasher.
Jeg ved. Jeg dænger.
Gem dig, Breezer. Bare gem dig. Hold oppe.
Hold kryds.
Lige lidt, Alex.
Palace.
Der er kun 2. 3.
Peek med mig. Der er 3, og de er skadet. Nej, det er mere. Palace. Peek nu. What?
Well, beautiful from Breezer, mate. He was dinked early. They told him to go back and hide, but it's actually him who swings out right there at the end and just spray transfers 4. So beautiful scenes, really.
Yeah, I like how Astralis isolate their angles. They are not too hungry for kills there. Headtrick was hoping for a dig out Palace, but Astralis were just not swinging. They were waiting for NAVI to just commit, try and get that bomb down, try and cross default, and then as soon as they get that first contact, everyone's fighting. A1S's tear through armorless players. It's no surprise. Quick underdrop, and we got the boost up. Got to crouch, wait a sec. Headtrick will get out behind the boxes. And you might not even see him here. Fessa should now know there's a player out.
This is really nice, though, considering there's only one Na'Vi player mid, right? The big danger is Fen2k working lower. Now, they've just smoked off this lower angle. He's going to attempt the spam. Oh, they're jumping, they're making noise. And they're having a swing Headtrick in top mid. They get the kill. That's your escape route, but they're through A in the meantime. 8 nipples all the way up. They're fighting for an A retake before that bomb's even made it out, and they do get all the kills. Gonna trigger a last-minute rotation for NAVI Jr. Maybe Fen2k can get himself situated in this B bomb site. And this is quickly getting out of hand. This first rifle round for NAVI Jr. off to a very rocky start.
Yeah, it's a classic though. Fen has all the room. He just doesn't know he has the room. And in being patient and waiting for his teammates, allowing Astralis to get set up. The flash will give it away. And now he's starting to work it out. I'd love to see Latic drop the bomb and stay in apps to try and cover that market cross. Forget the plant. You need kills now. You need to thin the herd. Astralis aren't giving those frags away. At a certain point, Na'Vi just have to take the stick before a flank comes in. And that's a lovely wallbang smoke headshot to Fessa. Flank through the apps for Vigo. They're going to take market on this default plant. And the AWP will stop Latic from crossing out. Fen may have good position, but Astralis, they play their cards right. This is a done deal. Quick headshot. There's the trade, and it's beautiful for Astralis talent. 4-0 up. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, this is actually just a really put-together CT side. And I mean, they're being very mobile, right? And occasionally it feels like that could come back to punish them. You know, Nipple being a good example of that as he gets all the way through A before they're even aware of it. But thus far, they're making it work. And this very mobile gameplay, man, it's making you hard to predict, hard to read. They're not at all ready for Vigo's apartments flank there, for example. Back in with the reinvestment for NAVI Jr. And I mean, this more like flowy, aggressive Astralis, I'm really liking.
Yeah. Can they keep it up, though? NAVI have another gun round, thanks to the bomb plant. Breeze's AWP is 6-1. I say his AWP. Most of them rifle kills, but now it's in play. Sat back at CT. NAVI trying to take that mid control. Window, Molly, Con, Smoke. You name it, they got it. And Fess will throw out a bottom Con Smoke as well. Many a time CT will go through this, but NAVI don't care. They take that space immediately. Nipple, again, he was in jungle in an earlier round, and he's actually re-smoked a Con. He might go through this later, try and kill rotates on what is a B split coming up through short. The bait again on apps. I love these double app setups. They're doing very, very well. NAVI, I don't know if they're going to check below the van. It's a call to a bit of a halt as they wait for that short wrap to come in. Altex with a kill from bench. He's doubled up. Vigo unchecked, unsuspected, and one more man in apps. This flank from Nipple, while it's coming in, it's being held by the AWP. No reason for Breeze to turn, and he does hit the shot. Only Fenzuke shot through the edge of the smoke. 5-0 for Astralis, and they're back.
Yeah, really, really nice, man. That decision from Breeze to watch CT is massive as well. They don't panic, scramble, rotates on the back of spotting the bomb, hitting B. Also, you know, it was nice because Nipple didn't even drop this Con Smoke. You know, that actually gets thrown in by the Apartments players to try and give the illusion that no one's going to push through that. And yet still, you know, I was going to say they're ready for it. Nipple does get one, so they weren't ready for it right away, but you're able to cover that gap, and that's all that really matters. Fessa, while he lands the short jump after getting blinded, he decides that just backing out of mid is probably the right play. That's a nice smoke from NAVI. Gonna remove any one-ways over the Con Smoke that Fessa dropped. And they're out in this B site, mate. They're already through the Apartments. Dead at bench is Altex, and Fessa's removed as well.
Molly, but doesn't do much to help Nipple. He's trapped in the corner. They go with the swing. Tech9 up close, drops Mister, and NAVI look like they are finally ready to convert around. It comes down to Vigo. He's got to swing, and he's got to win. This AWP is covering a repeat, but NAVI aren't giving them an inch, giving them nothing, no room. Trying to work out where this AWP is. I think now the penny's going to drop, and it's all on Head Trick at the back of the site. Finds one, the AWP gone. Vigo swings, and he hits the headshot. Wow, Vigo, 4 kills in what was a 2-on-4 for Astralis. Running back into that bomb site. Should not have been their round. But they don't care what you think.
It's really nice that the retakes look so good with how often they're more than willing to actually lean one player towards this B site. You know, you do well to get back into this round after losing that B hold right away. An early, 5-on-3 for NAVI Jr. It's admittedly quickly cancelled out by those players on rotation, but still. I mean, this CT side not to be slept on right now. And being real, for NAVI Jr., their last Mirage game they played was pretty unimpressive, other than Head Trick. Not seeing anything yet that's blowing our minds. Already they're out, and they know that Mister's here. They saw him cross, and yet still, he ends up with both kills there.
Wow.
Molly won't even burn him out. They need to go clear it manual, and as they try to move up, that's where Breeze can come in on this AWP. Really nice stuff. I really have no idea how this has been such a clean round for Astralis. You spot the sandwich player, you double swing him, and both players go down. That's unreal from Mister.
And the hype is here. You can see it in the cams as well. Why wouldn't you be? Back up against the wall with a 30-round loss on your pick in the series. It felt like a done deal. Astralis, where have they been hiding Mirage all this time? NAVI, safe to say, not massively experienced on this map either in this tournament, but the one time we did see it from them, it looked better than this, especially on the T side. Head Trick feeling the pressure as well. NAVI don't want to go to Vertigo, although they should be favored. You never know what Astralis you're going to get on that map, especially with this comeback ability we've seen from Astralis all throughout the Gauntlet stage. After 2 pretty unimpressive seasons of WePlay so far, this one has been the best without a doubt, and it still looks to get better. NAVI back in on this T side and back into their team speak.
Давай.
Дал флеш.
Дал.
Флеш. Зиг. И под коном.
Под коном прыгает. Флеш дает на тобой, да? Дал.
СГ до сих пор. Буду Малик пикал.
Там Малик.
И Зига.
Там кон, скорее всего, меня контролит. Я не могу играть.
Да, Б. Дым окно пропадает. Возможно, до Малика Малик. Давай. Я после Малика дам дым окно.
Я пропрыгну через окно. Кон не видел.
Малика отпустили с коннектора.
Даю дым окно.
Не видел.
Дал дым окно.
Под парыш приду.
Давай. У нас бомба в жопе. Не видел кон.
Зиг Зиг. Зиг красный. Я дал Малик.
Давай.
Упор яма, авик.
Я за бомбой.
Авик на уже.
Ладно, зайду. Или не, я
Нам надо,
Кода,
надо
да,
под кон идти.
я окно проливаю.
Зайскай, лоу хп. Убил Зайскай. Я дам Малик, Зиг, кон выйдем.
Ко. Надо дым дать, немножко.
Тангл,
Я должен умер.
Еще раз.
Зига может. Я что не видел? Я яму. Тетрис
Надо
КТ забрать.
У нас
Надо яму проверить. Забери Зиг.
Яма.
Яма.
Яма тип.
Я ставлю. Ставлю.
Вот там кон уже.
Вот, сейчас он на мид не вышел.
What is that spam from Vigo? Someone explain. Someone check. I don't understand. A 3-on-3 that felt like NAVI had finally broken their way in. Nipple with a big picks. But
Game
not enough.
deficit, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Have to check him PC, I think. That is not normally for Vigo, but with some of the retaking rounds we've seen from this guy already. Look at this! What? You're running! And yeah, those odds flipped, mate, like a pancake. Power match know what's up.
And what's better than just one pancake? 100% pancakes on your first pancake deposit, baby.
Call it pancake week.
Middle, here we go. Vigo's found yet another opener. And they try to run up the short side. Now that's nice. And once again, you know, it's all going to come to Altex on this solo B hold. And he's dead to Nipple. Astralis talent. These retakes have often been good, but they've never had to work as hard for one as they do right now. Side control already taken by NAVI Jr. A lot of teams would elect to save here. They wouldn't even entertain the thought of giving this a go. Astralis talent, are they like most teams? Let's find out.
I mean, they've won harder retakes. It's going to come down to that first pick. Vessel, he's mollied a player in. He's got to peek off the back of it, though. He's got to trap him in. Unbroken swings. There's a double. Suddenly, you're favored all of a sudden. And now the kills just fly through. These pistols cannot hold strong. They cannot hold long. And there's a retake round for Astralis in a 3-on-4 post plant. NAVI, good for just a moment. And that feels like every round. It looks so good. And then it goes so wrong. Did Breeza just hit the van jump?
He did just hit the van jump.
Oh my goodness. Smooth moves. He's an AWPer. He hits the hops. That was lovely. You don't see that very often.
We have a working theory.
Yeah.
Because, you know, no one from Astralis apparently liked playing Vertigo as much as they did.
Yeah.
Maybe Exist just sprints in, does the veto. Vertigo again!
And then runs away.
And then he runs away.
Into the mist. That would make sense.
That's not really how Exist sounds, but I don't think it was far off.
It's the only thing that would explain some of these map picks or bans for Astralis in the regular stage. Or maybe, Harry, maybe. They just wanted, firstly, a lot of practice. And secondly, they wanted a longer gauntlet run to really show us how good they are. They took down fnatic Rising with a full comeback.
Pretty big brain.
Yeah, pretty big brain, yeah.
You're just that confident that you're going to win. It's an admiral.
Admirable.
Here he is, Admiral Vigo.
Admirable. And he's going to add a mural of NAVI, a gravestone here on Mirage, as they have fallen silent. I thought the saying was come alive in the nighttime, not die in the daytime. NAVI, what have you got for us?
Oh, you wanted to walk out Con, but that smoke's just come in.
Big gap.
There's a big gap in the smoke. And yeah, kind of overzealous from Vigo to be like, they won't be watching the one thing they could be looking at. And he will get punished. There's Breeza holding the line. You know about Con players. You don't know numbers, but you know they're in here.
See ya.
Another smoke drop. They're going to get the hell out of there. Altex from short. It's traded after one, and that opens up a path into this B site. So often, he's been the only guy here, so they take this opportunity to run down short. Besser fast on the trigger. That's clean. Can he hold on for any more? They know where he is, and they are going to trade him. A 2v2 retake in at B. Thus far, Astralis not just winning every round, but winning every retake that's come with it.
Yeah, they've won harder ones than this. Why count them out now? NAVI need to lock into angles. There's no orbs for Astralis to pick. They just swing wide. Breeze has swapped off the AWP and to great success. Flash, dodge, Latic peeks right after the fact, and he just wants that long-range rifle kill. He's got it. There it is. Perfect peek. 3 kills in the round, and NAVI are on the board. Finally closing out one of these million post plants they've had on this T half. Could that entice them back in? Could that invite them into this T side to get something done? But it needs to be flawless to even consider calling this a good half.
It's a round where I think, you know, you're going to be kicking yourself if you're Vigo here.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's just the confidence.
I know. Yeah, he's having a great game.
Just going for it, man. But yeah, peeking that smoke as a CT, never good. We've seen that kill a lot of teams. I think FURIA were doing that. Peeking into a gap. Gotta watch out, man. Smokes are not walls.
This is just looking like a straight up B pop. Trying to change the pace, but already Fess has rotated around. Vigo needs to make this happen alone, and Fess is dead right away. They're already in the site. Vigo trapped in here. Headtrick with the double opener. And Vigo trying to navigate these smokes is no scoped on the drop by the AWP. Headtrick has a lovely little round here on the entries. Completely ignores the Van player. He's like, mate, screw it. I'm just going to run all the way in. And they were never aware that he gets so deep.
Yeah, I love that. Just calling like, you kill Van, I'm going in. I'm going past. I'm taking space. He's let me through. And that just screws up all the timings for Astralis. Like, they don't think anyone's deep. They see the Van play. They think those T's are just filtering out the bomb site. Headtrick with a massive 4K. More like it. More what we expect from this guy on the T side. And maybe there's still time to warm back into this matchup. Navi's map pick, it's their hope for a 2-0. And with what we've got out of Astralis, you really don't want things to go to Vertigo, no matter how confident you are in your own setups. Why make this series longer than it has to be, say NAVI? Well, they might not have a choice. Unbroken 0-10.
Yeah, man. I mean, he was very much like, I look at him as the savior of NAVI back on Overpass. He was looking really good to start the day. He was never giving away, you know, openers. He would always be someone you could depend on in those clutch moments. Right now, it's the polar opposite. This round, he's waiting at ramp. And so you hope this can be a guaranteed kill for him. You're going to see feet before they have any idea you're here if they go for the aggro. NAVI working this short control, and I hope they MB. I mean, they've had all their success here. Once again, you know, it's just a one-man hold from Vigo. He does have Ultex beginning a move round now, but how impactful will that be with the unsilenced USP? We gave Astralis the credit. They always make these rounds interesting.
Yeah, but usually more like Deagle armor. Okay, no armor needed for Mister. Does get picked above the smoke. That's unfortunate, but nothing Altex can do about it. Breeze is tucked in close. He hears the AWP, but there is a bit of cover for it. Did he not see? You should be able to spot that corner. He's not going to check it now, surely. Fen2K. Oh, they just shoot too early. Could have been something there. Breeze are overwhelmed, and now 4-on-2. You would expect to get checked in that position through the smoke. They go, gives it a go, and Latic. All right, it's coming alive. 3 rounds, 3 kills rather. Well, both. What's not to love? NAVI trying to hunt for this 9-6. I'm not crazy, right? You can full clear that corner and stairs from Con. Like, you can see that. There's no way to tuck it if you actually fully check it.
So
I'm almost certain.
No, I mean, dude, I don't know.
You don't know.
I die to it sometimes as well, where I'm like, I swear you can deep clear that, and I'll look, and you don't see anyone. But maybe just not going deep enough.
No, he didn't go deep into the corner. Either way, doesn't matter. It doesn't come back to bite. This AK will, though. Firing leg shots down lower. Astralis pack it in at a good time. There's no one in middle yet for Na'Vi, despite this pressure out under. It's being held by Headtrick top mid. That allows Astralis to commit to a mid setup.
I might be crazy. It might actually be because, you know, he only had pistol that round. And so I think normally you spot like the barrel of guns if you go deep. We'll see. Fessa doubles up in mid and even dinks Fen2k down low. Really good stuff out of Fessa on the mid aggro, man. Like, that's all you wanted and more out of him. And it's going to force another one of these late B plays. This has so often been the precaution for Na'Vi, or, you know, I guess the procedure. If they lose these mid fights, they go back into a late B play.
Leave him alone. At least he's got some ADR out. But,
yeah, I mean, he's still alive. You know, still time to change that 0-12 scoreline.
0-10.
Oh, yeah.
Not dead yet, Harry. Not dead yet.
Right.
You're reading into the future. That was just 12 ADR, but Vigo. Oh, that's just a messy peak there, like mechanically from Unbroken. Like, he is in his head. He's not having a good time. And Vigo is having a great time. He's having a ball right now. Locks out that last man. And another round for Astralis Talent. Keep adding to the book. 10 on the CT side. Whatever goes on from here, Astralis are happy.
I can't get over how good Fessa looks in that mid fight, man. He looks right at home here on Mirage. He's one of those Danes prem-queuing, mate. You can tell. Prem-queues Mirage only.
Yeah,
Fessa,
well,
2021.
While Astralis are right at home, Unbroken, he's been left at home. Kevin McAllister right now. And someone needs to bail him out. Someone needs to give him a lift. Ooh, nice clear.
Oh, missed shot from Breezer. Will correct it, but there's his Palace swing that can come in. He could get devastated by it. Even though Fess is meant to be covering, he's got his attention now fixated on Khan. They've got him boxed in, and yet still, he delivers not one but two. That should never be a double. He's still alive. On the box, they haven't seen the AWP yet. They haven't spotted him. Fess is still fighting, still wants more. Isn't content with just the double, and finally Unbroken is on the board. Now beginning a 1v2, and missed opportunity there. Not going to get given that again. That much is certain. Ooh. And there he is, shut down.
Breezer, I don't know how he lives on default boxing. I don't know how he survives so long. They knew he was there all along, couldn't do anything about it. All started with a lovely clear from Nipple, but mattered not. Astralis build and build some more.
I'm so impressed you knew the name of the guy from Home
I'm
Alone.
so upset that you had to just Google Kevin McAllister in front of me.
Well, because I just call him Macaulay Culkin.
Well, yeah, that's not his character name.
No, I know it's not his character name. I just, you know.
It was a Home Alone reference.
Yeah, no, good.
I'm very sad. I thought you were better than that.
No, I mean, I knew it was Home Alone. I knew it was Home Alone. I just didn't know that was his name. I was impressed you knew it.
I'm upset you don't. Marv, he's in the building right now. He's working his way through. No nails on the stairs, though. Altec's going to get that first kill. He's all that stands. Dropped his smoke, and they shoot him right through it. So does they come through. Altec's and Breeze are cleared up.
Oh,
Vessel
he's having a game.
Giving us the goods, though. Him and Vigo are the men to watch out for right now for Astralis Talent. And 12-3, it's inevitable. It's locked in. It's already done. Headtrick, do you have anything to say to this statement?
Oh, he's going to have to plead the fourth. You're on at 12-3. And that's Astralis Talent looking real good on this CT side. Fessa lighting it up towards the end. Vigo was very much the guy in the early stages of that game, keeping it all afloat. Then we have Fessa joining him now, and this becomes a really stacked, you know, top half of the scoreboard. Looking at these three guys, Vigo, Fessa, and Breezer, terrifying threesome to go up against, right? When they're all feeling it, when they're all hitting right. And I mean, you know, for Na'Vi Jr., is this what happens when Headtrick doesn't drop like 38 kills? Is this what you're left with on your Mirage?
We don't have a great sample size to go off, but yeah, that wasn't a nice taste test either. Astralis, this is seemingly unlosable, this kind of scoreline. And you've got to be happy with it. Looking to make us a 3-mapper, looking to give us a bit of vertigo. But we're looking here at WePlay to give you a bit of speed. And if you want speed, you need an SSD, Harry. So Western Digital with the black coming out. And they're our latest sponsor here for the Academy League. So shout out WD one more time. What a flawless game, though.
I can't believe we haven't seen them play Mirage once in all 3 seasons. If this is what they're able to do.
And we have signs of brilliance. Like Latic is the one guy bailing them out. Headtrick's also positive, but it's not, you know, he's not winning rounds really single-handedly. He had that one big 4K entry round on B where he pushed through market. Latic's had a couple of nice shots, plus that clutch on the B site as well. But in general, there's not been a lot to marvel off for NAVI. Those parry match odds, they're as much evidence as you need. And here we go. Astralis team speak for the second pistol.
Focus meta.
Yep.
Han bliver ved med at peek. Bliver ved med at battle.
Ja. Nej, vent lidt. Bare vent til vi er helt fremme, helt ærligt. Bare vent.
Skal vinduet.
Ikke flash nu?
Skal jeg nu?
Ja, flash. Hop ud af vinduet, Alex.
Flash her.
Ja.
Hop. Backside. Backside og kort.
Backside og kort.
Død kort, Frederik.
Backside,
backside.
Ja, backside, højre side.
To backside.
Frederik kommer nu, vi skyder backside. Vente. Lang gang af body. Højre.
Sammen, de er sammen.
Højre om. 3 bønder.
Oh my God, Bester! You can't do that to him!
The reload! They should run him down. They should have him dead.
Dude, you can tell by how he approached every moment of that. Dude, Hugo can vouch for me here. I was even saying, bro, he's winning this. And Hugo's a numbers guy. Didn't believe, but dude, the mechanics with how he was approaching this from the get-go, it looked so smooth, so in control.
Astralis didn't even need this pistol, Harry. They did not need it. But yesterday, they went 0 for 6 in pistol rounds. They couldn't get a single one across a 3-map series. Well, already they're one-upping that. They've won both in this map. Dear, oh dear.
Seriously, Fessa coin, go into the moon, man.
Yeah.
Go into the moon.
3 out of 4 pistols in the series for Astralis. If there's one takeaway you want today, it's that. That's a complete turnaround to yesterday's form, and Fessor at the forefront of it. Unbelievable shots. A round that should never have been won. A round they didn't even really need. But that will just lock out this map, you would think, right? You would believe. Wind in their sails right now. 13-3 and NAVI, of course you force. Oh, Latic Scout. CIS Scout, man. Hits different. Really know what Delusion could do with his. I'm sure we'll see more of that coming up in their match. 4-on-4 though, Misters up Cat, and with these arch smokes in, it gives you a lot of room to clear close corners and then come through as they fade. How are the timings? What's the fade like? You don't want to go through too early. There's your apps play spotted. Lovely shots for Unbroken. He's back in the game. He's back alive with a double kill. Just trying to stay alive now. Headtrick helps out with a third, and it's only going to be Breezer in a 1v4. No bomb. Lots of time. Can he isolate fights though? They know where he is.
Down with the first, but this is a clutch that should be asking too much of just one man. And there he is, dead on the swing. Latic gonna lock that one in. NAVI with good rotations, good stack towards that B site. And with Unbroken, you know, starting to find his footing. That's a double up now on both of these B plays out of this guy. That came into this second half with 2 kills to his name, now sat on 6. You know, you're hardly celebrating yet. But you've literally outdone your performance in the first 15 rounds and the first 2 of this second half. So hopefully a bit of a confidence boost, because Unbroken, this is not the kind of performance we're used to seeing out of normally a pretty safe pair of hands.
Astralis want to go to LAN, and it may be a long road ahead of them. There may be the Young Ninjas waiting in that third matchup, but even just winning this game, winning this series, would be such an accomplishment. One that I don't think either of us were expecting after Na'Vi clinched the first map of the series. You're not there yet, though. As much as you can come back, so can Na'Vi. You don't want to count them out. After that force buy, Na'Vi now have all the reason to fight, all the reason to believe, and nothing to lose on this road to recovery. This round is nice and quick, it's nice and clean, and it should be 5 up against 13.
Yeah, now just having to take an eco. This is where, you know, hopefully you take a bit of a existence style pause, figure out how to approach that first rifle round. You know, maybe a good time for Trace to just remind the boys, you know, it's not won yet.
Yeah.
It's a 30-round game, and we still have more rounds to play before we can start celebrating.
Including a full Glocky, so get it out the way while you can. All right, guys. Let me run this one by you. We rush A, and you... you plant B. Palace Flood.
Okay, getting the kill is actually huge. That maybe does force the rotation, and now you've got another mate. They've fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. Yes, it works! 4A, I plant B!
Breezer's leaving, but he's got a Glock.
And they still don't even know. It's only just started to dawn on them. Black's got the info. Now they're rotating back. It's still only Glock, so it should just be a cleanup from here on in. But hell, it did exactly what it was meant to do. It gets you the bomb plant. Breezer, I say just go get a gun. Just duck through con and get out.
He's doing exactly that. That's I like that play for Breezer. Knows he's not going to stop a 1v3 post plant. So may as well arm himself. Galil, is there something better? It's a gun in CT spawn.
A1S was CT, but I don't know if someone took it. Oh, AK instead! All right, baby!
That's a really nice Glock round for Astralis. And I think that part of the reason that works is because this game is so one-sided. So Na'Vi, of course, on the they won't do that again. They'll be very careful.
I mean, also, the fact you actually get the opener. Normally what happens there is you all go Palace, you get shredded, and then the B guy goes, I'll just wait, like they're all dead.
Help. Yeah, but you're scared that's getting out of control, and everyone's screaming, "A Palace rush, Palace rush!" And so of course Na'Vi just pull a player out.
Palace push, like Sheikh Zilla.
Yeah, exactly that.
Man down. Oh, like tries the timing shot. Lots of targets in top mid, man. Felt destined, like he was going to find something, but not the end of the world. He's even looking to play around these con smokes, dropping one of his own and now fighting ahead of theirs. There's a little gap over the top. Sneaking in is Fessa, but going to decide to take this bench fight. Has just missed the timing to head trick. Never gets that info that he's here. Stacking up outside of B. Looking like they really wanted to take advantage of Unbroken on this side of the map. Well, they get punished for it. That's the bomb. Ooh. I don't love that.
Did it fall out the window?
I don't love that.
They've got a flank, they've got timing. Fessor, he's had to give it up early, but he's at least got a kill from it. Okay, the bomb's still up there. They could bail if they want, go out under and rejoin Fessor on the A side, but Vigo's dead on Cat now. It really does rely on Fessor. This entire round is in his hand. They hear the rotate out. Na'Vi are triple B for the moment, but they've heard a run back, and they're still taking time to rotate. Fen2K, all that stands on A. It seems like Na'Vi still think it's B, but finally the penny should drop. A retake up mid.
I actually really like that Fessa didn't fully commit to the flank just yet. Are they going back to B? Oh my god, this is wild. They're waiting over on short, boosting up. Oh, like, that's a flick to find that. And Headtrick's dropped the bomb now. Fessa dead, flanking. And dude, I mean, I really think, you know, it was... I thought what was about to happen was they were going to end back on A. Fessa completely slowed it down. He didn't commit to the wrap. And what that did was, it meant the Na'Vi couldn't actually rotate. They didn't feel safe in leaving B to commit to a rotation when they didn't know where Fessa was. And so I thought with that much control, with that much panic, we were going to see it culminate back in the A play. And I think that actually would have been the answer, especially considering Fessa did taper off his aggression.
Yeah, I think the only reason they don't do that is because they ran away from B in order to have more time, and so they're probably thinking the Na'Vi are going to rotate, even if Fessa didn't get the spot. He hit the shot on Latic jumping up Cat, but Latic still makes it living. Just walking out A with this one AWP. That's all you have in this round. Little hero. And that's a shot for Breezer through the box. Fen2K gone. Astralis trying to take some space. Now we have to give it up, play retake. No nades. Once these smokes fade, it's going to come down to gunfights, and Na'Vi are better armed.
Yeah, Molly forces Mister out, but if there ever was a time to reposition, it's while all these smokes are down. Palace post plant, something to bear in mind. There's only one man up there in Vigo, so ideally you want to just be winning these fights as the retake's coming in. If it comes down to him having a 1vx, it can get rough with so much utility still in place. So important to bear that in mind. Every kill is so important right now. And Breezer will put up the first, but he's cleared out. Now you spot the player in Palace, but kills still come through for Astralis Talent. Tucking in, and Altex with the swing. It's an Astralis D ground as they get up onto 14. I love that everyone else is just fighting there, you know, like just trying to deal with them as they get into position. You know, if that comes down to having to play around the bomb and the timer, you probably lose it. So the decision to fight is one that I can really get behind, and it does Astralis well. Lovely work from Breezer.
Yeah, especially considering the reason they're fighting is because there's definitely a way they can offer up too many kills too quickly. But that's a 5-on-3, right? Breezer technically got the first 2 picks, so Astralis got to be feeling pretty feisty right now. Winning a D ground. Let's tune in.
Bare lige lægge en flashfixer her. Ja, det er fint. Lukker vinduet. Ja, det er fint.
Okay, whatever.
Zoomer bare derud nu.
Jeg holder bare B-scope. Forward.
Flashcon om lidt. Vent lidt. Bare bounce flash om lidt.
Ja.
Smukker OG nu.
Smukker slisk. Smukker
Flash her.
her. Han smukker en for ticket.
Holder dit vindue.
Der er væk. De har smukket kon. Har du en mere?
Nej.
Kan du smukke top con så om lidt?
Ja. Jeg er oppe
Palace.
Jeg smukker top con her.
Ja.
Holder stadig vindue.
En ticket omkring.
Og så
Han bare lidt rundt. Jeg tror, der er en D mod A.
Ja.
Jeg har kon her, gutter.
Ja.
Kon, han slukket.
Nej, det var mig. Det er fint.
Smuk vinduet og flash man i latter.
Ja.
Smukker vinduet og flasher.
Jeg smukker måske et B-split her.
Vente. Plads lige kort. Jeg tror også, vi skal op.
Jeg har ikke.
Smukker for en op for...
Flasher.
Der er 2 A minimum. En omkring Balk.
Hent bomben på.
Gutter, lad os bare kontakte her. Frank sidder ind i letter, okay? Bare lad os kontakte. Bare lad os komme her.
En side og en Balk.
Ja, bare chill.
Ja, de spiller heavy play side. Hey, AV,
han er låst.
Vi skal ikke gå af.
AV, køkken, vinduet også.
Okay, dobbelt AV så.
Okay.
Ja. Okay, jeg kan bare... Jeg lykker. Ja. Mikkel, klar. Kan du prøve at komme ud og skyde?
Aggressivt læg, Mikkel, tror jeg.
Aggressivt læg, Mikkel.
Jeg gør det nu.
Lyd, jeg har en ticket om lidt.
Ja.
Lyd, Mikkel.
Bare walk B nu, måske ikke.
Walk B. En jungle.
Han er der med AV.
Han er
der igen, Frank.
Kort, helt ud kort.
Bare safe.
For fanden, mand.
Backer sådan noget.
Helt ud kort.
Orky Momo there for Astralis. Not the round they wanted. Hedrick never left B. And I think, you know, part of that comes from how we've already seen these little fakes that Astralis have tried to do. That bomb plant round, even as an example, is going to make sure that Na'Vi keep their anchors in the right spots. Mister's little pick out a Palace doesn't cause a rotation. And Hedrick hits the 2 shots that win the round, tag and a kill. Astralis immediately cool save. Nothing wrong with that. They've got the money to rebuy. Better than just running in with 10 seconds. They would never have had a plant there. But they need something new. They need something different as Na'Vi re-smoke the ramp. Astralis line up their own utility. Spotting mid and scared of a possible lurker, but no one coming in.
Re-smoke at ramp. That's the lineup that ZMB famously can never quite find. Fem2k up close. Ooh, even through the smoke, he's good for the double. Latic never saw that Mister made it out, but
Nipple
still spotted by Nipple, still dealt with, still cleaned up, isn't it? And this decision to save Astralis, they really wanted results out of this round as a result of that, but it's all crumbled apart, this T side. Starting to drop off, and Na'Vi Jr. beginning to believe.
Yeah, so decisive again from Hedrick, right? He's just locked them in. They may want to save, but I think at this kind of scoreline with this kind of money, Na'Vi can risk a gun or 2 on the hunt, try and take down Astralis as they wait in Palace. Maybe they'll go for it, but yeah, for Na'Vi, there's no question where these 2 Ts remain I wonder if they will box them in or if this is just as far as they want to go.
I hope they late peak this, to try and remove players after time, because you know that they're either in T-Spawn or Palace.
Especially when we actually have quite a long post-round timer in the Academy League.
Exactly, right? It's not like a 2-second fight that you've got to win out. You actually have time to go hunting here.
Yeah, I would really like to see them make a move. They don't know the Palace, but it's an educated guess. At the same time, Na'Vi don't want to make a move, and so they give up the round and they allow the saves. That's fine. It also skew-ifs Astralis' money. Like, it's better than having nothing in the next round, which is the alternative, but it's one now where Astralis, in a sense, are reliant on bomb plants. They need to get that bonus cash. They do have max loss, but in general, without a bomb plant and without any kills from these two rifles, they'll be right on the edge of not being able to buy, with nades in that follow-up round. So yeah, they collapse their money altogether. Nothing wrong with this call for Astralis. Get everyone on the same page. Better than relying on a bomb plant.
I mean, hell, dude, if you get a bomb plant, you can buy next anyway, exactly, with a good bit of utility. So, yeah, I like this call, right? Especially if you want to go for like a B pop. Ooh, that's a good opener for Fessa. Lag tries to land a flick, but now you've lost that AWP.
Don't jump. Don't you dare.
Fessa saw something. And here comes the B play. Mac 10's already out.
What?
It's weird. I'm broken. Should not have got away with this many. Oh, no. That's kind of heartbreaking. They were next to each other in the site, but both blind. Both off the angle. Going to wait for Fessa to rejoin this AWP. Not impossible to still make something happen here. You've got a 2v2 in the B site itself, but Nipple goes up, has this little angle into the apartments. This should be an impossible round for Fessa. They've just spotted him. Everyone's rotating in. There's a player close at truck as well. Fessa, I don't know, did he?
Should have. Yeah, someone's called it. Oh, this is screwed for Fessa, and they're right below him as well. Spot change. Bomb retrieved, but it's just a moment away from the headshot. Unbroken, let's talk him, right? 0-10 in this game, was having a horrible time, comes into CT side, wins a couple of 1v1s, gets some 2k rounds, and right there, that was excellent. He was full blind, so was Mister, both of them just staring at each other, seeing nothing but white. And I don't know how Unbroken makes that a 2k in the midst of the madness, 3 in the round. There's no way he should have recovered that, but even though Breezer picks the second AWP of Head Trick, Unbroken as the anchor is Unbroken. He is the reason that round is still intact for Na'Vi. And now, with all 5 players coming alive, with Head Trick's second AWP in play, maybe it will be rebought, maybe it won't, Na'Vi are beginning to believe in the 2-0.
Yeah, I think where Na'Vi actually excel in B plays is they're very, very good at taking that space. Something that we see out of Head Trick a lot is like, he'll just dive straight out the window and run to the back of sight, not even worrying about the close truck player a lot of the time, because the flashes were just so punishing in that round. Astralis kind of get bogged down in the apartments, right? And when you're not taking the space, it feels all too easy for CTs to rotate in and hold down the site. So good utility to really screw that B play from Na'Vi Jr.
An attempt at a quick mid-take for Astralis, a scout, some Deeg armors. Now, again, you'd be foolish to count them out in this round. The amount of Deeg wins Astralis have had in this series have been unbelievable. So Na'Vi need to keep their wits about them. Through the smoke goes Altex. He is spotted, though, getting into ladder. Head Trick makes that call, and it's not gone well for him. With the top con smoke, they can grab the gun for free. They don't want to make their step into B, not yet. That bomb is still loose at spawn. Astralis don't have apartments control. They have a lurker at ramp in Fessa. He's trying to cause problems now by throwing in utility while they boost.
Bomb's still T-spawn with no obvious player to look at and be like, he's the guy who's going to go get it. So Mister will eventually just make that run from all the way in bottom mid. Go back and retrieve the bomb. Given vibes that this is wanting to end towards A with that guy still lurking down at ramp in Fessa. Also got the window control. They're hoping that Na'Vi give them a kill, right? Give them an invitation to one of these bomb sites. No one peeking other than Unbroken over on Cat, and that's the one position that is given a little more room. Altex will take his head off with the Deagle. Is that the invitation to go B?
They're going to probe it. I love this call. Altec just runs in. He's going to see what he can get away with. If he gets a frag, they can double back. If he dies, they just go into A. 20 seconds, though, and he just cleared out B, but he hasn't actually gotten rid of the player. Meanwhile, the A pop comes in. Only the AWP here. Latic trying to stop the plant, and he's done it. It's Nipple instead from short. Sorry, the X-ray went off. I thought he got the kill. The timing is crazy. Now Astralis, they get to back up. They get to play that bomb with a scout at ramp. Hits another shot. Got to watch out for the Molotov, and Na'Vi need to move in.
Yeah, they're not out of this yet, right? They can still recover it. They can still win this. Nipple might be low. It's all set up for Vigo to try and win the round. They've smoked the bomb. They tap it. This is going to bait peaks, but he's not firing off yet. Oh, no. Now making his presence known. Light it off the angle. Someone needs to get on the bomb. Eventually, they've got him pinned in. The Deagle. One shot left, and there it is. Astralis Talent are on to 15 with nothing more than Deags by their side.
He even ran to the bomb. Too busy, fist bumping perhaps. Who even cares? Astralis Talent, they win all the rounds they are not supposed to. Na'Vi took so long to get on that defuse, man. They couldn't pick who was covering, who was fighting. Too many targets. But not for Vigo. This was so weird as well. When Altec got through B, like, he got trigger disciplined so hard by, I think it was Nipple, who just wouldn't take the shot. Let him run around the bomb site until he finally took the kill. And yeah, the retake looked perfect for Na'Vi, but they couldn't work out where their last man was. Even though they full blinded him, Na'Vi just a couple more seconds to get on that bomb. That was quicker, that would have been theirs. Nothing else to say about it. My goodness, Astralis, how do they keep on doing it? 15 rounds, Vertigo is the third map. Remember, Astralis don't have a map in their pocket. Na'Vi do. They won Astralis' pick of Overpass. The script getting flipped here now on Mirage. But it's not over yet. This is a 12-3 half. With a pistol.
Oh, fast through middle. Little boost up into ladder for head trick. He does like this maneuver. Oh, Nipple. It's always a decision, you know. Do you want to go through? Try to hold in between the smokes. He'll decide against it, and with good reason. Flash to get unbroken off of Cat. Having to now retake this angle a little later. He does have head trick, so Unbroken doesn't need to swing wide here. If he can entice them to go for this fight, maybe that would have baited them in, but there's Fessa, double opener. Aware, so aware, and a missed shot out of Latic. Now he's sweating. The big boss is coming your way. Finally, he is able to deal with him, but still a 2-for-1. You'll take that. You've spotted the AWP, and now the A play coming in. Fen2k, he had a nice hold last time. He was getting pressured from Con, from ramp, everywhere. And he was able to buy time. You'd love to have that happen again. Molly
no smoke.
Starts to burn him out. Someone else lobs the smoke onto it. Nipples just saved his life. Oh, only momentarily. Nade from Ultex, and this is falling apart at the seams. Latic and Nipple back with a chance to retake. They couldn't do it in the 2v1. How's the 2v4 sound? Nipple lines them up. It's only Latic left. He's lost his teammate. The bomb's out in the open, planted for ramp, and with the Palace player swinging, it's a done deal. 16-10. Astralis locking a third of Vertigo.
There's no way they're getting away with that again, Harry. I mean, nice try on the comeback for Na'Vi. That was 12-3, keep in mind, right? Astralis really had to work for that. But if there's one consistency for some reason that we can rely on for Astralis today, it's these Deag rounds, these Deag armor rounds, CT side, T side, they got it. And they keep pushing them over the edge, right? When Na'Vi should have made that comeback happen, Astralis locked them out and take us to an old, familiar, faithful map of Vertigo. I don't know what to expect, but I think Astralis are pretty high.
It's poetic, isn't it, that this is where it goes to end. So yeah, we'll throw this one over to a break. We'll get ready for that third map of Vertigo.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go.
Very much. They play, you win.
Astralis Town win a map here against NAVI Junior with a score of 16-10 on Mirage, a map that we have not seen them on. Like, they kept on permabanning it right now, and I'm afraid like it's not only about them playing good. I just also feel like it's like NAVI just maybe underperforming.
There's two sides to it, right? I think starting off, Astralis got off to a really good start on their CT side, and they pulled together a very strong CT side defense. We can definitely talk about how NAVI bottled it and how NAVI Junior probably played the worst game they played throughout the entire season. That was at some points embarrassing, honestly, to witness. But it came from Astralis putting on and applying a lot of pressure in the first half. Playing a good CT side, winning a lot of the initial duels and shutting down for NAVI Junior. I think, you know, from a team that, from what we know at least, haven't practiced much Mirage and haven't played Mirage at all as a lineup yet, you know, that was a pretty good performance. For NAVI, of course, their T-side, that was simply not good enough. They didn't find the openings. It felt disjointed. It felt like it almost felt like NAVI also went into this game with a mindset that, okay, we did the hard part on the overpass, now we just gotta cruise our way through this Mirage game, and reality just hit them straight.
I would say that I think that Astralis probably knew that some of these plays from Na'Vi were coming on their T side. If they let Mirage go through in the veto, I have to assume, I just have to, that Astralis did some homework, and I think that actually came to fruition in the form of just Vigo doing well, Fester doing well. I think some of them were pretty prepared, because one play that Na'Vi Junior really like is the cat split. They like running that one a lot. It's one of their favorite T-side round plays, and I don't think they ever really succeeded with that one. So Astralis somehow had a read on what Na'Vi were doing, whether it was prep work or maybe it just was so happenstance by the players that were in the positions that were there to combat that sort of play. But either way, I'm a little bit impressed with the fact that Astralis Talent were able to win this one. Actually, I'm quite impressed, because I thought that they probably wouldn't know that what they were doing on this map, but they surprised me. So good for Astralis Talent, and I want to give credit to Fester, because he's a guy that we've been hyping up a lot this season. Haven't really seen him always deliver, but this was a map where he found those entries, he found those openings. And actually, back when Harry and I played a couple pugs with Fester a couple of months ago, it was Mirage where he was taking over in certain games. This is a map where his individual ability can shine, and he had over 102 ADR here.
I also just want to be honest and straight with you, because Astralis, they ended up, you know, winning the first half 12-3, and that was enough of a cushion to fall back on, because it didn't look like to me Astralis knew how to approach that T-side on Mirage, to be completely honest. They won the pistol with a Fester clutch that was out of this world. That should never have happened. I don't know what NAVI Junior were doing in that situation. They allowed Fester to hit 2 fantastic shots with the P250. I believe it was a 1v3. That should never have happened. Then did 3 rounds they lost. Outside of that was all 3 Deagle rounds. There was 4 Deagles in one of them. There was a full eco in one of them. And then there was like a force buy from Astralis that wasn't that strong. Outside of that, Astralis didn't win a proper buy against Byron on their T side. And that was just NAVI Junior constantly making mistakes. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why they all of a sudden look so shaky on Mirage, but that was a poor performance. So credit where credit is due in terms of Fester, in terms of Astralis, for taking advantage and fully punishing NAVI Junior for the mistakes. But if you're NAVI Junior right now, you just missed the best opportunity you had of winning this game 2-0, because you're going into Vertigo now, and it's all of a sudden a 50-50 game once again.
Yeah, you mentioned that you want the team to get like 2 double digits, but you were hoping for Astralis Talent to get the score, and not like NAVI Junior. And it's actually surprising to right now to realize the fact that like this could have ended right now. We would not go to a Vertigo, because like the first map was 14-16. Astralis was really close to maybe like to getting to an overtime and maybe winning that, or just like straight up winning. And right now we are moving to Vertigo, a map that both the teams played against each other twice. Once NAVI won, and then Astralis won. So it's like anyone's game.
I will say that the one time that Astralis were able to beat NAVI Junior, it was off of Altex. Altex was a guy that was really key in their victory, and he's usually the B player for Astralis Talent. And what he was doing so well in that game was retaking. He was retaking A anytime he needed to. He had really good pacing. I kind of feel like that was just a good day for him, or a good map. It wasn't even a good day for him because he didn't do that well the first time around. It was just that in the second map that they played, he did very well on those retake. So I don't know if Astralis can really rely on him to come up once again, but it does seem like there's a couple guys today that have lit up the server. I mean, Fesser, Vigo, and Breezers do seem like the big three right now for Astralis for me. And if they're able to just inflict the normal amount of damage that they're supposed to do, I don't know if Navi right now, this is weird, I don't know if they have the firepower necessary in order to combat that. Headtrick is obviously going to perform well. He's done well on nearly every single map at the entire season so far, but Latic has been a little bit less consistent, and I don't know. I don't always know who the third guy is for Navi Jr. because I don't know if I can't really rely on Unbroken. I can't really rely on Fen2k. He's the in-game leader, and then that just there's just not too many options beyond that. So I think what is nice about Astralis' talent right now going into this is that I think I understand who their win conditions are in terms of personnel. But for Navi Jr., there's only 2 guys in the server I can rely on, and I can only rely on one of them super consistently, and that's Headtrick.
I think the biggest win condition for me and the biggest question mark for me coming into Vertigo is going to be Breezer. I think he's been the driving force behind the Astralis talent that have looked much better yesterday and much better today. His CT sides, his way of moving around with the AWP and constantly finding a new position is actually very well played by Breezer. He's missing quite a lot of shots, but he's also taking a lot of the safe shots where he takes a shot and then can fall back into a new position, take a shot, fall back into a new position. The problem is you cannot do that on Vertigo. You're not freed up in the same way. Vertigo is very compact. It's a map that I criticize a lot for being, very simplified in the sense that if you have 2 smokes and 1 flash and a Molotov, you can make the perfect execute, right? It can't get any better than that. And for an AWP player to play on a map like that where you don't have the freedom to move around and take a shot, fall back, take a shot, fall back, that's going to hurt Breezer and that's going to hurt Astralis' talent because he's been the driving force behind a lot of the good CT sides we've seen so far from Astralis because he's constantly being annoying, constantly taking, up front positions, falling back, taking a new shot, falling back, taking a new shot. You can't do that on Vertigo. So right now I think that's one of the areas where Astralis' talent will lack a little bit of Breezer impact, unfortunately.
Yeah, Astralis talent played so many Vertigos during the season. In the beginning, it was pretty exciting. There's somewhere in the middle, we're like, okay, guys, show us something else. But I think right now we will see a map that will be really exciting because there's some kind of history between those 2 teams on this map, and we know it should be a really, really close one. I think it's kind of really important to know who will win the knife round because anything can happen. If Latic starts on the CT side, maybe everything will be fine, but if he starts on the T side, it might be a bit rough.
Once again, the momentum is an important factor, and I mean this is shaping up to be an exciting game. If we look at the odds right there, Perry Match has Navi as the 1.8 favorites. I mean, that's literally a coin flip. That's just a coin flip to me. There's no real favorite in that kind of thing, and so this is a really tough game to predict because I mean, yeah, Heku. I mean, something like a knife round could do some work here. I think. To Vertigo's credit, though, it can be a little bit more balanced than say a Nuke or what Train used to be. So I don't think it matters as much on this one. I really just think it's kind of it's gonna be down to the wire, and these teams both have had a lot of trouble playing on bomb sites cleanly. I think that's something that sometimes rounds that shouldn't be won or shouldn't be lost are because someone makes a little error, like an overpeak. Like Latic will sometimes he can win you a round by overpeaking, but sometimes he'll throw away one too. So those kind of things, I don't, with these 2 teams, I don't know who makes less mistakes in those kinds of situations anymore. I thought it was going to be Navi Jr. that was a little cleaner. Last game, it was actually definitely Astralis. Astralis were way cleaner. Fesser in particular, I mean, the way he's able to play around boxes and stuff, just getting handed kills by the Navi players as they're charging at him sometimes. So I'm really stumped for who I think is going to win this one because, like you said, I mean, Astralis talent have all the experience on this map right now.
I'm going to up the stakes a little bit when I look at this matchup, saying that none of these 2 teams, the way they're playing right now, will get anywhere near close beating Young Ninjas. And it doesn't matter in reality whether or not you finish 7th or 8th or 5th to 6th, unless you qualify for the LAN final. So I want to see here in Vertigo, one of the teams actually showing me and showing themselves, I guess, that they have the quality in order to go up against Young Ninjas and make that game competitive. Because that's where they're heading if they're winning. The way they're playing right now, sure, it's a close matchup, and probably the nerves are playing into as a factor as well, especially for Astralis talent who had a bootcamp for the first time as well. So I'll excuse him in that regard, but I need to see more from either of these teams in order to actually think and believe that there's any slightly of chance of them qualifying for the LAN finals against Young Ninjas. So whoever wins Vertigo, I don't mind, it can be both teams, and I agree with you, it's close to a 50-50 as anything gets, but I want to see one of the teams showcasing me and showcasing themselves that they can play Counter-Strike at a level that is actually worthy of going up against Young Ninjas, because that has not been the case on map 1 1 or map 2 for that matter. So that's the stake I'm putting up right now.
Yeah, but I feel like that Astralis Sound right now are in a really good mindset because they're boot camping, they're finally winning against teams that no one would expect them to win. While Young Ninjas, even though they are mechanically way better, they've been playing together for a really long time, we saw in interviews that they're kind of like feeling a little bit down, they maybe don't believe in themselves a little bit. So I kind of feel that's the thing that actually might sabotage.
Sure, I'm even, I don't know about you, Mario, but I'm even willing to say that the level I've seen from both Astralis Talent and NAVI Junior the first 2 maps, even Young Ninjas playing at 60% or 70% would probably still beat these guys 2-0. I need to see more. I need to see a clear, clean performance where it can be a close game where it goes back and forth, but the rounds need to be won on the premise of a team playing well and not on the premise of another team playing bad, and that's what I want to see in Vertigo.
I would love to see that too. I would like to see a little bit more diversity in terms of strategy. I think NAVI Junior, last time we watched them play this, it was pretty much just a slew of rounds towards the A ramp. There wasn't too much unique play. There's been a couple teams at this event that have actually used mid very well and had a variety of kind of ways to integrate that into their playbook, but I don't think these 2 teams were those ones. So I would like to see that they brought something new out for this game because I was surprised by what Astralis were able to do on Mirage. I didn't expect them to have that CT level. So if they're able to show that they up their game after that 1 in 5 group stage on Vertigo, then I'll be satisfied with their win. For Navi, on the other hand, I just need to see somebody else that can step up that isn't named Headtrick, that isn't named Laddick. Show me that there's a 3rd star on this team because right now I don't know who it is. And the Academy League is all about finding these young talents. I only know of 2 talents right now on Navi Junior.
Who do you think is going to take Vertigo?
Jeez. Okay, flips a mental coin. I'm going whoever this team is. Navi Junior. I'm going Navi Junior. I just pointed at one randomly. I'm putting it Navi Junior. That's the one I'm going for. Navi Junior are going to win this one.
That was fun then. I think Astralis Talent will beat Navi Junior. I have not been impressed with what I've seen from Navi Junior at all. They rather die too much on Headtrick. Laddick, yeah, once in a while he's playing a good game of Counter-Strike, but I actually think Astralis is the better team, whereas the individuals definitely are the better ones on Navi Junior. So I'm going to go with Astralis Talent in a nail-biter 16-14.
16-14. Well, we did see Navi Junior play a lot of Vertigo. The same thing goes for Astralis. So let's just move on to this map with Hugo and Harry.
Oh, yes. Vertigo to close. It's almost poetic, isn't it, Hugo? We've seen so much of this out of Astralis Talent. And I'm gonna one-up Pimp's one-option on the desk, right? I'm going to say, I think Astralis Talent win this, and I think they beat Young Ninjas tomorrow. I'm just going to call it now. I'm going to call it right now.
They're laughing over there, Harry. And I might join them. I completely disagree. Like, I completely disagree with that.
Yeah.
I think Astralis win this map. Absolutely. I think they also lose tomorrow. I don't think anyone's getting through Young Ninjas. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Because we've got Vertigo first, and it's you said poetic, and I think that's the right word. Because when we had these guys face in the group, they played Vertigo twice. They won one. They had 2 28, 29 round game.
Here's my working theory.
All right. It's a working theory.
It is a working theory.
It's not correct. It's just
it's working theory. Yeah. What if, they've gone out, they've sampled the Vertigo of everyone else in their group. And now that, because dude, I think this team actually gets a lot better when they've faced an opponent on a map before, when they have some research to go off of. I think the Fnatic Rising game was a really good example of that when they faced them on Overpass. They worked out ways to break apart what Fnatic do.
Hey, Navi did the same without even watching that, without even playing that game, just by watching that game.
Yeah, but man, I don't know. I find myself getting invested in this Astralis Talent squad, mainly because I think Fess is such an exciting piece. I think you've got him as like this wild guy who can make seemingly impossible situations look like he was the favorite all along. Breezer, if he can find consistency with the AWP, he's terrifying. And then
you've got to talk about my man Viggo.
I was going to say Viggo is kind of, I look at him as someone who's always kind of with the squad, holding his own, looking good there. And so you've got 3 very exciting components in that regard. And then they have this uncanny ability to win like Deagle rounds. And, you can live and die by the Deagle. Knife round going to come in. And it's Na'Vi winning it out. But, last time we saw these teams go head-to-head, it was actually very, very weird. In the game where Astralis started CT side, they got a 9-round half, and then they went on to lose it. And they got blown out the water. They found 3 T-side rounds. Then, when they replayed and they started T, they got 9 T-side rounds. Cool. And actually completely flipped the script in that game, went on to win it. So, yeah, there's history between these squads here.
So what you're saying is, who the hell knows what's about to happen? I certainly don't. I am leaning in favor of Astralis, though, right? Especially with some of these slower starters over on NAVI Junior. If that happens again, I don't think they're going to have the room to breathe in this matchup. But it's very up in the air, Harry. This has been a banging series. These have been a banging couple of days for Astralis talent. And NAVI, you know, a little less warm, perhaps, considering they didn't have to play that first round of Gauntlet. See if that comes back to bite them. Leaning B. Leaning B indeed. 3 for NAVI. And Astralis, well, it is vertigo T-side. You're going to run up ramp. There's nothing wrong with that. Bit of delayed peak, but Fen2k gets the spot. He's going to come that one along. Out they go. Smoke is late, but luckily Navi are here playing retake with double nades.
Yeah, the double nades is huge if they go in time, and they don't. The bomb's already down. And so the whole idea behind this round just disintegrated before our very eyes. They're going to try and take CT, and well, it gets a little messy here, doesn't it? Oh, just bailed out by Latic, nipple. And now the retake is on. In they go. Still in the sight is Vigo. Fessa on short is given a second chance. And wow, king of second chances. He's going to light it up with 2 in the round.
Yeah, I think Navi were expecting more warning on that A play, like running up top ramp, setting up a double smoke, maybe faking it once and going back into something that, you know, the double dip on the plant is something many teams do. Maybe you don't do it on pistol because who buys double nades? Navi do. And despite losing that pistol, they are favored on the parry match odds. If you want your win bonus, 100% for your first deposit bonus, rather, you can go over and click the banner below, 18 plus only. Astralis, though, again, as I mentioned this earlier, I'll bring this up one more time, they went 0 for 6 on pistols and still won the series against fnatic. Right now, they're doing a lot better, 4 out of 5. Just dropped to 1 on Mirage, or Overpass, rather.
Look, man, I know y'all don't buy into it, but I have an uncanny feeling that say Astralis do win this. Vertigo will be our decider tomorrow. And I have a feeling this is all by design.
Yeah,
maybe
right,
maybe I'm giving them too much credit.
Yeah,
but,
I don't think this is a mega brain.
Well,
unless it
I
was
think
a
it is mega brain. I think it is. You know, just imagine you bought Trace in, right? He's just been sat there this whole week going over countless Vertigo demos.
Well, I don't know. I'm not co-signing on this theory.
No?
No.
Because would you not agree that, like, Astralis, I feel like they've been playing... No?
No, I just, whatever you're about to say, I already disagree.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's see how they fare. And let's give Navi the due consideration. They're here anyway. Young Ninjas waiting in the wings to see who they will be flacing tomorrow.
Flace.
Yeah. Right now, Navi, they're trying to fleece Astralis. They're trying to come out with pistols and do something despicable. It's Altex trying to clear the smoke. Oh, yeah, he goes back for it. Won't be convinced off the first spam. Careful, don't shoot your teammates. Meanwhile, Breeze is shooting his teammates. It is a B play. And with a teammate dead, it's a little problematic, but luckily the bomb's going to make it in. Navi doesn't die. The realization's dropping a little too late, but Navi can arm themselves. However, with no kit and too far away, they might just save what they got.
Yeah, damn shame, you know, you get all of those kills, but the bomb goes down on the side of the map, and time decides that one for you. They're going to try and play for some exit kills by the looks. I mean, hell, if you can remove all the guns in this round, that's a win in and of itself. 2-0 for Astralis talent. Big question now. Do Na'Vi force? Because you've done damage. You've got an AK, got a Galil. I'm going to lean with no, but you could definitely make a case for it. Ooh, I saw some money go in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw some money go in there.
You got a couple of deeks to drop. You know, it's tempting. It's always tempting. And Na'Vi, they're not going to buy, but we are going to hear them as we get into this round.
Еще. Надо его убить.
Я стану на флешку, но если что.
Аккуратно, сейчас 2-3 мид пойдем. Надо их пиздануть.
Давай. Даю рампу отдаю.
Да, 3 папа, да. Готов пикать?
Много, я не знаю флеш. Давай.
Еще мид. 2 мид, блин.
Я отойду. Один са отошел. Пойдем мид, Марк. Я на X спустился. Разменяешь меня. Молик отдал. Подожди, разрыв.
Я забрал даль.
Он справа где-то.
Б.
Рампа не вижу. Это Б будет.
Под Б, я
Под Б.
пошел в Б.
Вышли бы.
Там ганы есть с ним? Еще
Мидл
один АК должен быть.
Мидл АК.
Можем укрепиться.
Можем не дать им засейт. А,
Да
можете
не,
просто ставить, и я тут останусь. Давай. Кто меня меню?
Хорош.
Еще один
Хорош.
у меня. Там двое.
Wow, and that was a nice little round out of NAVI Junior. You know, just trying to play for money, get out of it with an AK, Galil. You'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, they lost their two guns immediately, right? The first two plays.
Immediately.
Well, yeah, they were the ones going for fights. They've got to make plays and dead straight away. But NAVI double save, and Astralis come out with a 3-0. Now, you called it 2-0 today, Harry. So you're a little late.
I'll take a 2-1, mate.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
fine with that. I mean, my team still won. You did predict Na'Vi, and then you've changed it, actually, last minute to Astralis Talent. So while we're actually ragging on people for predictions, you know, I just thought I'd throw that out. Here's a little ramp hold. It's nice, it's juicy, and at least Nipple, the juicy Nipple, been able to keep it in a 4-on-4.
What's your favorite nipple juice, Harry? Carrot?
Legally, I'm not allowed to answer. Here's Biggo!
No!
Chance at the double, and Mr. will snipe out that second man already. This should be a save call, and you really hate to have to make that like your first rifle round. You go, it's actually more dominant than any of the pistols, but this is one that you should just look to back out in, especially because, you know, you kept guns in play here from the previous round, so you actually can cobble an all-right buy together in the next if you save. And so they will just back out, but not a call you love making. Little detail here.
Yeah.
They double nade up ramp. Something that Fen2k has done time and time again on Vertigo is try to get aggro around those sandbags. So already Astralis kind of flexing this idea. We know how you like to play. We know what you like to do, and that's not going to work here.
It's all that Vertigo experience, Harry. It's coming in clutch.
Look, mate, I'm selling the tickets. Okay, you wanna take the ride, buddy?
I haven't bought them yet, but I'm liking what I'm seeing out of this T side. That's to say for sure. Especially when, you know, Maui brought up those questions of Navi's T half on this map, a lot of asymmetric rounds. We saw what Flanks did on Overpass, man, in favor of Astralis, even though they lost the map. It was really all that kept them in that CT side. But Na'Vi need a round, right? They keep saving, they keep getting away with guns. That's fine. It's not like they should be retaking these rounds, but at the same time, they need to find some results here. Another fast day for Astralis. Not deterred. Going back to what works, and Na'Vi will fight for it. I love the jump over, but no one's up short just yet. The one way down, it's a no way. Jose, no one's getting through that. Latic deep, ramp peak. And that's going to send Astralis back. But down on stairs, a dirty double setup. Na'Vi waiting for it. And Astralis actually are not convinced by B. Not without poking their head out A, dropping a smoke, getting Fester up ladder. His lurks were monumental back on Mirage. The biggest problem, however, is when this bomb goes B. Oh, if this bomb goes B.
Yeah, they're going to try and take middle. You know, Astralis were never really a mid-centric team at all on their T side, so...
Oh, God.
It's fine. It's fine. Headtrick's going to bail them out. They're going to try and duck in over Connector, but with a player already in CT, they're not at all ready for him. Fesser's just shot in the back, and this attempt at splitting the B site falls to a bit of a snail's pace. Oh, it's awkward. Breezer does well to get the 180 turn, but now it's only Vigo left. 30 seconds. Just play for damage here if you can get any, and Latic will not let that happen.
That's more like it from Latic. You know, he had a couple of rounds on Mirage. He got Na'Vi, you know, some of the bare bones T-side rounds, but by and large was not coming in with as much as we kind of expect from Latic, kind of we've seen from Latic in some of these games. So, Yeah, big 3K to give Na'Vi their first rifle round on the CT side. Astralis. Yeah, that was always going to be screwed, especially when they spot the double B where Altix dies coming outstairs. You know, at that point, there's no way you're ready for a third man who's leaned off mid into CT. But Na'Vi, they had that ramp info, had all the room in the world. Latix now starting middle. Astralis throw that short smoke. It is seen though. Fen2k tries to find a gap. Very hard to throw that smoke consistently. There's always going to be something blooming there, some hole to exploit. And Na'Vi do their best to find it. Meanwhile, this AWP, if he gets dry face, Latic does not miss these.
I love the patience. You know, the key to mid is not going until ground is gained elsewhere. You don't want to be the first man to make a move in middle. He's going to throw the short Molotov from ladder. Now they know he's there, and that's going to keep this AWP in middle. But that might be by design here, to give some credit to Mr.
Yeah, again, no hurry. Astralis, I like the default. They back out of middle, far safer, not in ladder anymore. They work the A pick. Oh, that's a lovely spray from Headtrick, though the AK put to great use. And all this time, Astralis were hoping for Na'Vi to aggress at B, go back to the stair setup that they tried last round, and walk into Altix holding. That won't be the case. Mid locked down. Mr. walks out on his own, and Altix, while he has taken space at B, there's again 2 players waiting. That's Headtrick off of the A site, who's been seen. And Breezer goes, you know what? I ain't having it. I'm saving my gun. I love how Headtrick is floating on this side.
And man, you know, with good reason. Like he is Mr. Consistent whenever we look at him. Like if there were one person you had to pick from the roster, and I say, look, if this guy has a great game, you win $1 million. You would definitely pick Headtrick as that guy, right? He is Mr. Consistency.
Yeah.
And so I like that he's just kind of leaning into the ebbs and flows of the game. You know, the rotations, trying to read them, trying to be that point man. And looking all the better for it. This is a second round for Na'Vi Jr. and it's flawless. So really nice stuff to improve their longevity in this game. You know, endurance, stamina, it's key. It's not just about raw power.
Although it does help. Na'Vi are chock full of it. This 1-2 punch, but who is that third man, Harry? And why is he looking at me through the door? But that's a question Maui had in this game.
There's actually a short smoke you can throw from bottom B ramp. There is, yeah. I tweeted it.
No way. It's pretty sus, man.
Yeah, pretty sus indeed. That round there would have been the time to use it if ever there were one.
Well, now no one has that lineup. Keep in mind, literally no one. Not even you. Smoke down on B, but Astralis can use that to get up close if they want. These boosts always scare me because you can just get spammed. If it goes up though, you'd love a flash to pop him round the corner. Instead, the AWP is going to look to open. Oh, he's ready to swing, and he just goes for the spot. Now Breezer moves up. You don't want the AWP to die first. Instead, it will find first a kill. Vigo can't cross default, but the bomb might just make it. Well, the bomb did, but the bomb didn't. And Astralis is stuck here. Kill's got to get gifted. Breezer saw it, but couldn't take that pick.
There's a late mid lurk, but they're holding. Oh, Breezer's AWP now arrives to the fray as well. This could still get a little bit weird.
Oh, nice volley, but it's too far.
It's not deep enough. Oh, sorry, it's too deep. Opposite problem. Breezer just going to get himself over. And another chance with the AWP. Breezer.
Do it.
Not missing a shot. There's another man tucked in behind default, but Breezer falls to the AWP. Now into the hands of Fessa. Woo! And there's Latic lighting it up on the rotation.
Oh, he just snail peeks them. Latic just walks right into 2 AWPs in that round and wins both fights. Quick couple of peeks for Na'Vi, and yeah, you know, considering that was just pistols for Astralis with a saved AWP, they make it a very close round. But really, Na'Vi keep it under control. Astralis, are they in control? Are they feeling fine? Let's find out.
Jeg kan G2 på AM.
Jeg er cool her.
Jeg går bare med af, så.
Jeg bare flash en gang, bare band den op, men ja.
Midt er åben, var det. Muller den også nu.
Kan vi ikke bare liste igennem venstre side? Kom med, drenge.
Kom med, Mikkel.
Jeg ved.
Ud. Læs, kom.
Bare time ham. Bare læs på, Ja, bare læs lige på. Kom on. Sand.
Sand set up. Ja. Jeg har cool. En cool. Piker low.
Piker send også. Fuld død. Low af. Alene B, Alex.
Ja.
Jeg løber begge her.
Eller snart. NAVI, han har set mig.
Jeg hopper op. Det måske. Jeg løber B, Alex. Hvorhen?
Ved det ikke. Rytme ish eller default.
NAVI også.
NAVI, they're going to tie this game up at 4-4, and it's another very clean round to get them there. Trying to get a little worried.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can't hear myself. Crazy, ignore me. No, I'm blaming you, Harry. You did twist my knob again.
I did not twist your knob.
The knob has been significantly twisted.
I've not touched your knob.
I don't know. It was fine. It doesn't turn itself.
These kind of accusations, Hugo, I take seriously.
Yeah, I bet you do. NAVI favored on the odds, and it's only 4-4. It's early days, but Astralis money has yet again been broken. The little boost up. Look, Harry, don't look at me like that. It's turned. It's happened a couple of times. It's your electric hands. You're the static man.
The static man to the Latic man now.
Oh!
It's actually unbroken. Breaking the silence first, and now these pistols getting churned through. Ooh, nice, mister, nice! Any more where that came from? Any more in the tank, in the proverbial tank?
Yes.
Not real, of course.
Boosted.
Oh, boosting up.
Something stuck through.
Yeah, something
went
through there for a moment. Unbroken.
Open your eyes. Oh, he about to give them that
He's
unbreak
so ready.
surprise. There it is. Sticking through again. Valve, fix it. Change it. Do anything you can because it's not good enough. It still happens. I don't care what you put in your patch notes. I see it all too often. Be it backpacks, be it barrels, be it big boys. That would work. Does not work well.
I really hope, Astralis talent can start to come up with solutions, because this is spiraling, man, like spiraling madly out of control. NAVI winning all these rounds and all of them so cleanly, it's only going to cause you problems in the long run. This is a marathon, not a sprint, but it doesn't mean you can't walk, or you can walk the whole way.
You can walk a marathon. No one's going to shame you. You're still doing the marathon.
No one
laps them at a marathon, goes, walkers.
Now, who would turn down free crisps? Right, so now, top ramp peak coming in across the board. FN2K still going to stick around, And a double B hold once again. Old Tex might walk in for the first, but that's where Headtrick's there to trade.
Rage-inducing death when you think your teammate has cover, but now they just lays back. Finally starting to take the ramp. With the one-way smoke, Astralis taking their damn time to get up short side. They have plenty on the clock, but Fess is now up and Headtrick has had enough. He's seen Altex at B. It's the solo luck syndrome. You kill the same man so many times, you know what Astralis are doing. The backstab is moving in. Headtrick's going to get there before they're even up. That's why Fen2K's escaping, because he has great timing, and the bomb has been thrown back down the ramp. He can just live. They've got to run to him. He don't have to come to them. Flash peek, playing with his food. And Astralis, they go back, but they won't get him. He's going to live to tell the tale. Drop a molly if they try and escape. If they go back into 8. Knowing that there are 2 Na'Vi players here.
Yeah, it sucks. Like, you're admitting, well, we're going to walk into
what do you expect?
Yeah. Now just Mister. He's dealt with that lurk. Is he going to try to be the mad lad that runs to B? 20 seconds left. They're going to hear him every step of the way. They're also going to B. It's a race to B. And you know who's going to get there first? Fen2K. That's who's going to get there first. This is going to be a real fight for Mister. Real fight into the B site. Up he goes, baby. Flashes over the top. Get the AWP off the angle. The AK still here. Mister, it's clean. It's clean, baby. 1v1 now. Plotting and no swing from Fen2K. Oh, not till after the fact. And there he is, locking in the round, winning the 1v1, and even getting the AWP out of its little hidey hole. It's 6 on the board for NAVI Jr.
I actually like the late peek, because we always talk about this. Like, being stuck default is so uncomfortable. You can just get swung from either side. You feel like you have cover, but the only time you have cover is when you're planting, crouched, and looking at the ground. The second you're off that, you don't want to stay looking at the ground. So fnatic, he knows after the plant, that player's going to stick their head up, and that is the perfect time to fire out a volley. Nice try for Mr., right? Makes the most of it. Good shot on the first, but NAVI Jr., this is a streak of rounds, a flurry on the CT side. 6 in a row. And an AWP to boot. Latic's got it. Head trick, having a mad one as well. 13 and 5. Can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Insistent right now, dying to tell Astralis about this third map. It's not like it was just Astralis, you know, abusing this in the... I say abusing like they were winning, but playing this in the group stage. NAVI, they played it twice via Astralis, splitting the series. They played it twice via fnatic, taking both maps. NAVI were all over this one. Quick trades over at A. We had NAVI go for a late ramp peak with a flashbang, but Vigo actually gets the better of it and keeps things in the favor of Astralis. Now they group up. They know they can run their execute. 2 smokes. NAVI have mollies and nades to stop it. I'd love to see them make that call and play it this round. Shoot the smoke off. Why not? Don't give it away. But Latin doesn't want to show the AWP. Not yet.
Only a short to slow it down, and like peeking through the elevator. Good for one. Plant's going to come in. Head trick. The great fumbling. Molly still goes out, and it will push this player in the site a little wider. Head trick wants to capitalize, really needs to capitalize. It could kickstart the retake, but instead Mr. domes him right out of the server. And now it's just Latic and Unbroken left as my accent slips to something else.
Crikey.
2 versus 3. That nade. Ooh. Tickles the man at the sandbag. Smoke on the bomb, giving the illusion that they're going for the stick. There's the tap. Mr. with the swing and locks in the round with that kill there. Even looking to try and remove the AWP. It's the only option he's got. He's dead to the bomb. So he's gone.
Now, this is the thing for NAVI that I just don't get. Like, that's twice now that they've had the nades, and I think that just comes down to comms. Like, you need someone maybe even micromanaging and saying, like, guys, we've got double nades, we've got mollies. Like, you know, Head trick, he just falls off the box when he tries to throw his molly. That's unlucky. But they still had 2 HE grenades. They could have just won the round by lobbing them in as the plant comes through for Mr. By the way, Mr.'s having a great one on this T side. He's hitting a lot of key headshots in won and lost rounds. But yeah, I'd love NAVI to just back out there, give away. You're giving away the plant anyway when Astralis run their executes. Why not get the added bonus of dunking the planter? Even earlier, we saw NAVI throw a molly on B that was too deep to stop the plant. So yeah, there's some things lacking on the CT side, but still they're up.
I hope that fnatic does this every CT side. And
Latic, I'm so sorry.
Oh, now the trade should be available. fnatic's playing trigger discipline. No, checked by Fessa.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can understand. He realizes, like, 1 for 1 here. If I even take that shot, I'm going to get traded anyway. So hoping that the second man in won't check it, but him looking right at Vigo shows his barrel. His silencer sticks out to Fessor. 3 on 5, and I like the reaggression. Astralis are holding for it, but they can't stop it, not initially. Vigo comes in with the goods, packaged and delivered to NAVI. Gets the bomb, and he can go wherever he pleases. Unbroken is saving.
Yeah, so this is now a tie game at 6-6. And you know, you once had mountains of money to fall back into, but it's now reaching its kind of end for NAVI Jr. They're going to come in with another buy, no problem, but it's as we look to the future. At this point in the game, this is where Astralis Talent can really look to exert some control. If they win this next round, this one, a nice little bonus, but if they win this next round, that's where they start to take control of the economy. And with that, things can very quickly get out of hand. This AWP that's been instrumental to the success of NAVI Jr., well, there's going to be questions around that coming out in the future, but it all hinges on taking this next rifle round off of them.
For all the marbles. Really hurts to be Latic in that situation, but what can you do with the double smokes down?
Just cannot. I really just want to reiterate again.
Do it.
This round right now is the round that defines whether or not you have a good T side or a great T side.
Don't lose, is what Harry's saying. And Astralis know that as much as we do, a quick pause coming out before the fact. Making sure that this round is everything it can be. But we're getting, you know, NAVI, we're having the traditional 1-2 punch. On Astralis, we're getting more of a show from some of the other players. Obviously, Fessa and Vigo, tip of our tongue. Breeze Orp, not really needed as much on the T side, but when it has been there, it has hit well. And, you know, as I just said last round, Mr. has had some key impact on this T side. So I think you have a lot to rely on if you're Astralis here. Talking about Altex things I've mentioned before, he is the guy B-lurking, so it's not a surprise that, you know, Na'Vi know what he's doing as well. When they kill him, they flank. And they're not pushing before they find him, so just kind of the harder role, the more boring role. And it's always going to be under more scrutiny, as unless you're double entering into B on your own, you're looking a bit lost and lonesome. But everyone else having their moments. Latic deep-orping, Breeze is there. That is everything for Astralis Talent. A pick up early. Na'Vi try and dunk in nades, but good damage, gotta say. Vigo gets beat up. Might even take the AWP off of Breezer, but no pressure. You're not in a hurry. The pressure's on Na'Vi to make a move to win a fight back, and they're just desperately dying for a ramp fight that they are not getting given. They're even using flashes to clear this, and Astralis are just ticking down the clock, waiting out more smokes. They throw in the NAVI one, and now they can climb up short. It's so methodical.
I would love it if they do commit to this B grouping. Yeah, they throw Fessa at the problem over towards A, and now the info is about to get gained that it's not ramp, and the time, this window to get into the B site and only have Unbroken to worry about is quickly extinguishing. The rotations are now coming around. Will they get here on time? Unbroken, back at the site. They don't know about him yet. They've seen him. He still goes 1-for-1. That's fine for Unbroken. Head Trick moving in. Top of the server right now. And ready to go in the retake. There's even this flank from Fen2k that could be massive in the long run. No one's looking at ramp right now, so the time is nigh for Fen2k to get value out of this. Striking from ramp, he's in with the double. And that's a NAVI Junior round, an important moment if they wanted to keep this CT side afloat. You know, if it meant that this is where Astralis could have found a phenomenal T side, it stands to reason that it's a very important round for Na'Vi as well, and they win it with 3 alive.
I just saw the name tag on Fen2k's. Maybe won't read that one out, but yeah, interesting name tag. 7-6. And Na'Vi. A very scary round. Given that was a double pick up ramp, right? They go right back into the B-bomb site. It's the big flank from Fen2k. It's that push down ramp. It's something he's known for a lot on the CT half. So Headtrick's flank coming with massive impact when he got behind the A play. Now Fen2k does the same on B. When Na'Vi have the info, it's vertigo at the end of the day when you know what's going on. It's such a sigh of relief because those Ts can just creep around under the map. Creeping and crawling are Astralis Talent down on this B stairwell. Unbroken getting bullied with utility. Got a smoke behind him, making sure he still has room to move, and he gets spotted by 2, so decides to give it up. Don't want to die first. Good molly. Latic hits the shot. Of course he does. Fessor not lasting long bottom A. That smoke just means you don't want to really peek on that side of the box, although it hasn't gone great. It's gone mostly through the wall. It's still going to make Astralis hesitate with their ramp retake. Mid-fight 1, and it's been a while since we've said that. Mr. comes in with a kill to nipple, and that's forced the AWP out of A.
Yeah, you hear them rotating back here if you're on ramp. You know, I really hope we see an immediate reaction here for Astralis talent. They've got a free path up towards ramp to take all this control away. Even the paranoia that a player could be mid is enough to draw the attention of NAVI Jr. in. And it's also going to have the double-ended benefit of slowing down these rotations. You're always cognizant that someone could be lurking. And so hopefully Mr. doesn't make first contact on this A play. The longer he goes unknown and unaccounted for, the more valuable it becomes. Here's the push. They get a player to sandbags. That is a nice shot from Breezer, and he's going to take it one step further than that. Plant over here at the A site, and that's a save call for NAVI Jr. They don't know numbers on A. They don't know how many are there. They're paranoid about mid. You've got to hold on to these guns.
Oh my goodness. Breezer with the clutch kills in this T side, man. If it's not A ramp picks, it's A site picks. He's had those B shutdowns as well and post plants. It's been all over the board when you give him the gun.
I think it's important to mention, you know, Fessa having a really rough time. Now, it's not uncommon to see this guy struggling over towards ramp, T side, right? I think the big thing for him, I don't ever think you were ever going to get crazy numbers in this first half. It's about getting him reactivated come that CT side, right? Right now, the rest of the boys are able to bear this pressure, you know, keeping it competitive, keeping it close in his absence. But come CT side, if these are the numbers we're getting out of him, it's not going to be enough. So we do need that turnaround eventually. For now, it's forgivable and understandable even.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of his weaker maps, at least from what we see. I think, you know, even on CT side, there have been games where he has seriously struggled. I'm excited to see Na'Vi, who are a very prolific A-ramp attack team, how they deal with him and whether he's going to be able to get away with the same amount of, you know, deep ramp fights that Na'Vi have tapered off with some of them on the CT side, but they have in many mid rounds pop flash back into A-ramp or walked in contact. So, you know, they've been keen to do that. But right now, last round of the half, Molly on the sandbags. Latic needs to help out. Fen2k just left to die. Latic up close. And Vessel, this could be his round to get activated again. Start believing once more. Latic low. Vessel not in a hurry. That close smoke is a real problem. It's one that Astralis use a lot on the CT side as well. Just cuts off vision and makes Na'Vi wait before that execute comes in. Na'Vi just hiding behind them, and Astralis cool it off. They go, fine, they're the ones who are keen. We have a 5-on-3. They've got to come to us. Wait out the util, and then throw another exec in. At that point, Na'Vi only have one smoke and one flash to stop it. Only benefit is they're still 3A.
Oh man, this is ballsy. You know, if you're not ready for this sandbags player, this is the problem with this for Headtrick. He has to bear in mind as well the possibility of like a back ramp peak on the ledge. Oh, there's the sandbags player making his presence known. Never info that was obtained. It's only Unbroken left, and he's dead on the trade. Fessa coming in with 3 big kills there, right in time, moving into this second half. And yeah, that's 8-7 moving into this second half of play. And you know, throughout this series, we've seen the good, we've seen the bad, we've seen the ugly. It's like a digital Wild West, and that actually reminds me of our brand new sponsor, Western Digital. WD_black. That's their big one, mate. Love that.
New SSD. Get all you can. Hot
even reading out the underscore for you, doing all the work, mate.
Yeah, space would do, but you know, I admire it. I respect Harry. I admire it. It's got to feel really cool for someone like Trace to, you know, be behind the boys in you know, this match and in this tournament, in this league. You're watching the up and comers of a game that he has been so prolific in back, you know, years ago in 1.6, back into Go. And yeah, we all know there's so many nutty Danish 15-year-olds out there. We've all played our FACEIT games. You've seen them, you've heard them. So it's got to be cool to be at the forefront of that. You know, bringing your experience to a roster such as Astralis Talent, but right now fighting for this third gauntlet matchup. They came from the bottom, Harry, and they're trying to grind their way to the top, avoiding last place for a third season, and sitting up by 1 round in the final map against Na'Vi. Do it here, you're on to face Young Ninjas, who are no easy team, no team that's going to roll over. In my opinion, most threatening team in this gauntlet, and I think most will agree there. So let's do it. T side now for Na'Vi. What have they got in store? Double molly, triple smoke. Let's hear in.
фокус на это. Играйте хороший постплан, станьте 2-7 и ропс.
Дай вперед стануть.
Флеш?
Да, флеш, я на желтый.
Карман.
Рукав.
Кран.
Пикает.
3 рампа.
Подъем пикает. 4. Наш песик. Буст аккуратно, скорее всего.
Well, that is one way to make your entrance into the second half, and the Na'Vi comms don't exactly inspire you with hope. Why would they? They got shredded by a quad peak down ramp. Also funny how someone dead calls that the boost up was on box. Maybe it's a read, maybe he heard a jump, but the second he calls it, they drop off the boost, and then Unbroken goes to check it. It's like, not even there, mate. Well, they were. 9-7. That is one hell of a pistol for Astralis, and they just keep building in. That is 5 out of 6 pistols in the series. I'm sure Trace will be very happy, considering they went 0 for 6 against Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that was like his big takeaway from the day, right? It was like, yeah, pistol rounds need work. Well, they're showing that work right now. Triple mid for NAVI Jr. Must have got the info that one of them was here. Doesn't know the full extent of this mid take. Has called for a rotation out of Fessa. They're going to leave Mister to anchor this ramp position alone. Just play for the info there. There's his smoke throwing into elevator. NAVI like to use this, but it's actually gone a little too deep in this situation. Not blocking Fessa from the fight. And there's the closer for Altex.
Hey, we talk coaches, let's flip the script, right? I think it is maybe time for Emmy coming into, you know, after this eco coming into the first gun round to try and maybe call a pause, talk to Na'Vi, try and inspire them with some hope. We heard how deflated they were after they got wrecked in that pistol round, you know, unsurprisingly so. Maybe they could do with, you know, some words of encouragement from their experienced coach. Right now, anything Na'Vi can get, they need. As well, we have faith in some of these T-side rounds, some of these A takes that Na'Vi have shown us in the past against teams like Fnatic, even Astralis. You know, they're not going to have a lot of breathing room if things do go haywire. If they lose that first gun round, we're talking trouble for Na'Vi. Don't know how Altex gets away with that robbery, and the flash saves his life as well from the trade. Unbroken cannot do it. Double-faced. But not a single Deeg to connect. Only damage. Boost up, and this is not going to go well. Got to stand, yep, there we go. And they're holding for it, of course they are.
Yeah, now you know there's at least one more here, and with ramp clear, it's a pretty safe assumption that they were trying to pistol rush you at B, flashing themselves in for peaks. Astralis talent, this 11th is locked in. It's not that I don't have faith in the Unbroken 1v5.
Shot.
It's just they're rushing him down. He at least takes one to the grave with him. This is where it gets a little more exciting. Latic has got money to bring the AWP out right away. And we could see one for Astralis talent. Oh, no, okay, it's fine. I guess no attempt at the bonus. Look at those odds. Jeez, 1.07 to 7.5 over at Parry Match. Yikes.
Yes, and click the banner below for more info on that 100% bonus deposit. 18 or over, Harry, so stay away. Latic had to be a hit, but the flash got him off the angle. Not only that, but he's fired off the AWP. NAVI giving away the Christmas surprise. Astralis know it's in play on this A site. Got a smoke dropped over, maybe for a ramp re-smoke. Nades just in case, but NAVI are only now getting up the woodwork on the ramp.
I actually love that Fessa drops all his util over and then plays the sandbags. It's like, you're probably going to get mollied, but that smoke can still be used to save you. And you don't have to be the one to throw it. Instead, the smoke goes down the ramp.
Was that on purpose? I guess it is cover.
Yeah,
it lets,
it lets him out.
Still pretty risky. And yeah, no, it's a good idea. If he does dive, he gets double naded or whatever. It's not going to be a problem. Astralis still have those nades. Re-molly back in. Would love to push off of that, but Astralis is not in a hurry. The molly is ticking a lot. And Nipple needs to be careful. He's getting bullied. This utility is Astralis-esque. Clues in the name. Now Na'Vi, they have that ramp. It's costly, though. And Astralis are set up 4 strong, waiting for the exec.
Yeah, Fessa, how many can he get? That flash has wrecked not 1, but 2 players. Both Fessa and Vigo blind. And this is a little rough now. Mister's going to stop that bomb getting planted with 20 seconds. This might force Na'Vi to scramble, and that leads to mistakes getting made. They run into the site trying to get it planted. Flash over, gets Laddick off the angle. He's even tagged.
Don't you dare.
They spot the plant. They deal with it. Fen2k is doing all he can. Both players on cat, moving in up the short side. But Denial on the plant, spamming through the boxes, the AWP, and suddenly unbroken. There's no time left. This is a ridiculous turnaround for Astralis. They should not have won that, and they managed to get it over the line. That is so impressive after that flash annihilates the short hold.
5 on 3, they had everything. Everything except the short side smoke, and they didn't think it would let them down that much, Harry. To be fair, Astralis, not like they had grenades or anything. When we saw Na'Vi in the first half not use nades on plants, Astralis had used all their HEs, used all their mollies, down ramp, chipping away at Nipple, and it didn't matter. Mister and the AWP of Breezer denies the plant 3 separate times with their rifles. Mister's having a hell of a game. What a recovery from an awful position to be in. And Na'Vi, that was their first gun round. I would love a pause. I need a pause after this pistol. It's a quick mid to be. Mister, not the guy you want to run into. Hasn't been missing. Breezer, close shot, the bomb's dropped, and Mister and Vigo chew through 2. Headtrick trades with a dink, but you still not got that package. You may have the B site, it's by design. Astralis have given it away to play the bomb. Ooh. Oh. Careful.
Yeah, don't go taking fights that you're not able to win.
That you can't afford to lose.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Vigo.
Actually, that's right, Harry. Why don't I just never take a fight that I'm not going to win? Why don't I just look into my crystal balls and I go, am I going to win this fight? No, I'm not going to take it then. With Na'Vi.
From balls of crystal to balls of steel. Breezer, spammed out. There's the trade. And it's all kept fine and dandy. 13-7. You're running out of time to course correct here, Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, no course correct. Instead, they cause upset as Astralis, 13-7, are just a moment away from locking out this series. The T side for Na'Vi may never get going unless this gun round has tangible results. It has to be a winner. No other way around it. Otherwise, your back's up against the wall and you don't even have the money to buy. Flawless half for Astralis. 5 in a row. Headtrick's tried his damn hardest today in this series. And a commendable effort for Na'Vi, but it might not matter, not with this flank. Oh my god, that is the bomb, and he's not even going to sit on it like a mother hen on her egg. He said he wants the kills. He wants all the chicks. They've hatched 2 kills. Nipple trades. But what a way to start a round. Who cares that Mister's dead? He has done everything to set Astralis up for a round.
Yeah, mid's going to get left to Altex. Now, this potentially opens up a way for you to get into B, right? Astralis talent are fine to play retake. They don't need to fight mega hard for this B bomb site. But Altex, if he gets caught and you're left in a 3-on-3, it gets a little more scary. But because Breezer's scoped up on ramp, Astralis actually read into this, and Vigo gets there just in time to trade that kill out and keep the advantage belonging to the Danes. Nipple, he walks into the molly, and now they know he's close. They're all up on the generators, 3 players here, and now both of them dead.
Wow.
Na'Vi, they might get a bomb plant, but that's all they're getting here. It's 14 for Astralis talent. And I tell you what, the Death said, you know, they wanted a team to step up and be the better team and look good, and that's why they're winning. Not like you're just capitalizing on mistakes of the opponent the whole damn time. I think you've got to give Astralis credit and say, like, this is them just outperforming Na'Vi.
Oh, absolutely. In every sense of the word, in every round on both halves. Like, this has not been a close game, considering both the others were, you know, considerably competitive. And even when these guys faced each other twice on Vertigo in the groups, both those games were 16-13, 16-12. Astralis on the precipice of success. Let's listen in for one last time.
Værsgo til mig, Frank.
Ja, mange af, dreng. Mange af. Rigtig meget af. Lad os få noget hurtigt løb her.
Ja, jeg trækker med.
Kan jeg ikke stille mig
Eventuelt
Kærby?
bare tage den, Alex.
Jeg har faktisk tænkt net.
Jeg har B. Jeg gør også noget.
Jeg er med. Vil I retake? Hvor er de henne?
Nej, I skal bare holde gul, mand.
Okay.
Du vil gerne spille frem gul. De ligger net her. Alle laserne ligger der.
Gå ud gul.
Jeg kan, okay. Jeg lige var med, Alex er med.
Vi skal smukke gul op og sådan noget der.
Jamen, jeg er nede B, Levi.
Okay.
Flash gul der.
Gul, 2 mand!
Død, jeg måler den igen.
Lige på!
Kom lige på.
Jeg læser ryg nu.
Jeg ligger face, rolig nu.
Jeg læser
Jeg
ryg.
først lige over. Kan være sat måske.
Jeg går for sådan, ja. Alex har alt bag ham.
Jeg har helt ryg.
Jeg holder lidt midt. Jeg holder bag os. Bare chille her. Rammer fuck mig. En gul ind lige på. Kærm midtlykke, ja. Den er. Jeg har den. Så fint lige nu, gutter.
Nej, er der nogen, der har en smoke?
Jeg har en
Jamen, jeg har noget ryg.
Kan så noget nu?
Jeg piker gul her.
Ja.
Hold ud, de går tilbage.
Gul 1 og B. 1 og B. Jeg smukker ud her. Jeg smukker. Split, Victor.
Lad mig tage næste.
Jeg er med. Ja, Alex tager næste.
En til gul. Han er halv.
Ja, jeg får ham ikke. Og så på Alex. Du har timing.
Der er fuld timing her.
Og så han er mod gul. Ja. Alle nades også. 20 sek. B. Kunne den ikke være skadet lidt?
Jo.
Hvis det er ham der, jo. Fuld nades. Nade tæt måske.
Burde gå tæt på, når han er low.
Bare hop.
Var den.
Også en mål. Du kan på højre side.
Ja, det er det.
Nej. Ja, jeg vidste.
Kom ikke igen. Kom ikke.
Woo! That one gets your heart racing. That one gets the blood flowing, pumping, maybe. Bomb dropped on the flank for Altex, but this time Nipple comes out on top. I was scared there as well, because after Altex threw the nade, he dropped off Con, and that drop alone made Nipple think it was CT. Altex never going to check below. Great observing as well. Caught all of the action. And here we go, Na'Vi, finally a round one on the T side, but Harry, does it feel too late?
I mean, I don't know how he's gotten here.
They're ready for it.
No, Hedrick's been holding middle, so yeah, I mean, I guess it's been commed across that they could have hit this timing. Mister's just gonna wait.
Just living here is fine. You can late flank. You don't, you know, you've double flanked now in both of these last gun rounds. You don't want to be starting off with that. You can just delay it. You know, you haven't seen anyone yet. You know they're not even up ramp, so why rush it? If Mister can find that gap, find that timing, he can win the game right here off of it. Breezer flashed off, takes a shot. Fester's got his one ways. Head trick. It's a hard corner to clear with both sides of mid. Call it 50-50, and he's rolled the wrong die. Instead, he will do exactly that. Breezer, does he know they're all the way up ramp? Just re-smoking for Fessel. That's gnarly. Keeping him up in the same position. He swings out, and he sees everyone. It may only be a 1-for-1, but that's info that Breezer can use.
Yeah, now rotations have been called for, right? You start to jiggle around this defense, pulling, I think it's Mister away over towards A to reinforce this sight hold. So it's a 3-on-3 here for Na'Vi Jr. in at the A side. Now they've got some very punishing short flashes. Oh, Mister's gonna learn it the hard way, but this time Vigo's learned. He was playing anti-flash the whole damn time. Only Nipple left, and he's dead on the swing. That's 15 for Astralis Talent, and no money left for Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, one gun round slipped through thanks to a clutch from Nipple, but otherwise Na'Vi might have nothing to show for this T-half on Vertigo. Astralis, the mega brain, the mastermind, play Vertigo so many times and then whip it out in the BO3s. And to what a degree they've done it. 15-8, surely ready to close this map and series and head to take on Young Ninjas. There needs to be some sick veto work from the Young Ninjas tomorrow. And I'm excited to see how they make that out. Ooh, Nipple. Perfect peek onto Altex, ready for the top wood spot. Up they go. Flashes will slow them down. Some from T, some from CT, but now popping in. The nade is a bit early. It's not going to stop a plant. So many Molotovs. Astralis cannot get comfortable, and they're going to have to retake a man down. Make that 2.
Yeah, might just be a save, as awkward as that is. Fess is going to barrel in.
His own molly.
Yeah, Nipple burns to death in his own Molotov, and uh-oh, this was a 5-on-3, and now it's Astralis picking up the W, 16-8. They're going to continue fighting on. They send NAVI Jr. home. They send him packing on Vertigo, and that now means all the way from the first stage of the gauntlet, Astralis Talent beating Fnatic Rising, now taking down NAVI Jr. It's the final boss of Young Ninjas that wait in store for this squad.
I'm sure they can't wait to take them on, right? Like at this point, Astralis at the same time have impressed all of us. No one really expected them to beat their previous placings of 7th and 8th across previous seasons. But not only have they done that, coming in from last place, ready to get eliminated, everyone voting against them with Fnatic Rising, our analysts picking it, us mostly believing it because I know you called it today, but prior to that Fnatic game, we hadn't seen anything from Astralis but Vertigo, and now we're learning their map pool's actually pretty feisty. So I can't wait for tomorrow's game. But first, we have more Counter-Strike. We have Group B Gauntlet coming up next.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you ballin' fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
Well, Astralis Talent surprised us yesterday and decided to repeat the same thing again today. They won with a score of 2-1 against NAVI Jr. They took away their Vertigo in a dominant performance, 16-6. I think when it comes to NAVI, they managed to get on like 1 round in the second half. It was really tough for them. Like, what do you think about Astralis now, Maui?
And it was off of a nipple clutch, so there wasn't too much to be proud of on the NAVI Junior side. That CT side from Astralis was a huge difference maker. I did not expect them to be that dominant throughout it, but they did a really good job at disturbing just about everything that NAVI wanted to do. When NAVI was trying to plant on the bomb site, they were consistently either wall banging them, throwing out some spam, stopping bomb plants. They made things very awkward for NAVI, so I have to give Astralis Talent a little bit of credit there because they knew the points in NAVI's attack that were weak. They knew when they should strike, and they didn't just take they did take some ramp fights here and there, but they didn't just only do that. They had secondary options, actually. It actually looks like Astralis Talent found a way to improve upon an abysmal 1-5 record on Vertigo throughout the group stage. This is a great turnaround for them because not only did they win it, but they did it in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, it's starting to become a trend for Astralis that they are progressing. They're getting better. The last couple of times we've seen them play Vertigo, it's looked much, much better. I think this is a statement win coming out of Astralis Talent at a point where you can almost argue that it'll be okay if they introduce Vertigo to the map pool again. They could even potentially pick it against Young Ninjas tomorrow because they haven't had too much success playing Vertigo in this tournament either. So that's going to be an interesting talk for the pre-game tomorrow. But overall, very, very impressed with Astralis Talent. I think, as you said, Maui, they had a good CT side. They got off to a fantastic start on the T side. And as we've seen in the Academy League throughout the entire season, if you get 6, 7, even 8 rounds, on a T side, you're doing very, very well for yourself. You will end up winning the games most of the times, and that was the exact same scenario here for Astralis. So good to see them bounce back. And on the other hand, I must say, NAVI Junior right now, they must be feeling a little bit sad. They had the opportunity on MOUZ. That's where they had to win the game. That's where they had to close it 2-0. I feel they did a good job closing out Overpass, which is a couple of hours ago now, but the MOUZ performance was just so poor that I think even the NAVI Juniors player probably dragged some of that confidence into Vertigo here. It didn't look like NAVI Junior played their best brand of Counter-Strike today, and on the other hand, Astralis did, so fully fair that they end up winning and booking a spot now in the all-deciding game against Young Ninjas tomorrow.
Yeah, but when it comes to NAVI, Jordan, do you think they need to go through some changes, or they can just keep the same lineup? They just need to spend like more time playing together.
I mean, I don't want to call out too many individuals here. I'd say that some players you could build around are definitely Headtrick, and I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more of Vladik. After that, though, I mean, for Navi Jr., it kind of there's some question marks on a few of the other players in my eyes. But if we think about the Astralis talent side, I mean, some players impressed me today that I did not expect to. I mean, Mr. was just getting aggressive at middle on that CT side. He had that nice flank one of those rounds, killed 2 of the T side Navi players, and then basically this team was able to close the round out. I didn't expect that from him. I didn't expect too much from Mr. I thought he was going to be just kind of an average player in this game. I thought it was going to probably have to come down to Fesser and Breezer, and even though those 2 also did well, I was asking before this game who's going to be potentially a 3rd star for Astralis talent, and I think Mr. showed his chops here, so props to him.
I agree, and that's the beautiful thing, if I dare to use that word about Astralis talent right now, that they don't have that clear-cut 2nd star, right? There's Fesser, and then Breezer is jamming in sometime. We saw Mr. have a terrible performance yesterday in Nuke, only to step it up on Overpass and be the best player, just like he was the best player here in Vertigo. So it can come from anyone at this point within Astralis. So if they can build some more consistency around this player, we start to talk about a team that has this well-roundedness that I'm seeking in any academy team. It looks like this in the Gauntlet A bracket, and I mean, Young Ninjas is a tough opponent, and I will say my hurdle going into Vertigo was that I wanted to see one of the teams play as well to let me think that they could beat Young Ninjas tomorrow. I think Astralis did everything I asked for right here. I think the level they showcased on Vertigo right here is a level that could be good enough to beat Young Ninjas on a map like Vertigo tomorrow. So Astralis right now, they must come in with a decent amount of confidence, whereas for, as you said, Heko, Young Ninjas, they have not looked solid at all throughout this group stage. So I think that game tomorrow is much closer than I initially would have imagined it could be.
Yeah, and the first ever series in Group A was actually between Astralis talent and Young Ninjas. And so it's just like, it's interesting to see, like, it's like where we start is like the same place, like where we're gonna end, and it'll be, I'm sure, like a really exciting series. Right now we'll go on a short break, but we'll be back with a new series.
Headshot, nice! Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
Right now we are getting ready to our series for VP.Prodigy and Eternal Fire Academy, and we saw those 2 teams replay during this season. They both ended up having the same amount of map wins, but when it comes to their series that we saw between them, it was Eternal Fire that managed to win with a score of 2-0, and we were extremely surprised because we kind of thought that Eternal Fire Academy, you know, they're like the newcomer, we should not expect too much of them, but somehow they ended up winning against VP.Prodigy, and that was actually the reason why VP.Prodigy ended up being forced to play against FURIA Academy, and now they're facing against Eternal Fire.
This is a very welcome rematch for me for VP.Prodigy. They want revenge on this. They didn't expect the playstyle to come out from Eternal Fire that did, and now that they know it, I mean, Pimp did a great job just saying the first time around that Eternal Fire play this 4-1 style. They're consistently just grouped up, and I don't think VP really understood that the first time. But now after kind of going through the demos, seeing what they could expect in today's match, I think that VP.Prodigy should be the favorites in this one. They had in my eyes, a better overall tournament run. Even though they did lose 0-2 to Eternal Fire, it felt like a blip. It felt like this was an occurrence that should never have happened in my eyes, because VP.Prodigy have been solid since then. I'm not going to say they were good, but it felt like they have improved from the previous season, whereas Eternal Fire just seemed to kind of get these random, in my eyes, sometimes victories.
Yeah, I do agree. I will say, you know, I believe VP.Prodigy are the favorites as well, and a lot has to come and do with the playstyle. What I will say as well, though, is that I was not really impressed with VP.Prodigy yesterday. They lost the map to FURIA, right? They lost MOUZ, and they put themselves in a position where they could theoretically have been sent out on a last place. I know they didn't won very convincing on map 2 and 3, but they're showing weakness already. And I think Eternal Fire is one of those teams that, as you said, Maui, they play a very simplistic style of Counter-Strike, but if you are up against that and you're not really on your A game, or if you don't really have your foundation built up to where it's supposed to be, a team like VP.Prodigy could end up losing a map, and losing one map means that you also could be close to going out of the tournament. So I'm not as convinced as I would have been, you know, if you asked me a week ago before they faced the first time, but despite Eternal Fire winning 2-0, I also expect VP.Prodigy to win, but I guess and I assume it'll be in a 2-1 fashion more so than a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, something that can work against Eternal Fire Academy is maybe like their map pool, because we had an interview with Doug Verse, and he said that there are like 4 maps that they mostly practice, and when it comes to our previous format, yeah, they could instantly ban like either 2 maps or 3 maps. Right now, they can rely on their like 1 permaban, but afterwards they can get punished by VP.Prodigy.
There's definitely some holes in the map pool for Eternal Fire there. In fact, one of the maps that they don't play at all, Overpass, is one that VP.Prodigy have shown that they're willing to play. And that's a little bit of a scary prospect going into this bo3 if you're a Turkish fan. But if we also think about the flip side, I think VP.Prodigy's map pool is probably what's going to do them a big service in this. The bo1 kind of format from earlier allowed for some kind of weird vetoes to come out, some ways, some kind of breakdowns in terms of the map picks that you wouldn't really see in a normal bo3, where it's, you know, teams are going to trade their permabans and then they get their first picks. It was there was kind of more ways for Eternal Fire to hide how small their map pool was. So I actually think that today is a completely different day because of that. You don't get the 2 perma vetoes, and now Fire and the gang can prep to actually pick something that's a little bit more up their alley. And okay, Eternal Fire actually, in my eyes, this is a little bit of a switch up. I thought they were probably going to ban Ancient. Yeah, I thought they were going to ban Ancient, but they banned Overpass, which is a little bit more of a target ban in my eyes than an Ancient would have been.
And that's the question, right? Do VP.Prodigy have a map pool where they know and can punish their opponent? Because we do know for a fact, as you said, Heko, Doggy Versus told us they only play 4, perhaps 5 maps. They have two maps they haven't touched at all, and one of them could be, you know, punish pick right here. But that requires that VP.Prodigy also feel comfortable enough on those maps.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's the case. Dust 2 going out of the way, that makes sense. That's a map we know Eternal Fire wants to play. I fully expect Eternal Fire to pick Mirage. I think that would be obvious, especially considering that VP.Prodigy have played it a lot throughout the tournament, and yet to impress me completely.
Right.
They showed weakness yesterday against FURIA Academy as well, so okay, that's
Go for
interesting.
Inferno.
Picking Inferno, yeah, that's another comfort pick. We have seen Eternal Fire played a little bit in the tournament. I haven't been that impressed with it, but it's been all right. Whereas for VP.Prodigy, do you feel like that's a punish pick towards them?
They don't really play Inferno either, so I would say yeah. I would say yes. I think that VP had to basically ban Dust 2 because that's generally what they ban, and Inferno is something that maybe I think we just have it. The jury's still out on is Eternal Fire actually good at this map or not, and I actually think that for their 4-1 style, Inferno's one of those maps where actually that kind of works because teams are a little bit more afraid on the CT side to get aggressive. It's harder to flank quickly. So VP.Prodigy do go for the punish pick. That's what I kind of wanted to see, but I'm a little worried for them now because I don't know this season is their Ancient that good. I have memories just seared into my brain of Fire with the Mag 7 in cave, just doming everybody that comes into his territory. But I also think about times when they just got obliterated by players like m0NESY, and m0NESY didn't even really play Ancient, and yet he was able to just find every single possible pick that he wanted. So there's two sides to this coin for me for VP.Prodigy. They have to have improved their T side from what I remember in previous seasons if they want a chance, because I do think that their CT side will be formidable on Ancient.
Yeah, I think the Inferno pick actually makes a lot of sense because that is actually the permaban of VP.Prodigy. They have not been playing it like during season 1, season 2. So if Eternal Fire actually play this map, like why not? Like why not just go for it? I mean, we know it can like backfire because the same thing happened to Astralis and NAVI. Like, Astralis managed to win that map. But the second map will be Ancient, like a map that we saw VP play in the previous season and a map that Eternal Fire kept on banning. Then Eternal Fire decided to get rid of Nuke. So there is a possibility for us to get Vertigo.
It could be Mirage.
It could be Mirage as well. That could be the handshake.
I think it might be Mirage.
Where both teams feel comfortable. That could be the go. I think this is the perfect example. If anyone out there right now is any Academy League team or any future coaches for Academy teams, we do get Vertigo to the third and deciding map. If you want to stay strong, if you want to be strong in a scenario where it's the best of 3, you got to widen your map pool. Like we're in a scenario right now where we don't know for sure whether or not VP have even played Inferno together, whether are ready for it or prepared for it. We do know that Eternal Fire most likely haven't touched Ancient at all. That's at least what Doggy Versus hinted at. So we have to do that right
He didn't
now.
hit at it, he just said it. He just outright said it.
I was just trying to be nice there. But we do have a scenario, right, where 2 of the maps that we're about to see have a clear favorite given the other team haven't really prepared them. And if you were a team that had not like Big tried last season with a 7-map pool, but just 6 maps in the pool, where at least you can play all 6 maps. You don't have to be good at them, but you can play them, so no one can really directly punish you like that. You'll be so strong in a scenario that has a best of 3, which this tournament have. When you get to the LAN finals, it's going to be all best of 3s. The Gauntlet, you knew before signing up it was going to be best of 3s. So I'm at a point right now where I'm not really sorry for any of these teams. I don't understand how it can come to this point, but I do see Eternal Fire being the favorite on Inferno, and I do see VP.Prodigy being the favorite on Ancient.
I would agree with that. I think both of their picks are pretty heavily in their favor. The pairing match odds do show that Eternal Fire are the favorites on Inferno coming up, and I think that's just fair. I think that's exactly what we were talking about there. So I'm glad that the odds are reflecting exactly how we're speaking about this.
Yeah, I'm just checking if they actually played Inferno. Yeah, Eternal Fire, they played against MOUZ next year, and they lost, but I mean, that is a hard matchup. They actually won on Inferno, but that was against FURIA Academy, a team that already got eliminated, and, it was not easy.
I think VP and Rufire, are smart dudes. I am sure they saw this coming. I'm sure they've been preparing for Inferno. I'm sure they know every single move that Eternal Fire is doing, which circles us back to the conversation we had before. The way they play Counter-Strike is very simplified. I don't think they have a plan B. I don't think they have a plan C. So if Rufire and VP.Prodigy can find a way to stop plan A, which is this very, contact wolf pack mentality 4-1 sort of style, and force them to play a different way, then there's a chance VP.Prodigy can make this competitive. And that's where I want to see Eternal Fire improve as well, because they are now going in a scenario where their opponents have all the info they need. They can watch the demos, they can prepare for them. So do they have a plan B? Do they have a plan C? And if that's the case, how good is that plan?
Yeah, I truly cannot, and I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every strat that Eternal Fire ran in those T sides, but I truly can't remember if they had really strong mid rounds. I think it was a lot of just banana takes and kind of bracket takes into site hits. I think that if Rufire did his homework, I think that's kind of been a characteristic of Eternal Fire throughout this entire tournament, that they don't really have incredibly strong mid rounds. If they're doing something, they make it obvious and they're just going to keep going with it. That's why they also like Dust 2 before 2. Those are maps where it's very easy to just throw out some map control and just continue and progress with it. Inferno is actually kind of surprisingly like that, not when you hit the top tier 1 level, but it actually, as you progress to it, it's not bad to just run a B exec once you get banana control. So that actually frequently will work. So it's up to VP.Prodigy to take advantage of either fast rotates or fast flanks. So they need to be careful about that the singular lurker, which Eternal Fire do use to their credit, but the fast rotates should actually give them a lot of leeway in terms of giving up map control. You don't have to actually fight banana early on, because if you give it up, they're probably just going to hit B anyway. So just rotate, have those flashes ready, send them, and your anchors are going to work wonders.
For this series, VP.Prodigy decided to get rid of Dust 2, and now Eternal Fire want to just punish the fact that VP.Prodigy left Inferno open. We have not seen VP.Prodigy play on this map in Season 1, Season 2, and now in Season 3. It will be happening for the first time. So let's see how good is Rufire on this map. Let's go to Hugo and Harry.
Ooh, a scary situation perhaps for VP.Prodigy. They've already lost this series before, at least 2 separate BO1s. Now today, with all the marbles on the line, we've seen that pressure make and break teams here in the gauntlet stage of the WePlay Academy League. Harry, I want to ask off the bat, who's winning this series?
I'm gonna say VP, and I think 2-1. I think it goes the distance. But I will admit that kind of hinges on an unknown entity, right? And that's that, like, assuming because VP haven't ever played Inferno, they're not going to be good. You know, that's like the assumption I'm making there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a crazy assumption to make.
Can be dangerous.
But you know, this is a team that do like to do their homework. Guys like Rufire like to do his research. You know, that's what he dedicates a lot of his time to, and so. You know, it is an unknown factor. There is a world where this could even be like a 2-0 if they surprise us with a really solid-looking Inferno. The jury's just kind of still out on that one, so, you know, it remains to be seen.
We're waiting for the votes to come in, but at least, hey, for Astralis, they'd never played Mirage for 3 seasons, and then they come in and they bopped NAVI on it. So anything's possible, but yeah, I agree with your logic here. That being said, it's a bit scary.
Here's like an alternative porthole into my brain, and that is that
the hatch.
Yeah, that is that. Maybe the reason why, you know, Dougie Versus comes on and goes, yeah, we don't play Ancient, is because
they play Ancient.
They play Ancient, right? Like that is a genuine possibility because it feels kind of wild to just drop your map pool live in an interview.
Yeah, they even said that about Nuke, was it? Yeah, it was them about Nuke, or they listed the maps they do play, basically. And I mean, at the same time, they still took Spirit to, you know, 16-12. They lost it, but it's not like Spirit. That was a go-to map for them either. So, I don't know. You can't trust anyone here in the Academy League. Everyone's trying to get an edge. Everyone's trying to mess with their opponent's minds and manipulate vetoes. Hell, we're still trying to work out if Astralis' master plan over the last few weeks of Vertigo was by design or a happy accident. Still remains to be seen. We'll find more from them tomorrow as they take on Young Ninjas. And the winner of this, of course, going to be going on to find their matchup in Spirit Academy. That's going to be exciting as well. Spirit Academy in their debut season here in Season 3 alongside Eternal Fire. That'd be a really cool matchup if Eternal Fire do make it. Because they were a team that, you know, for their run here, started all right, to be fair. They played Inferno against MOUZ on the opening day. They got a decent game against them. They got 9 rounds. We saw some cool T-side ideas there. We were never expecting them to win. MOUZ only dropped 1 map throughout their entire group, and that was against Spirit Academy. Henceforth, them being in that 3rd stage of Group B. And yeah, with wins over FURIA, double wins over VP, Eternal Fire have got things in their pocket. But they've got to whip them out right here, right now, when it matters most, when you don't have a backup, when you don't have another stage down the line. This is it. Win or lose. In or out. We'll have to see.
Yeah, so I mentioned how, like, the Eternal Fire guys, they've been on the same team before at points, like certain players, they've played against each other before. Dougie Versus and Wakadia have actually got a logged game on Ancient versus one another in that, like, trepidatious history that I talk about. Dougie's team won in the end, overtime, close game. He was top performer as well, I'm pretty sure. So that's, I mean, he had a 1.4 rating. I'm assuming that puts him first, right? Yeah, that's pretty damn good. But yeah, you know, I mean, either they tried to do like a big brain thing by saying it. The only reason why it's still up in the air is just because VP.Prodigy have always been a good Ancient team. Think about the Rufire Mag 7 in Cave, man. Oh, it's a classic. It's vintage. It's old school. It's new. It's fresh. It's all of the above. It's juxtaposing adverbs even. Not adverbs. Adjectives. Oh, here we go. We're into this one. VP.Prodigy on the CT side and even some dual Berettas in play.
Yep.
More than one Beretta.
Get your Nick fix now. Get your vape hits in, Cheerful. He just was on that long side, not scared of an early rush. Julie's back at B. Vomix bringing the util, but he's actually stuck down.
They've called for a full B rotation after that little peek down alt mid. Didn't see anything.
Oh, wall smoke. They're going to try and take CT Spawn, but that's where the Julies are, Harry. That's where the Julies are. It's a mess. It's a massacre. And 3-on-2. The bomb's loose in Spawn. That rotate can hold on to it, but it's not really needed. Kenshin lobbed a bunch of flashes over the tippity-toppity, but he is stuck. And VP say, get off my property.
Yeah, the moment he's sweet, like they just don't have to fight here. That's your problem, Kenshin. They don't have to come to you. They don't have to overstep. They don't have to take a peek. They're just going to wait and triple face this together. Good way to play the 3-on-1, really. Nothing to be said about it. Now, there's the swing.
No swing
going to lock it in. And that's VP finding themselves a pistol. Already I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yes, yes, and it's Eternal Fire's pick as well. So T-side start, we're going to have to see some of those executes. If they can get that banana, if VP give it away. MOUZ are fine with conceding it in that matchup. But their site holds, their retakes are pretty nasty. Eternal Fire favored on those parry match odds.
Pretty surprising considering how many unknown entities there are in play right now.
For map 1 at least. You know, we're all expecting a bo3 full 90 rounder. And that's just the first map.
Ugh, I just rubbed my eye and it sounded really gooey.
Ugh. Hopefully no one heard that.
Oh, they're going to early rotate B again. Now, this is the apartment's pop, and well, with the first man dead in roof fire, Cheerful melted as well through the long smoke. Delusion's going to try and play into the round still. But a 3-on-4 retake now. Will they clear Wakadia?
Well, he just
spotted him. He comes to them.
He tries to run, he really tries, but not trying enough. Kenshin with a double up from the M4 from the body. And now Delusion just going to run in, nothing to lose, everything to gain. He has a nade that would work in pit or sight, but instead he waits for the fight, and Kenshin will deliver him exactly what he wants. 3 kills from Kenshin, and the first round for Eternal Fire comes off of their force by their pop into A. As you said it yourself, VP made the misread. With no banana control, they rotate out early.
Let's listen in though. Let's do a bit of a vibe check with VP.Prodigy as they come in for sport in this round.
Окей.
Жень, я дропну тебе флеш, выбери ее.
Делюшку бы куда-то применить.
На гробы станешь? Я закончу.
Может, ты подкинешь его вот сюда? На балкон?
Давай, давай.
У тебя что там?
У него эмочка.
Играй с гробов, потом next. Дали молик в упоре.
Стою на флешке.
Это что за смог?
Там близко
Давай,
уже.
давай.
Дал.
20, ребят, много.
Ушли. Не пикали.
Я спрашиваю.
Близко уже машина.
Хочу ебало дать.
Давай, давай.
Пикает уже МП.
Уходите, Са.
Я пока не пикаю.
Я приму ребра.
У нас два типа.
Это Б, ребят,
Живите,
дохуя.
Нет, это один пока.
Это дохуя Б, у меня никого не было на втором мидоне.
Окей.
Хорошо, погоди, давайте.
Я с гробов сейчас
У меня
сайт
флешка
пойду.
есть, ребят, на пик банана. Прям вот пик.
Да не надо на пик, примите вместе с планта.
Хорошо.
Вам молик прилетит, Вань, жди молик тройка, не вставай.
Вот что ты зову еще на треку?
Нет, сюда давай. И ты сюда под низ станешь, понял? Кидают больше что-то.
Я на гробы, Армен, пропусти.
Помогайте, помогайте.
Все, мы вместе стоим.
Флешка ты.
Фейк,
Не,
фейк,
никто не
фейк.
вышел.
Не, сейчас вторая волна будет. У меня никого.
Окей, ждем.
У меня никого, это пиздеж, флеш.
Хорошо. Мы ожидаем, мы ожидаем. Сидим так, Армен.
Станьте пиздатого,
Женя.
закидают моликами.
После нас
готовы.
пикните просто бананы, все. Только сейчас моменталка прилетит, и нам, ну мы мертвые
Я
будем.
чуть-чуть закрылся, Ванек, от флешки. После первой флешки
30
сразу.
секунд.
Там 100 просто полетит флеш. 2, 3.
Банан.
Это фейк.
Да,
Молик.
это банан.
Это Б?
Кройся, кройся, Вань, кройся.
Давай, давай.
Выше 2. Выше 3.
Еще 51.
Бля. ДСП, тройка.
Ну, ты по мне знает инфу.
Флеш за своими эмку. Пошли бомбу.
Убил бомбу.
А,
это не бомба,
бля,
да.
это не бомба.
Можете попробовать.
Иди с КТ, иди с КТ, иди с КТ из гробов. Один банан будет или
Здесь
спина?
хп,
Или это база, или КТ, или банан.
Чекните Украину или темная. Темная точно будет.
Двойку не вижу. Я на темную ворву как черт.
Темную не видел.
Блять, двойка, фонтан.
И Крис Джей был, ты видел.
Бля.
That was actually a really good round to listen in for the pure emotion, right? From the VP reading the fake initially on B, the exec in, They had a double new box setup, and Lomic just whiffs the triple D tag. Couldn't kill that player. He had a little bit of a sad cry. It was actually very emotional. And then Rufai, oh not Rufai, but whoever had the A1S, Delusion, spamming out the planter, or so he thought.
Yeah, it was Cheerful
the smoke.
rather.
Yeah, Cheerful.
Recovering the M4 from Delusion.
They thought they killed the planter. I feel like he could have gone wider. You can't spam it from that angle easily. I would have loved to see him just go into the smoke and shoot. That's the only way you win that round, and if you kill one player, you win the round. So, Rufai, the Mag 7 is a thing of legends, a thing of glory. And that was one range shot he got off with it. Zeus will not connect up Banana. And if Eternal Fire want, they can just waltz into B for free.
And I mean, everyone loves the waltz. It's a bit of a classic. Some say the Foxtrot is better.
I'm a tango man myself.
All right, all right. Well, it's VP.Prodigy who have been tangoed in this round, isn't it?
Tango down. Rufai may be able to get an exit if he clears his corner. Set his team up with another gun. But will he really check this?
Of course he will, mate. It's Rufai with a Mag 7. I think this guy got to where he is, not checking corners like that for a free little cash injection.
Those are the corners you do check with a mag, I guess. I do love a mag. Why does he not have a skin? You'd feel like the most prolific magger in Counter-Strike right now would have a skin.
He's waiting for them to add the Rufai skin.
Yeah, okay. Oh, look, that FAMAS has Harry Ink on it.
Of course it does.
Do you have that FAMAS?
Nope.
We should get Harry Ink, man.
I'm not that vain.
Yes. Couple of guns kept, at least for VP.Prodigy. And yeah, I mean, the Mag 7 on this map, definitely viable. Nothing wrong with running it.
The apartment is his man cave.
Call him Rolf.
Exactly. Right, here's the reinvestment. Rufai even dropped the gun over. That's the kind of teammate he is. Let's bank up some early money on Resalt and Lomic. I mean, starting triple B. Clearly, in Rufai's research, he's feeling pretty dubious about B plays. And there's a lovely nade stack to find an opener there. Fola just wasted by the nades. Playing a pretty wide angle on short, and they've gotten out even though Rufai is here. Now, he should be on to something big with the Mag 7. There's another man! And he's not ready for Kenshin.
Yeah, I do like the idea of running the mag and apps, because especially on a map that you're going to be saving a lot. Like, if they're not coming apps, if they're not coming ult, not coming mid, you can just save on the B plays. But also, you can arm yourself so quickly. Like, it does get traded there, but for the most part, getting a kill on apps, get a free AK, lovely. Rufai, even he won't turn his nose up at a rifle. Result, check the corner. The colors just peeked him on that timing. Little A-wrap attack for Eternal Fire. Lomic is running his rotate right now. Cheerful needs something massive, needs a multi, or at least needs to stay alive. He can do the first, and he can do the second. How about one more for the hat trick? Kenshin running in, and Cheerful with a smile on his face puts up a second round for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, really nice work there from VP, from Cheerful down in the pit, but also that nade stack to find the opener. Nice stuff all across the board. Big old 4K, can't rely on him doing that every round, but hell, he does it in the round where it matters. I really want to see Delusion get onto this AWP ASAP. I think that's going to be pretty important. T-side, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. That much is almost the guarantee.
Well, lucky his in-game leader is farming as much money as he can to get that in play. Oh, just flashed out. Result does escape. They have the Young Ninjas nades.
No. No. It's like their own variation of. They don't go as far. They don't do the fancy crossover, but... Dude, that's cool! They scavenged some nade lineups from the ninjas!
Pretty sure ZTR came up with that, according to some tweets I saw. So, yeah, it's an original usage. first pressing. Why wait till everyone else has had their try with the olives? Obviously no one in that lower pit mid. Means Eternal Fire, shockingly, are going to be grouping for a B hit.
And dude, with how much Rufai has emphasized playing 3 at this position, he's clearly, you know, looked into it and gone, yeah, they just like ending B a lot, especially if we give them banana control. And so this feels like it's kind of by design. It feels like VP are almost lulling them into these B plays, these triple stack B plays.
Psych. You thought. You really did, but the last second run around. Oh, maybe they do go B after one pass through the smoke. Rufai, careful! 2 shots and no kill. Sometimes you get a kill at range, sometimes you can't kill them. If they're right in front of you, it's a B-Rap. Through CT Spawn and Dougie with a lovely shot. Cheerful trades, and now it's all down to this B play. Lomic is alone. He's going to lock in 1, but no more. 2 on 2. It's not the worst position to be in. They're fighting for CT. They want the frags now. That bomb only just crosses. Kenshin. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he gets it.
Wow.
Oh, the double.
That should not be delusions. That's delusional.
Yeah, that's kind of wild that he gets that. I wonder if that's a case of, you know, folks talking as the bomb's going down, because he runs the whole way up banana and wide swings into the player that's close. Like, yeah, I mean, that might have just been a case of, you know, lots of talking going on. You can't quite discern the footsteps. Regardless, big way to get delusion in the game. He's had a bit of a rough time so far. You know, kind of getting caught on some angles that you don't often see. Right, playing the short side, but playing it very open a lot of the time. It's good, I think, that he's been able to find a bit of ground there. Hopefully this is where we can see him get back into the game in a pretty meaningful way. That AWP still not out, still not in play. The money just hasn't been there, but it can come out in the future.
Double Mac, but by and large, it's pistols here for Eternal Fire. This is the perfect round for Rufai to farm. It's actually hilarious.
Dude, it's just his gun.
Yeah.
The Mag 7, Rufai's, mate.
Yeah, this has been going on since Season 1. This is nothing new. On Ancient, he was just sitting in cave every round and actually getting a lot of value out, but they're closer than he knew. Do they want to grab it? There's still pistol players in this round. You may as well. Resalts on the rotate. They're in fact leaving B. Lomic has abandoned this as well, but Eternal Fire, they got their apps pick, and they double back knowing there's a loss of information here for VP.Prodigy. I like this call, but you got to go quick again in B, and you don't have that CT smoke, so flashes are all you can rely on. Lomic now realizing it's very quiet. Oh, they will go A.
I think this is just because they don't have the smoke. Like, you don't want to go B without it. And so it's back into the triple stack. VP, I like that they've held this for so long. Lomic is still calling. Like, guys, I've seen nothing here. There's a gap in my smoke. I've not seen nor heard anything. It must be eating away at the back of your head that they could be rotating right now. But they haven't panicked, and now they hear the footsteps. They know they're going to get rewarded for their patience. Churning them up. It's delusion. Mowing them down, and he's on for the ace. Now, Cheerful can't let him have that. But it's all well and good. 4 on the board for VP, and some really, really good calling thus far to manage this CT side and keep it afloat.
That's going to get your head back in the game, right? You know, it was early days for Delusion, but yet to have an AWP, just able to maul them on A. Can buy up one now, drop over that AK to Rufai, who's been waiting for a real gun all game long. And Eternal Fire, it was only a half buy, you know, but 5 on 4, they had a chance. Let's see what they want to cook up for this rifle round now. Oh, it's Eco. I'm crazy.
En flash.
At wall.
Attım. Arkana attım ben bir tane.
CT side. Direkt counter rush oynadılar ya. Double nade geldi. Bir molly harcadı. Bir flash, 2 nade, bir molly harcadılar.
Yunus gel bir de deneyelim bile.
Deneyeceğim ben aynen. Longa
Geliyorum ben de sen. Uzağım biraz ama.
Atamadım Oli'yi.
Adam açık pikliyor be. City'ye geri kaçtı. AK'li adam da ruin'e döndü muhtemelen.
Short'a baksana Kenş.
Bakıyorum.
Ben bakıyorum short'a şu an.
Tamam.
Library altı öldü. Senden senden.
Arch ve Guardian.
A boş galiba. Hızlandırma.
Arch ve Guardian'da adam.
Site boş herhalde o.
Gel.
Bekle evden geliyor.
Alaylar pite atladı.
Ölme, ölme.
Ölme, dayan.
VP are feeling confident. The triple Arch side setup, Arch library long, and then even when they get into pit, it's the triple moto fight VP just take those engagements, V pistols, and they come out top trumps, power rating at 10 out of 10. But now, Eternal Fire coming in with a buy. It is a round later than I expected. It was a double eco. They put a bit too much in the previous. Nothing wrong with that. But now this buy has to feel results as VP are flipping those parry match odds. Those are for the second map, keep in mind. That is VP's pick of Ancient. And you can get a 100% deposit bonus if you're 18 plus or over, and you click the banner below. It's pretty easy. Just grow up, lol.
Just be older. Here we go. Rufire, Mag 7 once again in the apartments. This time he's going to hop on down. Where are you going to try and use this, Rufire? What are you doing to me? Is he going to push Boiler? That's absolutely insane. Rufire. Oh, this is why we love him. Give me more. Give me more with the Mag 7. Come on. Not the nade, Paul. Not the nade, Paul. You can't kill with that. And now it's all spiraling out of control.
Get me out.
Luckily enough, Resalt's here. And he's quick. He's clean. And he's looking good. Resalt and Rufire type beat.
When you give a Resalt an 8K, he only hits headshots on this CT side. He's so good at just, and I love that. Every kill he gets, he moves closer because they're pre-aiming deeper, and then he catches them off guard time after time. They're essentially aiming into the wall when he comes to fight them. Rufire needs to not pull a nade out and stop thinking mid's clear when he gets these kills because, you know, great round from him, but he keeps, you know, letting his guard down after a couple of frags. But by and large, the Mag 7 is having huge impact. And, you know, like the money thing, it never really matters in CSGO. It's more important to keep players alive than worry about kill bonus. But when you're getting 2-3 kills around with the Mag 7, you are seriously making cash. And when you have an AWP like Delusion, you want to be funding him as much as you can.
Dude, I just love how consistent it is. Like, because a part of you's going, he's not going to Mag 7 again in Boiler. Like, he just can't.
Yes, he is.
Woo! Woo! Any more? Woo!
Oh my god, it's
another tag.
Try it at home.
Back in. No. The molly. Oh, into the AWP. You think the mag's up close, but it's an altogether different type of shotgun you got to worry about. That AWP.
Don't know what's scary.
The line.
I just love it. It's so great.
It's so
versatile.
grimy as well. And like, it's perfect because while he finds tremendous impact with it, mate, if they pick it up, it's useless. Like, what are you going to do with a T-side Mag 7? Nothing.
Okay, Lomic, he's ready with his re-smoke. They've done a CT smoke. He's hesitating. That will, it will land fine. If the molly was still up, it would have bloomed on the wrong side. Instead, they come through the smoke. 30 seconds, the final flash is out. They wanted to use their CT smoke while they had it down, but now they're the ones who are down. Lomic lights him up, and 7 rounds here on the CT side for VP.Prodigy.
Dude,
there's no easy answer.
I love the idea that Rufire, knowing they were going to pick Inferno, he's like, the fools, they've given me 2 Mag 7 maps back to back.
He's been saving this for 3 straight seasons. Just waiting. Just waiting.
Straight in with it again as well, obviously.
Oh, yeah, I mean, when you're getting rounds like this, why would you stop?
Dude, I'm so glad, you know, because in a way, you know, like Sanji's thing was always, oh, he'll take the hit, he'll play SMG, he'll drop guns. He still played rifle when the opportunity came along. Not Rufire, nope. This guy, Mag 7 player. Oh, that's a big dink onto Resalt.
It's just so funny because, you know, I don't think this is what... Not only do VP have good reads, right? You've already credited some of their triple B stacks on these B executes, and, like, their setups have been, you know, really trade heavy, but VP, just to clarify, they've never played this map, ever, in an official. There is no way Eternal Fire knew what they were walking into, especially considering you don't see Ancient that often anyway in the Academy League. So maybe they'd even forgotten about Rufire's Mag 7 on that map. Well, this one is even more deadly, it seems. Middle and apps under control. They're spamming. Yeah, don't spam back with the mag. That's a bit much for my liking. It probably would have done significant damage.
He's going to go back to Boiler.
Yeah, why not? Just flank
Dude,
him. Oh, and the AWP changes spot.
It's so grimy.
This is amazing.
I love him. I love this guy.
Oh, they're all dead. Oh, they're all dead, Harry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Let the hate flow through you. Yes. 3 for Rufire. Oh, the turn. Dougie versus stops him in his tracks.
Oh, nice flick.
Still, though, you got 1 kill. What did you get out of it? A Mag 7? Oh, can't even use it. Here we go. Going to stick with the Deagles. It's all they've got left.
Back to B and back to Lomic with a smoke and 20 seconds. So it's 25. So yeah, Lomic's going to smoke them off, and then they're going to have to go through it. And here's a spoiler alert. I've already seen this round at home. He's going to kill them both. Oh, oh, it's not a rerun. Sorry, this is an original pressing, and Colors gets the D. That's a one-way that Lomic has thrown a couple of times. It looks like a full smoke, but it has a tiny little gap, and Lomic can see their legs as they come through, but they can see his head. I don't know how Colors lined that up. Maybe even just a pre-fire. Sick shot, though. Yeah, swap, swap, back, forth. Give Result the AWP. Maybe give him the flashes to set you into this retake, but forget flashing when you can just fight instead. Oh, they're blocking each other. This is not a pretty round. Delusion needs to not kill his teammate, and so he'll just die to Colors instead. Sick round out of Colors. And VP, I don't know what the hell just happened there.
Yeah, they kind of fumbled it, and I think they could all tell they were fumbling it, and then that only made them fumble it more. It's like...
It's a fumble off.
Exactly.
Fumbleina. Yeah.
Fumble, stilt skin.
Oh, dear. This, and to think Rufai did all this one kill for nothing. I think Lomic won't use that smoke again, if I'm going to guess. It looked like a cool one-way. I was waiting to see if that was a lineup or just a coincidental gap in previous rounds, but yeah, sadly, Colors is ready to go through. We needed something from Colors.
Dude, look at this! 4B, and Rufai is like, don't worry, I've got A. Because you are actually scared of a MAG 7. It's so wild what this guy can do to the game. Now, you're dead. Yeah, there's no way out if you were Result there. The AWP boost would have got you if the AK didn't. So, you know, the fact they actually didn't spot the boost is pretty huge. If anyone tries to jiggle this to, you know, go for a spot, see if they're taking cart, you're dead to the AWP.
Rufai's back on apps, but the question is, will this just be a standard B hit? When you have a 5-on-4, you know that VP are likely split 2-2. VP don't want to hold on to B, they want to take it back. A retake, smoke and molly, a flash, but the AWP on this boost, oh, that could have and should have been the pick. That would have been a 5-on-3. Instead, VP get a second chance at life and still hold on to a little bit of utility. Ready to stop this B rush. Cheerful's going to throw his pillar smoke to give himself a bit more room. Lomic drops a Molotov, and here come Eternal Fire. Or so they want. So they believe. They've got to wait the molly first, though.
It's going to slow them down. Double up over here at Quad as well, playing around this smoke. It's going to start to fade, though, so you've not got long left on the smoke. Cheerful, it's damaged. They're not ready for Lomic. Lines up that double, but does die, peeking for the third. MAG 7 in the retake. This is far from ideal. Only Rufai could make it work, but even then, he shouldn't. And he won't.
Yeah, it has its limitations. There were guns at top B, but he was never to get there, and Delusion just has to save his orb. This is all coming off the back of that one bungled round from VP, where Eternal Fire go back to B, and Lomic gets 1D'd, and that retake was just sloppy. Other than that, VP would be running away with this game. Eternal Fire have been handed an opportunity, and I'm glad to see them seize it. Do not let this one slip through your fingers. VP are here to play today. And I mean, when you see this Rufai MAG 7, although it's like 50% a meme and 50% incredibly dangerous, I think for that dice roll alone, that coin flip, that's going to keep you going for these B executes.
Yeah, exactly. But then that's where like the strength of this whole idea is ideally, right, you want the MAG 7 retaking. It can't do anything in a retake situation. Like, it is a terrible gun in those moments, right? It's far worse than having an AWP in a retake, and we say that's bad because, you know, of its ability to essentially like struggle to find a way in. You don't have multi-kill potential, blah, blah, blah. You know, the MAG 7 is worse on all accounts. But that's where the triple B lean is actually really intelligent. You're almost trying to force them into the triple stack. And it's like, if they do go apartments, well, I don't think they really understand quite how good the MAG 7 can be here. Maui actually said, you know, about the negative. He said, like, it's good because people underestimate what it's capable of, right? And I think the MAG 7 fits into that same category.
Sure.
Boost up. That's a really nice way to have found the opener. And this is, I think, the bigger problem right now is that you're running these triple stacks, but you're always losing this first man on the banana peaks. And so at that point, it's just the standard two-man hold. Lomic even wanted to go in take some control after that smoke. Maybe looking to do the CT boost.
No, I think he wanted the AWP. His eyes were all over it. He dropped the molly, then he dropped the smoke, but he didn't let the smoke bloom, and Collis just shoots him as it pops.
Oh, the bomb's banana.
Yeah, it's fine though. RuFire's too far away to stop this. Even if he gets into banana on the flank, Cardi's going to get it, and he's going to get out. So, can just run this BXX. Only one man here, cheerful. Mollied out. Unless he wants to beat it, and he does, but there's a player at the back of the site. Nice kill, traded inevitably. And unfortunately, with Cheerful dying there, RuFire can't even get the gun. Go through the CT smoke. It might be your only option.
Yeah, but he's just going to die, sadly.
Look at the range.
Yeah, Polar watching it.
They say, fine, he's a shotgun. I'm going to run as far away as I can.
But mate, like, you know, I think it would be all too easy to be like, well, RuFire can't even help in the retakes. I don't think he's the problem. I think if you're going to play this triple stack, and the whole idea is to lull them into the B play, maybe don't go for the banana fights, because they've been consistently winning that. And it's not like you're trying to set the AWP up to play a stack on A. The whole idea of your game plan seems to center around forcing them into those 3 players at B.
Well, earlier, the AWP was on short for and long for most of this game. It was the like you kind of said, these non-retake weapons, a shotgun mag 7 and the AWP on A with the triple B of rifles. But these last couple of rounds, like Lomik has kind of ballsed up some of these holds. The one way I can forgive him for that round, he doesn't let the smoke bloom, and that was all to get the AWP, but Eternal Fire were just trying to commit on the pick. They were not waiting for him to get comfortable. Result doubles, that's nice, but unfortunately with his team all dead, it wasn't enough, and you know, it's not his fault. It's just a domino effect for VP, and they are buying up. They are putting it all in for this round. Everyone's got their primary weapon, I guess you could say. Delusion's got a glass AWP and a quad B to start with RuFire telling them, guys, just hold the site, please. I'm doing my job. Now you do yours. That's more like it. That's a skin, but it's not his because it says error. Recognizes, it's that thumbprint recognition, Dread style. It's not your gun. But luckily it doesn't do.
Just make a Judge Dredd reference.
Yeah, damn right.
Bro, I mean, you're surprising me across the board today.
Luckily it doesn't shoot RuFire back in the face. Although maybe that's a feature. Next update. Nice nade. Yeah, see, I'm not just a, complete content lacker, Harry. Content slacker.
No, I'm impressed, bro.
I don't have it all, but I have some of it. I have enough.
Much slower this time around, and no one's facing early at Banana. Now into middle they go, and they will get Delusion off the angle. Now.
Oh, see ya, kid.
Way to get countered, RuFire. They've had enough of the Mag 7. They don't want to see it anymore, and they've figured out how to nullify it in these last couple of rounds. Delusion wants to try his hand with a shotgun of his own, but a very different one in nature, dropping into the pit. Now he's the only guy left. They're running him down up on top of the hay bales. He's a dead man. The openers come through for Eternal Fire, and that's going to be a save called immediately for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, that was them, risking the half. I say risking, they were always going to buy there. You had everything you needed, but yeah, everyone falls short. RuFire trying to make his apps play happen, and that was a perfect bait setup for Cardi, just sitting in alt mid. He's 4-13, but that kill is everything, because RuFire coming out boiler while they pop mid with an AWP on short. We've already seen what that does for VP earlier in this half. Eternal Fire avoid that danger, and they find a 7th. Splitting the half right now, one more left up, and they're favored for it. VP just don't have the money unless you're buying full mag 7s. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. T-side AWP even picked up, something that we've not really seen much.
Reliving those moments. RuFire's final moments. He's going to have to find new ways for this Mag 7 to be useful.
I think Eternal Fire, when they get this pick, they just hold W, and I think that's done them a lot of favors on both sides. Right there, Delusion, if he just re-peeked on apps, he would have had a second kill probably, but he wanted to drop pit to change position. And they saw him drop pit, so it was never a surprise. They jump over cart. That's like earlier, when Eternal Fire kill Delusion at B, for example, with the half-wall boost, and Lomik tries to smoke, Eternal Fire just run it, just hold W. Because, yeah, even when there are stacks, they've done a really good job of breaking through them. Considering this wasn't like a 7-2, this was a really strong game for VP, they've let the ball drop a little bit. Some quick rounds to try and win the half. Little B flash, but they're not committing this time. The retake utility for VP will keep Eternal Fire out. And they've been, you know, while I say they've been committing off picks, they've also been pretty slow when they need to be. They've been good at getting VP's util out of this B site. All in all, it's a very enticing half for Eternal Fire. What more do they have in store?
Oh yeah, Reset's going to need to get that smoke out. Well, they're now going in. That might change your tune here. They're going to go back towards A. You know, if they wait for that smoke to fade, they're pushing with like 10 seconds left. So this is a good decision to have made. Delusion drops one of his own on the short side. Oh, Rufire hears all the footsteps. They're coming up short. His teammate's dead. And he's only good for one.
Yeah, just that downtime of the Mag 7, right? It really, if you don't kill him in one shot, you're not going to get much more off with the spacing of Eternal Fire. Again, so good on these trades. You don't need to fight here, but Fola's feeling confident, and I don't think it's going to cost anything for Eternal Fire with a missed flash. They have to retake short side. Moto smoked. No kit either. None on the ground. No hope, no chance, and no round.
Oh, you bait the orb shot only for Dougie to do that to you.
Sheesh.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And a really good recovery from Eternal Fire. You know,
Yeah.
VP, it's clear they came into this with a game plan on the CT side. And it's them who have got pages of research to go off of for Inferno. So credit has got to go to Eternal Fire for on the fly figuring out how to beat this problem that Rufire had concocted. And they end with a very, very good half under their belts. 8-7, going on that little 5-round streak right at the very end.
Yeah, of course. One more shout out for the day, Harry, to Western Digital, our latest sponsor here at WePlay Academy League. Got that new SSD Black Edition.
Y'all need SSDs.
We got you. Hit my guy up. Let me get you his number. So thank you again, Western Digital. And of course, Parimatch, who are going to, I'm sure, show us the odds coming into the second half. Who's favored, who's not. Eternal Fire surely sitting pretty right now, at least for map 1. Because that started so strong. A 7-3 scoreline that closed up very quickly. VP were just all over the place in the first few rounds. It felt like nothing could go wrong. Look at some of these clips. And then they're going to quickly change to Eternal Fire highlights.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, I do kind of pin a lot of it on the downfall of this B-bomb site. And it all started with this round right here, losing to the Deagles, having it all go pear-shaped on the back of this one round. And from that point on, mate, it was just Eternal Fire dominating. And what's going to be a common theme in these highlights is these B players getting melted. So, yeah, you know, a bit of a shame. But all in all, great recovery for Eternal Fire. Let's listen into VP. Let's see how they're feeling.
Вань, ты банан идешь.
Банан, стой, придешь ко мне, Вань. Возьми бомбу.
Прыгал.
Аккуратно, Вань, медь, не
Прыгал
двигайся.
обратно.
Давайте, подходите к нам.
Я ухожу.
Ребят, нужно, чтобы арморы потанчили. Пожалуйста, идите первые.
Мы идем.
Я жду арморных. Блять, а
Дига
кто...
пикал. Бля, бомбу видел.
Ничего страшного. А кто-то может дать дым?
Дига пикал, опять,
на, я
опять
тебе дам,
пикает.
Армен. Дашь дым КТ и Молик тройку?
Окей.
Ты в прошлый раз не попал.
Я? Я какой просто кидал потом, ну, типа.
А отсюда кинь, не?
Да, отсюда кину.
Давай.
Я ради.
Сейчас ждем.
Я
Моменталку и над КТ, Вань.
Дай,
Кидай.
дай.
Дал моменталку. 9 КТ. Дал.
Я слив.
Бум.
На бусте не вижу.
Один Б, видимо, отдали.
Тёмка!
И двойка.
Двойка сгорел.
Темная, стреляется.
Темная. Без армора.
Темная.
Хорош, 1-2.
1-2.
Пуль нет. Давай, брат. Банасыш.
Да.
20-80.
I don't think anyone expected that to be one.
That should not have.
6 shots from Cheerful. 17 and 7, I think. Beasting right now. That was one hell of a round.
He should just not have won that.
Yeah.
That is
They're giving way
unreal.
too much room for the fake plant. They're so far away when he sticks at 10 seconds and they're still top car. Very surprising. But good for him. And VP, hey, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. And that first half was the perfect example of what I'm saying. They need to come back in, rip-roaring into this T side. He's hyped his team up at least, but there are Zeus in play.
One Zeus alone is weak, but as a pack, when they roam together.
Layers of Zeus, Harry. Honk!
You think you've dealt with him, but then there's another. And that's the sound of the electricity. It's palpable.
Palpatine, more like.
He be shooting that electricity out of his hands. Like, see you later, Mace Windu.
Mace Windies at the B site, though, for VP. They dodging death. They dodging Zeus. And they coming in like geese, flying through into the B site. Roof fire with an entry, and, well, round's done, mate. Sorry to break it to you. Run it back. Although you got guns coming up, so maybe don't.
The Zeus dream of electric sheep. Let's find out.
Nice.
No, the Zeus aren't going to find anything. Sorry, the Zeus.
The Zeus. There's his house in the house. Well, that was Philip K. Slick from VP to avoid those Zeuses. It's the guy who wrote that book.
Okay, right, yeah. Sweet. Thank you.
Well, he wasn't called Slick, but yeah. Well, just waste. All that electricity going nowhere. Wicardia knows what's up. He held his, or sorry, Fola held his. Regardless, 9-8 and VP.Prodigy. Not Pro-Dougie, Pro-Diggy instead. Dougie on the other side coming in with the guns, the goods, and no AWP. Kenshin's actually half buying this round. I respect it. Waiting for that AWP sooner rather than later.
Sad violin, full volume.
Yeah, you need that vocal coach, Harry, actually.
All right, I'm going to run you down with the vocal coach, my man.
B is free. Execute into my bomb site, please, say Eternal Fire. But are they really asking for it at this point? They have double smoke, double molly. So they can put a stop to it. VP, however, just take that top B, leave Lomic there, and double back to take mid. Keeping up appearances, man. Playing both sites at the same time. Fola looks like he's pushing B. Or maybe he has a one-way. Hopefully it's better than Lomic's. We might find out as VP double back to Banana. Getting that bomb in the process. There's got to be an early rotate after that long smoke clears. Kenshin won't even wait, although he is wrapping library side. We still have a lot of Utah on this B site, Harry. 2 smokes. Sorry, 2 mollies rather, and a smoke, and a flash. It's all here. It's all coming in, but it might be too late.
Yeah, here it goes. In they come. Dougie versus. We'll go unaccounted for. Oh. That's a lovely flick. Any more from Dougie? Yes, the Dugster. Back at the site, on for 3. Finally shut down, and we're not ready yet. We're not done. Cheerful. Also going to arrive to the occasion and rise to the occasion as he puts up a double. Still in with a chance, our VP.Prodigy. Sticking the bomb. Kenshin wants to go through. He's coming in. He's coming in. Plant stops for a moment, but Kenshin gets them both.
What? I love that play. He hears that the teammate from VP is fighting CT to just keep a bit of pressure on Colors. And Kenshin knows, I have a gap. I have a 1v1. It's what I would have loved to see Cheerful do. Something like that in that first half where he heard the bomb go down Coffin. They're in a 2-on-4, an unwinnable round. Like, the only way you win it is just run through the smoke and kill the planter. Kenshin does exactly that. We're getting Dougie with it, though. Lights out headshots with the A1S. Cheerful tried his best to keep the round intact, but no cover on the plant. And the biggest mistake yet for VP has equaled up the score. The one guy who didn't buy was the biggest threat of all.
Silent boost for Result. Second man put in there as well. There is Kenshin holding the apartments, or Bacardia rather. Only arm with the FAMAS when he does have a lot of bodies coming his way. Smokes go over, and what looks like just an immediate pop out of the apartments. Colors is hung out to dry on short, and his teammate along doesn't fare any better. Bacardia, only man left. The FAMAS can't hold on. He does everything he can. Gets 2 kills, really all you could have expected from that position there. And this is going to be a save for Eternal Fire. VP immediately back to bringing the heat. I've got to say, I do love that they keep it pretty simple. You know, they're not overcomplicating matters.
Sure.
I think that used to be, you know, Season 1 VP used to be one of their biggest downfalls, was sometimes it feels like they would try to be too big brain. Here, it's just a set piece into a apartments pop. You can do it in your matchmakings. You can do it in a pro game. They make it happen.
Sometimes simple is smart. I mean, he's the best in the world.
Yeah, simple, smart all the time.
Yeah. You get what I mean. Oh, get it. Run. Yeah, he's fine. Delusion. Almost. Oh, no, he's not fine. I lied. That hesitation. He had to go back for the AK. Laugh it off, buddy. Laugh it off. It's fine. You're getting an AWP soon enough. Or at least, you know, on the T side, maybe not. But VP.Prodigy, yeah, would have loved to keep everyone alive there. Instead, 10-9 and 2 guns saved per team. NT for Wakadia on the double hold. B just looks to be the hardest site, right? With what we just saw out of Dougie. I'm kind of excited to see VP go back there, see if Dougie can replicate some of that madness. Right there. Only one man really in the A site.
Yeah, the way I see it, you need to try and get this CT money established, right? Because I'm looking at Kenshin. This guy normally looks incredible on the AWP, and I think that can make all the difference, right? But there's a world where if you keep getting run over, that AWP might not ever even really make a proper appearance. So hopefully we get that coming through soon. Triple B early on. But they do now call Colors back. Silent boost again into the apartments. This time Fola's here, lying in wait.
Oh dear. Oh, they're going for a boost. Gotta be careful. This boost isn't any help with Cheerful up close. Especially if his teammate is holding mid like he is. The molly is perfect, but actually very little damage. 20 apiece. Tuppence on 2. VP get both mollies out of B with ease. Took 1 smoke. What a fine investment. They've been listening to Mad Money Russell. Because those are some serious gains, some serious returns. And now VP can return to B for the real execute.
Yeah, 3 smokes left, right? Still plenty to work with. You can smoke off Coffins, you can smoke off CT. That essentially knocks Kenshin out of the round. So it is going to be Dougie versus having to do the heavy lifting. But he's been no stranger to that in these B holds. Kenshin runs it with the Deagle, dead with only a bit of damage done. Dougie, 3 kills again.
Beautiful.
Another B hold where he puts up tremendous numbers. And now Eternal Fire have got a reason to believe. Lomic and Delusion left up. Lomic's even taking some ground towards Banana, ready for the second man, but doesn't win the fight. It's left to Delusion, 1v2. Can they finish what Dougie versus started? They've heard him make noise at Coffins. That's a bit of an error. He wanted to go up top, wanted to fight, and Yeah, suddenly it makes that really ugly. You gave them the sound cue.
Flash auto hit him, so, you know, not that he was going anywhere anytime soon, but the coffins. But it doesn't let him escape, even if he got that frag. And now Eternal Fire just bounce back rather. Like, that was so nice from Dougie. Kenshin even sets him up perfectly by going through that smoke. Looks a bit bonkers, but he does some damage with the Deagle. And Dougie, just the first two players are so low. Look at the spray, it's free. Let's flick back. And to think Kenshin, you know, I was expecting him to just go around coffins and come through that smoke like last time, but new round, new smoke, new push. New AWP. Kenshin's got it good. VP.Prodigy buying up full, but it's certainly not pretty.
It's the quad lean A, though.
God.
You know, after Dougie's done this at B every single time, you're going, they don't go B again, right? And you're right in that assumption. It's only Delusion left, and he's traded out. So Eternal Fire find themselves in the lead, and mate, yeah, one man is setting the precedent that B is off limits. I've never seen anything like it. He's just consistently getting triple kills on B pushes. And so at this point, you know, VP.Prodigy really do feel pressured to go A. It's the only place they found success.
A little scary right now for VP. It was like last half, you know, they were 7-3 up, felt like nothing could go wrong. Then they had that botched B hold where Lomit gets killed by his own one way, and then the retake where they're all blocking each other towards coffins, or towards ruins. And then VP just pulls the half up. Feels like the same thing has happened here. Like you said, the B plays have deterred VP. And now they have nothing left to show, just pistols. It's an optimistic hold for Result. Did tag colors on a cross, but a 11 damage Glock hit isn't too much of a worry. Now going back to B, you have an execute. That is it. Fola in a lovely spot that is not going to get cleared by Glocks. He might have a mow down if Dougie doesn't steal it, but this flash could be good.
Yeah, they don't even use the smoke. They're just running them down. Dougie versus two. Can he make it a third? Can he go 3 for 3? No. Dead before that fact. And maybe. I mean, hell, dude, that's a nice little pistol round thus far.
Are they going
A?
They're going A. I love it. This is so crazy. It might just work.
No, this is insane.
Look how patient Eternal Fire are. Look how passive. They don't see a thing. They're waiting for a long wrap. Ha ha ha.
Oh my God.
It's a 6-footer. Not a 6-incher. And
Colors is like, guys, you won't believe it. Like, they were all here. Like, I can imagine you're having to justify this. Like, no, everyone was B, I promise.
They tapped it and then left. Insane. If Rufai dies mid, it's a problem, but if he gets the fight, they have so much more room. He's going to wrap long. Oh, dear. Colors, I think he's seen him. He looks so suspicious.
Yeah. I think he's seen him.
They're ready.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's not really a fight you even need to give. Luckily enough, Cheerful is clean with the Deagle. Don't be short side now. Colors coming in. Deagle dead. And Result lost alive. Just needs to play for time. They're moving in. They're getting closer. There's the first. And lovely Result down in the pit. Will hold the line. The big brain rotate all the way back to A. Works wonders.
He's got some style. He's got some finesse. This guy with the AK is cracked, right? We see him on CT side. He does the same. He had that clip on long this game. Mirage A-ramp. I'm sure you remember that round. Lomic's running away. He's had enough. You remember that round where he was close ramp and he's just bursting quad headshots? Yeah, insane round. Out of roof fire. Like, that's just the calling that no one is ready for. Even though there were mistakes made past that point. Harry, I want to remind you, that round was Glocks. Couple of this and that's. P250, Tech, Deagle, 2 Glocks, and 4 flashes, 2 smokes, and they just pop in B, they fake the bomb, and they run back.
It's insane. Like, even on the B push originally, they didn't even smoke CT, bro. Like, everything about it's just kind of wild.
Yeah, it's so sad that Dougie only gets 2 kills there, right? Like, if he finished, he gets a lot of damage, you see there, but he doesn't finish it. And if he did, maybe that never happens.
Yeah, I mean, even then. Like, if the
Can't
round...
ask for more,
exactly, right? If the round's like, oh, Dougie didn't triple up again on the B hold, uh-oh.
Yeah. And Fola got full blind. Got to give credit to the flashbangers as well. Just made useless by utility. I just love that play. Because it's one thing to... Sometimes you see teams do that where they're like put the wall smoke in B and they'll go in and they'll tap it and then they'll run in like a 5-on-5 or a 4-on-4, and that forces everyone out of A. But it's something completely different to have the site for about 10 seconds, get your guns, fake it, and run. I mean, that's just guessing the Eternal Fire aren't even in Banana.
I mean, dude, I remember the first time I saw something like that was, I think it was from like Kick, if I remember right.
No,
you remember the team
right.
Kick?
Yeah.
I think me and you
Portuguese?
were Yeah. And yeah, they have like this smoke wall where they tap the bomb and then they would run it back the other way. Just madness. But to do that in a 3-on-3 when you've got the site is insane.
Full eco. That's the kind of call you make it a pug and everyone says shut up. No one even listens. But they believe in their captain, and if, good reason, with a round like that, reminds you why. Smoke hits Dougie as he jumps up, and it does fall into the Molotov. At least it won't burn him. But a bit of wasted utility, a bit of wasted time. And Dougie, for the first time, is fighting deep down Banana. We haven't seen much of this control for Eternal Fire, or even for VP. They never took Banana on CT. Think about that for a second, with no Banana takes. So, resting back in their Triple B setup, hoping VP with this now new granted space come waltzing in, but instead it's the mid and the boiler pop. Kenshin, they are out. He does not know. They are about to swing him close. You'd like to think he's fine, but...
Oh, they cross back to middle.
It's not a good angle for them. Would have been nice to just see a flash over the top or him to even peek close. Didn't know the AWP was there, but... Now a man down, and Kenshin gets his chance to back off.
I still think they're going to follow through with the commit. That's what it looks like. Smoking Moto is good to cut the AWP out. Oh my god, he got one through the smoke, and now Wacardia in pit. Yeah, I mean, you've gotten into the site. That much is true, but you're left in a 2-on-4. Haven't even got the bomb down yet. This AWP needed to have a bit of a round, and with Kenshin already sat on a double, it's looking good for Eternal Fire to make something from nothing. Delusion's dead here. Yeah.
I don't know what this round was, really. Oh, it's not getting better either. Dougie just jumps through the smoke, and Eternal Fire 12-11. It's a clean retake round. VP running out of steam.
Yeah, I don't love it, because if the idea was always to end A, I'm just a bit miffed why the original decision to cross back mid was ever made.
Maybe he knew the AWP was there, was trying to fight it. But
yeah, but then even then, if you knew the AWP was there, there's like even less reason to do that.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Could not tell you. Bit awkward. But Kenshin finally getting the AWP he waited so long for. He even ecoed their first gun round, which he won, and then went on to lose his AWP in the next. Oh, dirty. Yeah, at least he's finally got it back in play, and it's coming in with impact as well. Stressful scenes for VP, and no Zeus to be found in the greenery. Smell the flowers, Harry.
So fresh, so pungent, so pink. And pink is probably my favorite smell. It's another tack pause. I think it's a back-to-back to call Hugo. They've brought out another one on the side of Eternal Fire. Once more, just these pistols for VP.Prodigy. But, I mean, these have been no laughing matter so far. We're going to see if they can bring the heat again on a bit of an eco round. What wild stuff has Rufire planned in the minute he's just had to think of something.
Is that a pet? Did someone eat it? Seems very close. What's the longest you've ever had a chicken, Harry, in-game?
Oh, dude, it is a pet. It's following one of them. Who's it following? Who's got the chicken?
What?
Someone on 8.
8? I don't think it can climb up, though, if you go apps. Get stuck in the nether zone. All right, B flash. Oh, and finally a banana take. But yeah, there's no reason to wait forever. You've cleared it out. You can re-smoke bottom B. You can leave a player there. Fola might even have a multi. Flash is going to go over. He's very blind. Poor Fola eats flashbangs for breakfast, and now they have a gun and a reason to commit.
Yeah, still too strong in this site. And when one of those players is Dougie versus, I'm always believing in his multi-kill ability.
One.
Oh, they line up though. Delusion, the hero of this round. 3 kills to make it happen, and with a plant already coming in, you're saying to yourself, like, it's just pistols. We really don't want to give this up, but at the same time, you don't want to get caught going for it and falling short either. So a lot of it's just going to hinge on this first fight, especially with Kenshin donning that AWP. If you find the opening, you give it a go. But with it not coming your way, Delusion on a tear in this round here, wanting to make amends for the short swing with the AWP in the last. He comes in, nothing more than a Tech 9 to his name. And he gets 4.
Yeah, everyone gets armed as well, right? No rifles in that round, as you say, and that was insane for Delusion. Kenshin might get an exit, but don't peek. Oh, Resalt's ready. What a weird angle on top of the flower pots. And yoink, thank you very much for the orb. Delusion, here is your prize from the fairground. An unfair ground for VP. That is 2 full ecos, essentially, that VP have now won. No chicken. It didn't survive the tirade of T's. But, man, 2 rounds where I'm not even going to call them force buys, because in both of these rounds, Harry, no one had armor. These are just like Glocks, some Tech 9s, some PT-50s, couple of really nice flashes. Both of these rounds, Fola has died first, but I'm not going to sit here and say Fola's made mistakes. Like, he has just been full blinded and deleted. We've got the boost up on this long side, and Kenshin, this might do him favors. He's right above the smoke. Lovely taps, but not the third. And we know what that Deagle's like. Can be such a letdown. And so VP get an A pick. They know there's a boost, and they go, screw it. Let's go B.
Yeah, now, Dougie versus, right, I said I always believe in his ability to multi-kill. Now, I would like to redact that statement in this round. USP in a dream. USP in a dream.
And a nightmare.
Well, no, not a Pesadello in sight, mate. One plant found and a 13th looming for VP.Prodigy.
Oh, my Deagle doesn't do that.
Carlos's Deagle is a nice thing indeed, but it's gone after 1, and that there is the round. Screw it, may as well play for damage.
Yeah.
I never like it when teams go save here. You can always say, but they're $300.
The only argument is the armor for Fola. For Cardia, may as well get a kill on the way out, but nothing is being presented. That's something at least, and he's dead after 1. Delusion is feeling it now. He's had enough. After he got that B banana pick and lined them up in B, he has just been running around and clicking on heads. Maybe there's a gun to grab. But alas. Oh, so close.
Dude, so close.
Didn't hesitate.
All right, I mean, this is a pretty vulnerable part of the game now for Eternal Fire. With their backs against the wall, they're going to have an investment here. But if they don't win it, VP is soaring to stealing their map pick away and going 1-0 up in this series. So Eternal Fire pressure is really on now. That AWP is going to be in the hands of Kenshin right away. He's taking it over towards mid, but doesn't really have a spawn for it. If I had to guess, they might throw him up in the boost to go for this early pick down middle, but he will decide against that instead, taking it into the apartments.
Heavy short setup with the AWP. So he's got cover if things go wrong. He's going to drop out. Post on the boiler, but you'd like to flash this peak for Rufai. You don't want him just swinging out dry. Maybe he will pop something instead. A little smoky. Not yet, though. Retake utility at B. That goes all the way down bottom banana. Lomic is ahead of the B smoke. He knows nothing's going on. This gives his team confidence to just commit into this A site out long side. The one gap, that's a lovely flick, and the bomb dropped on Arch on its way to CT. Maybe you're going to stop here and spawn because you still have this A lurk, and it's not like you're convinced at this point. VP certainly looked convinced. Fola is deep down in spawn. He's in the tree. Doesn't swing with the flash, but oh, he pokes his head out, and that's his undoing. I don't know why he felt the need to do it, even though the flash was there. Tucking might never have been cleared. Dougie wants all 3, and they're surrounding him. no kills this time around, and the drop off of Dougie has left his team to pick up the pieces they line up. Oh, and Resource switches off, back to the pistol, plant cancelled. Oh no, it gets in last second. Quick AWP flick, won't connect, and Delusion needs them both. There's one. With Cardia up close, Molly, pick your side, and Delusion's running out of time. It might burn him, but the wallbang instead will win the round. That was a mess. Did Resource run out of ammo, or did he just expect only one?
I didn't see if he ran out of ammo, man.
Ooh.
That was, dude, that's really devastating because you had so many opportunities where you could have closed that out.
Yeah.
I think Rufire maybe got a bit ahead of himself facing in middle. He's hidden down in the tunnel, right? Like waiting for those rotates, but he peeks it so early that he doesn't even buy time. Like you can be a real nuisance if you get a player down there, but instead he offers the kill up right away. Here, like this swing, I don't think it needed to happen just yet. Like just you being there, staying alive is enough. Let alone, like you could have got 0 kills out of that, but just bought a few more seconds.
Oh, that was terrifying for Delusion. Very fast decision making, but just too much pressure, and he got shot through the box. He had 10 health. Knew he couldn't run the molly either. And like he has to peek there, because in the back of your mind, that molly's going to spread and kill you. Oh, bye-bye. Dougie, that's one. I don't, the standard we're holding him to is obviously unrealistic to do it every round, but he's still the guy to watch out for in this map right now. Top of the server. With many an impact kill on this B site, but hey, VP want nothing to do with it. They're going to avoid it. Long check with the flash, nothing there. And VP get ready to pop apps yet again.
Yeah, nothing to telegraph this. They just run straight out. And a good few of these VP rounds have come down to this. Just contact plays with nothing to telegraph the push. Kenshin now needs to stay alive at a bare minimum, but really you want to kill out of him. And so he's going to deliver that no problem. Giving over a 3-on-3. Suddenly you're reinvested in going for this retake. The key now, don't overface VP.Prodigy. That's been their problem in these post plants. The need to put the round to bed before, maybe you needed to.
Big flash.
Flash out to the short side keeps the AWP off the angle. Every peek you take is a potential way back in, but there's the call to save made. Eternal Fire. They don't get given the kills to interest them, and so they back out. A lesson in patience for VP.Prodigy there.
Yeah, I like that. I like that call to save as well. As much as that is a tempting round to retake, you lose it. You're against 14. You have no money. You have no guns, so you essentially lose the game. So, yeah, right call. Cheerful dies at the bottom. That's fine. Doesn't want to give a gun over. And 14 to 13. AWP is even saved at the end for Delusion. I just think the util there decides it for Eternal Fire, right? They see another smoke on motor. They see a molly on short. They get flashed in apps. At a certain point, you don't even know what VP have left. Do they have more? I don't want to find out.
So Rufire's called these contact plays a few times. That round where they win it with pistols over towards B and then go back A, that was actually a contact B push. They never use that smoke for CT. They do much the same there with a with an apartments pop, right? Never giving away the aim of the game with your utility ahead of time. And honestly, they've looked really good doing them.
For sure. The difference there, right? If you're throwing that maybe one way on the cart, right? You can throw that from anywhere. You can throw it from alt mid. But if you throw the one way on the cart, it just gives the CTs time. They can throw in a molly and apps. They can get ready. They can reposition. They can get ready to dodge the flash. If the first bit of utility is the flash, then how are you going to dodge the flash? You're holding the angle. And we saw Eternal Fire the pit player try to line up a Molotov for apps, but he was just full blind by that point. And yeah, just forced into a save. VP about to steal Eternal Fire's map pick away. Let's hear their master plan for one more time.
Руфа, калаш. Я скинул, не закупайся.
Я на дерево, Лех.
Иди, Лех.
Успеваешь, ты норм или звук? Нормально. Давай, я саппортом буду. Дрюк на флешку. Я молик не дал.
Я турамбуст.
Я на дереве.
Давай, я на флешке.
Давай. Че, может, понагреем?
Они ничего не кидают.
Я дам молик угол, флешку зачекаешь.
Флешка нужна?
Не. Подходи, моменталку дам. Давай. Дал. Все, Вань, все. Можешь пораспикивать, Вань?
Я могу ребра раскинуть.
Ребят, двойка, тройка, вся хуйня. Пораспикивай, Вань. Моменталку дам. Дай флеш, давай. Дал.
Хотите ребра качну, и мы пойдем?
Второй дал.
Так, здесь просто флешка отдал.
Отойди.
А?
Что за хуйня? Как будто один Б. Дай еще флеш.
Я не слышу, Жень, тебя.
Флешку от длины.
Да, сейчас, подожди.
А дашь мне еще
Ты
флеш?
помнишь, что он крижей будет? Сейчас, подожди, ты готов?
Да, респект.
Ребят, 3 давай.
И
два большие, скорее всего.
Я дал дым малые.
Парни, яма, ковры, вот это.
Два большие, скорее всего, ребят. Балконы большие.
Я дал молик большой, который не тушится. Дал шухаю туда. Дал флешку сайт по приколу. Хорошо, ты убил ковры.
Ковры ласт.
И лонг авик.
Ворвал.
Балкон.
Dear, oh dear, these comms are getting flustered for VP. They call the triple B, right? They see that AWP, but it is the instant rotate from Kenshin. Lovely round from him. He re-aggresses, he gets a pick, and then he runs it back to A, and VP just don't have a moto smoke down. They barely had time to communicate any utility there. The double molly in pit, less than ideal. The lack of the moto smoke, no flashes, no apps control. That was such a panicked rotate from VP, and you could tell from the comms alone.
Yeah, and you know, man, the heart kind of goes out to like Lomic there, who's having a bit of a rough time. He gets told to like go flash quad, recommit back in, and that puts him in the firing line of the AWP. He was about to leave up until that point, and that always feels the worst. Like when one of your teammates tells you, like, nah, actually, just stick around here, make sure, and then you die, like listening to exactly what you're told to do.
Was he told, or was he calling to give them the flash?
I don't know actually, but you know, I mean, I don't speak Rush.
Yeah, well, either way. Less than ideal situation, and that was a tag. No armor does a lot of damage. Oh, not what you want. You need Delusion to find this pick.
Yeah, I mean, Dougie Versus is also donning the AWP now.
Doubled up. Dougied up. Double AWP B? That's a risky rotate for Kenshin, and I don't think he'll commit to it.
It just means if you lose A, you're saving now.
Yeah, but last time they didn't have that moto or library smoke, so Kenshin still came in with impact, and he's in spawn. It might do him favors.
Oh my. Yeah, it gets a bit weird now. They don't want to keep pressuring the AWP, so they're going to try and recommit into A. That's an ugly spray that Lomic is at least able to trade out. Down here in the pit, Wakadia, that second man that was left at the A side of the map, still waiting. No rotation yet out of the B site. And I mean, you know, if the precedent's been set, it's that anything can happen. Any site can be hit, so you don't want to call it yet. Wakadia, dead after one, down in pit. A 2 versus 3, and the bomb is currently trapped. Now he's throwing himself in a moto smoke. Oh. That means that plant can come in. Cheerful's going to aggro over towards short, trying to remove a player ahead of time, and he catches Dougie moving up the short side. Now they can just tuck. Now they can play a timing game. Now they can play these crossfires as they both back up into pit. Lomic gonna make it into mini. Now there is a smoke on Fola.
Double up.
And flashes. That's big. They're both playing the same position. Cheerful's gonna swing it wide. They've traded spots, actually. Cheerful making first contact, and there he is, down with the first. They know the Lomic's here! And it's a fight he didn't need to take Kenshin. I think he's just got it. That's 15 for Eternal Fire. It's close, but it's on the board, and man!
The repeat!
That's so sad.
VP gets so hungry in these post plants, man. Way too hungry. Like a second or two's difference wins you this map, essentially. But he just swings. He tries to trade, and yeah, I mean, Kenshin hits a blinder of a shot there, but 2 seconds, Harry, I don't think Kenshin would have been able to get close enough to win the round.
No, he wouldn't. There wouldn't have been time. And even going that deep to go and get the kill would have wasted even more time. So that was a VP round.
That will roast your brain.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we mentioned like Lomic's having a really rough game as it is. That's only going to send you deeper into the mind cave.
I also wonder why they broke up the double pit setup. Maybe they're scared of a molly, right, or a nade killing them, but forget it. We can't dwell on it. Neither can VP. They're charging through a Molotov, and it might just be done here and now. Wakadia with a lovely hold. Kenshin needs to get his molly out. He didn't in time. He's flashed out. Smoke instead, just going to live, and that's fine. 4 on 3. The flank down banana is in. If VP hear this, they can turn around and get these kills. Rufai might have the round in the palm of his hand. Oh, the tech died. It's such a letdown, but he still picks up 2. Trade for Fola. Caught in the open is Lomic, recovers the round. Only Kenshin, they know he was here earlier. They know what he's working with. Molly goes in.
Might be dead. Swinging out. Lomic does make it into the open, into pit. Out now on the short side, just don't overphase. Play the crossfire right now. Lomic has at least got the first contact, and there's the trade. We're going to overtime, and a much more measured approach from Lomic there does him well.
What the hell is going on, Harry? What is that round? The full rush through, the double molly push. Sorry, triple molly push. First two guys get mauled, and then Rufire sits inside the long smoke. Eternal Fire just chased the rotate up Banana, and even though Rufire takes about 20 shots off the Tech 9, he still gets both kills. Only just converted again. That was a more reasonable repeat from the site to trade the kill, at least, but my oh my. Anyone's guess where this game is going. We've had it all. Eternal Fire, obsessive with their B pops. VP, love jumping out A like madmen. I will say, you know, compare this to like the Navi Astralis game. A lot more clean cut Counter-Strike, a lot more tactical. Like, this is exciting. This is fun CS, Harry. It may not be the cleanest CS you've ever seen, but it's certainly entertaining. What's he holding over there? Whoa.
Someone photoshopped that. Someone photoshopped that into something funny. Maybe he's holding like a large, I know, orange or something, or like an aubergine.
Like a small Maui.
Like a tiny Maui. Yeah, that would be funny.
Holding a tiny Maui.
I don't think there's any way of making that rude either.
Yeah.
So Photoshop that. Go
Tweet
on.
it.
Let us know using the hashtag WAL3.
Gang, gang. Here we go. Overtime. Map 1. Eternal Fire's pick at the Gauntlet stage where it's do or die, elimination or gratification, with Spirit Academy waiting as that third and final team in the running. Only one land spot left in Group B. Oh, they're going to pop the mid-smoke. Bonkers. Out they go. Colors doesn't know. There's already a guy through it. Resell, no way he's going to double run the molly. He bounds back out. Luckily, there's no up there to stop him. Delusion will now post on the long angle. Ugh. Eating the fire while he does.
I mean, now you know exactly where he is.
He's got a bit of cover at least, but I don't think Ricardi's going to swing. Surely.
Yeah, you want to bet?
No, I don't.
Wish you'd taken that bet, didn't you?
Yeah, Dougie, watch out at B, my friend. We're going to need a big round from you. Even that early rotate colors could come in. Delusion swap sides. It couldn't be more perfect as Kenshin walks in. Him running away, though, is going to get heard. Oh, oh, no. Now they know. And they don't kill him. He does escape.
Well,
but Colors should rotate. Colors needs to run B right now. It couldn't be more clear.
Yeah, he was coming back to A just then. They're going to drop this smoke, try to give themselves a bit more room. In they go, into Dougie versus, and Fowler this time takes all the glory.
What?
On for the ace, only Delusion left to beat, and I mean, he's 2 points of health. Just give Fowler it. Come on, let him have the ace. Let him have the ace. Don't take it. Don't steal it.
Yeah.
There it is. All 5 for Fowler.
Okay, let's give it up for Fowler. Every time VP have come B, especially on these ecos, their flashes have been so good that Fowler is just insta-dead without a shot fired. Finally, Dougie with a pillar smoke, hiding on quad. Everyone's hunting him down. Everyone's chasing that kill, and Fowler just swings out from dark and massacres them. Check it. Sick. He barely even saw him. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, so just like that, mate, going tit for tat, Eternal Fire are back in the runnings, aren't they? A mind-bending game, man. And I feel like pressure's getting at both teams. Like, they're all bloodlusted. They're all wanting to just have this over and done with. Oh! Oh, get out of there, but he can't. Cheerful spam Kenshin out of the round.
That feels good. You don't get that kill every day. But Cheerful set VP up for another opener. He's edging on 30 kills now. Of course, it's the guy at top of the server who's getting that frag. How? It's built different, I guess. Now you can pop B, but VP, if they do just do a B exec here, which I would like, I'd love them to just chill a little bit, you know? If you've got the smokes down, you could...
I actually hope they apps drop, if I'm being honest. It's
forget it. Just keep killing.
Well, now you've seen re-aggression, and that's going to lead you even further into this ace site. Yeah, mate, just go for it. Full send at this point. Down in the pit, Wakadia, he's going to have a hero moment of his own. Dropping that smoke does give away this position, but it also blocks that Molotov that had missed anyway. Oh, it's getting weird now. Wakadia with the swing. First man down, trying to buy time as they come through the moto smoke. They come running in, and now it's the 1v1. Rufire versus Wakadia. They know about him. They know he was down in the pit, and Rufire's going hunting, but Wakadia is waiting. Oh, it's a battle of wits, it's a battle of brains, and Wakadia gonna hold the line with 3. 17 on the board for Eternal Fire, and these key players at key moments keep stepping up and delivering multi-kills to save the damn day.
I thought Rufire was going over, man. He walked right in. Maybe he was trying to fake out that he'd run away, but he didn't seem sure of that pick call anyway for a moment. He could have just walked over Grave and won the round, and the headshot angle would have been so hard for Wakadia to snap back. But Rufire, a rare moment of underwhelming clutch potential, and 17 to 15. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. VP just trying to hold on, trying to put up anything on this T side. Kenshin's back on the short AWP.
And raise your anyone could win with anyone could lose as well.
Yeah, VP making a name for themselves in that category. This should and could have been theirs, but now they're regretting. Now they're forgetting what it's like to be winning. Kenshin, he took a short pick. Now he's right back. Double long setup. Gotta care apps. Banana take, and Cheerful's got a kill. VP a man up. It's off to the rumor mill.
Yeah, but Regretti's like spaghetti. You just can't get enough of it, right? Here they come. Up through the long side. Kenshin.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Takes a bit of molly damage there. And
through smoke.
This guy.
Oh, another
He's just
one.
hitting everything. Lomic's removed another man through the smoke. And now you know about Dougie Versus. You know B-player Dougie Versus. You ever heard of the triple kills? This guy's been able to get at the back of the B side. Well, now he's all alone. And they know where he's coming from. And he's just hiding at ramp. He's just hiding at ramp.
This last round.
It is the last round.
Go!
So at some point, he would like to, maybe
their run
boosts in there. They're having fun. They're having fun with it, Hugo.
Just peek him. You can't lose. There it is. Double, triple, quadruple peek, and VP.Prodigy. They sneak around past the keeper right at the end. Blimey, Harry.
But what does this mean in the grand scheme, Hugo?
Absolutely nothing. The cows have not come home, Harry. And so we will move into a second half of overtime.
Sorry, it was just the cringe going back into my body.
33 rounds in. You bring in something original. Tell me about how knowing's half the battle again.
Knowing is half the battle. You know what the other half of the battle is?
Wait. Survey says...
The battle!
Ding, ding, ding. 17 to 16, and Eternal Fire back to their BS, back to their B slaps. Oh, deep mid smoke, and VP are not doing anything with it, but Eternal Fire don't know that. They've got to care alt mid. They've got to care everything, any aggression. Lomic on an AWP. I like this. His B holds were pretty dire in regulation.
Come on, Lom. Give us something to scream about.
Give them the Lom stick at AWP. On a very tight angle, flashed off, fired a shot. Kenshin now owns the CT spawn. Don't repeat that one, Rufire. Molly will force Kenshin out. And okay, Rufire, now please repeat that one. Okay, they've all got nades up, man. They're just messing around. You got to hope that no one caught a corner at car. You got to hope that Molly hit perfectly.
Oh, Rufire knows his team's mollies will be hitting.
At this point in the game, Harry, I don't trust anything.
You got to see it to believe it in this instance.
Consider me blind.
Resalt's actually throwing retake banana util. I love this, man.
30 seconds.
Gonna keep him out of top banana now. That essentially forces their hand into an A play. They've just lost banana control. And so they're gonna go back to A with nothing more than, Rufire's going B. Now, they did just force them into the A play. So this one, bit of a head scratcher.
Molly.
But the Molly's gonna slow him down. They smoke it off. They can do that now. Oh, God, Cheerful.
Double Molly.
Ooh-wee. Down in the pit, he's going to burn alive, and there's Fola with one more. Rufire still over at Moto. The bomb crossing in at the site, but the AWP's dead. One long, they do nail the Kenshin. And now, bomb down.
Why is Kenshin hopping long?
2v2. And it's anyone's guess what's going to happen in the madness. Ooh, Rufire. Waiting for his teammate Resalt to come up the short side. This AWP of Wakadia so damn low. One shot's all that's needed, and he is in a position that could give it to you. Here they come. A momentary bit of silence. That Molly in the pit gives up the jig. Now they know where Resalt is. Both players back in the site, and there's the kill. 18 for Eternal Fire. And match point going their way.
I mean, Kenshin tried his hardest to throw that round away, right? He gets a long pick and he just knife out, jumps around the corner. Hello, where do you think they're rotating from? There's only one other site. But Eternal Fire, they've done it. 18 rounds. They've locked in at least another overtime, if not a closer, to take us to Ancient. VP's picking the series. That would set us up for a full 3 mapper. But at this point, I can't count Eternal Fire out of anything. They have proven to be very impressive, even if VP have definitely given up some scary moments. Last second, 20-second A hit through the Molotov did Eternal Fire justice. And now it's just Lomik. Oh, no, sorry, he's got a teammate right beside him. We've got that AWP again. It didn't really play into the B hold. So Eternal Fire dodged it. Good grenade. Take what you can get in a round like this. And the retake utility this time coming in a little early. Got more of that for Result. Can keep Eternal Fire out. They just don't want them to be exec. They don't trust, dropping a molly in the choke point. They just want to keep locking them out of top banana and wasting their time, pissing them off. There's the smoke, there's the molly, maybe even some aggro off the flash, but don't want to throw yourself in too aggressively. They run through your molly, and that's what I mean. The nade pulls at top B, they keep doing it. It's what killed Lomik in regulation. You're never safe. It is traded, but it could have been so much more. And now Eternal Fire, they don't care what you're throwing at them. They still want to commit B to close this map.
Oh, do they? Right, that's the big meaty question.
Chow down on that, VP. Their AWP is here though, and Delusion, say what you want, he's hit his shots. He's had his multi-kills, and he's dropped a molly at 20 seconds.
Yeah, but they've got to smoke again. It's like a replay of the last round. I've seen this one before. Delusion down in the pit. There's one. Fola dead. Oh, he's blind. He's blind indeed, but Cheerful's going to hold the line and drop the bomb on the push. There's 10 seconds. You've got to go. And the flashes. Oh, Cheerful! Going to get chased down. It's the same man. Bacardia trying to clutch it. This time 1v3, and he's dead to the AWP. Another round for VP.Prodigy. They keep coming in.
Maui is losing his mind at this AWP retake simulator series. And I think we're just getting started. VP trying to long it out, trying to double down for another overtime. And of course, with 12.5k money here, the perfect recipe for non-stop action, but some stop to AWPs. Means that everyone can buy Eternal Fire, throw in yet another rifle round. Chow down what you can. This is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like...
They've got to go B, Harry. Back-to-back rounds. They've been forced out of B late and made to smoke the short molly. Like literally back-to-back rounds. They look exactly the same. 1-1, one lost. I want to see the BX seconds. All Eternal Fire didn't rate, especially when you're getting picks like that onto players with nades out, and especially when Delusion's AWPing A. And by the way, Delusion has never succeeded on a B AWP this map. He's barely there, to be fair, but when he is, they have wrecked him. So we need to see a BX sec. We need to see an attempt at it for Eternal Fire while they work some pressure on A early.
So there was just a pause right now, and I'm hoping that's them going... Because, dude, we haven't seen any of the boosts, any of the wild stuff they had to try and take... a real change. Roofire going to get the opener.
Man of the hour.
Fighting down Banana. He's had enough. He goes, yeah,
that could have been
I thought he was going to shoot, mate. I thought it was going to come in. They're out in top middle. They're out in top middle. Here we go. Now the rotate coming back around. But yeah, there is this gap at long for the time being. Result's going to be here far too late, but he will at least hear the footsteps. That's something to go off of. They're going through the moto smoke damage. Tags. Delusion's AWP going to hold the line. And now Eternal Fire. They're trapped at long. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Oh, you don't get harder than that. We're going on another overtime.
This is the one that keeps on giving. That just doesn't stop. Unbelievable. First banana take all game for VP.Prodigy. And of course, a collat to close. Lomik's AWP, by the way, it just sat around for 3 rounds of overtime and didn't fire a single shot. But now we go again. First to 22. And to think this is map 1.
Map 1 of a potential 3-map series. That's important to bear in mind.
I'm so hyped to see what we got for Ancient.
I know.
Remember when Roofire, before money mattered, Oh, it didn't matter?
Yeah.
When Rufai was playing Mag 7, we got more of that coming up. Stay with us. 18-18. CT side yet again for VP. It should be where they're coming out top trumps, but a couple of rounds dropped, a couple of balls fumbled.
What?
As in footballs.
Okay.
It was a sports metaphor. You weirdo.
Sports metaphor now.
Fumbled, not fondled.
Oh!
And oh dear.
That's a real fondling over towards me.
Now we're talking. Quick pick up B, and they go back to a middle with the double T-side AWP. And wow, who knew that was a solution?
Double T-side AWP, yeah.
Okay, dry fights.
Never thought I'd see the day, I'll be honest. Never thought I'd see the day, but here it is. The day is now. Hell is freezing over as we speak.
I'm cold.
And it is going to be an A walk. VP.Prodigy. Only one man at either site. I would love for them to just pull Cheerful in, especially as this motor smoke's coming over. He's going to be responsible for holding long, but no, yeah, he goes through it. I love that. I love that. Just double down. Just play together. Try to win something with the crossfires. It's the only chance you've got. Rufire down in pit, hasn't made his presence known yet. His teammate is dead, and he's also traded after one. It's only Lomic on this rotate, but he's got him past the AWP at long.
Maybe.
Got him out past Kenshin, although now he's been spotted and dancing around, trying his best to stay alive. Lomic's going to save.
Oh, saving in this overtime does feel like a waste of time, but there's not much else you can do in that situation. Double AWP for Eternal Fire, and who knew that would be the way to get those picks? Dougie jumping sandbags, and then Kenshin just dry swinging short. When you know the Delusion has had, short on lock all CT side of this game, that's quite a surprise to see. But either way, they're going to hunt this gun. Nothing to lose for Eternal Fire, especially with a one round. 19 first, and Lomic at least keeps his gun. Won't make the grandest of differences. Maybe we're going to go back to a banana take for VP. We'll have to see the spawns, because that one round where Rufai ran down did work out in forcing Eternal Fire into the A play. I think they won it, but VP that's the one thing they've done throughout these overtimes when they've had the money and they've had that constant double set, sometimes even 3 sets to retake banana and retake car. They've just not allowed Eternal Fire to run those B executes, which they were doing all regulation long. Orbs are out. This time only one. Banana take implied, but not taken. There's lots of grenades. Down, and that's a dunk. Wow. The 3-man HE will destroy the round for Eternal Fire. And VP now, you've got to win something, so you just got to chill. You got to tuck in. Retake util at B. Allow the AWP out mid. Delusion fires a shot thanks to the flash, and now owns the angle yet again.
Yeah, you just need these A players to get even a kill. Even one. How hard's that? 1 kill. Come on. Okay. 1. Delusion with the first. Now they are out at car on short. And I bet Rufire hasn't said that. Oh, I mean, he doesn't know, to be fair.
Nope.
Sees the apps man. Now he's about to see the short man. And a small man arrives. Dougie versus with the double opener. The bomb's out in middle.
How?
Delusion's back on the angle with a double. And now Wicardia is in trouble.
Oh, whoever dropped the bomb there is going to be getting a stern talking to. Pixel shot, not connecting, but there's a re-swing, and now you've got the AWP blocked in the corner. Buy time at least. Let your teammate come in for the swing, and Delusion will close with 3 kills and 33 in the map. Round 39 now as VP.Prodigy level the playing field. 1-1 in the second OT. I think Dougie dropped the bomb there to go up to cart as his teammate went apps, but then his teammate was too deep to do anything about it. And after Delusion got that deep long pick, he just takes the angle over on middle, essentially wins the round. If Dougie has the bomb on cart, maybe he can get the plant off.
God, yeah,
2 entries.
I thought it was from a kill, but I do actually think you're right, yeah.
Killed anyone there.
Dougie did just drop the bomb.
I might have been with Cardia before he went apps, whoever it was. Ouch. It's lost you the round, especially after your double entry. Here we go, an early raid take. Forget B. It doesn't exist, mate. They're dropping out. Oh, the barrel seen. A1S will do it. Kenshin follows up and low on ammo. Cheerful will fall as Fola lands on his head, crunched down. Reset on the back of the site, catching nades out, but he can't get a kill. And Dougie provides the cover. Only Lomic, and you've got to run through this smoke. You've got to give it everything you got.
Yeah, he's going to try and get through. But in giving them time, they've got themselves set up here. That AWP that was lost to short is now rotated up into apartments. Re-smoke on Moto, and he's just going to have to flash himself through. He's taking his time here. Flash goes out, and there he is, dead on arrival.
2-1. It's the same as the T side earlier on. No one knows where this one's going. Least of all us, least of all you, and least of all Eternal Fire and VP.Prodigy, as they have to fight out first to 22. VP need all three on their T half. I wonder if they'll be going anywhere near as fast as we saw out of Eternal Fire. Had enough of waiting around.
Well, if it's not clear, you know, the old playbook feels like it's gone out the window.
Yeah. No notes on the table anymore. Only one T-side AWP. More standard here for VP. Have that AWP fight in middle that may never arrive with Kenshin taking a safer angle. He knows his timings. About 143 they can be up here in ult, so doesn't want to hang around and get cleared from second mid. Smoked out on long, just burning his util to keep them out of that mid control. The jump will miss, and you've got to be careful that someone's not up through the smoke, but Fola feels pretty secure in this position. Takes full banana. Rare to see in this map, 40 rounds deep, only 3 or 4 times has this happened. And that means that they can rotate that third man over. They're insured on this A play.
Yeah, they're still keeping double at banana even with this deep position from Fola. A lot of teams would have already elected to rotate Dougie up and out of position. There's a Moto smoke down, but Cullen swinging, only good for the first. It's a trade by Rufire. Back at the site is Kenshin, tucked in with the AWP. Not a nice position for it, but he might be able to make it work. Ricardia, they're coming in. They've dropped into the pit, and now Kenshin. Oh, it's a nice shot, but he's dead after one. Rufire, the trade god, mate, on for a double. Here's that retake from Fola. Push through banana very, very quickly. He's going to be in apartments faster than they're ready for, but is that enough? This molly can burn out the backside player of Rufire. Going to force a reposition out of him. Maybe puts them in the open for Fola.
He doesn't know, he heard the spam. There's a player right there in graveyard, 2 in the site, back turned, and double kill comes in. Lomic's trapped, nowhere to go, and nowhere to hide. Eternal Fire, I don't know how they win that retake. They had no idea. They didn't know where anyone was, and Dougie, just another day in the office, just a casual little round coming out for Eternal Fire. Triple overtime locked in, but why stop there? Why not just close it? Take us to Ancient. Enchant.
Right, well, we've arrived at the map point scoreline, I guess.
No, it's not our first time.
We've been here before.
Yep, every moment. Delusional's gone quiet in these last few rounds. Obviously hard to get that T-side AWP rare in, but no better time than the present.
Four on A from the get-go. And
why do I just feel like the bomb is going to get forgotten in this round? Is it because it's in the worst place I've ever seen? Okay.
Oh,
it really is, though. Lomic's going to go back.
It is ghastly, isn't it? Right, Lomic, the bomb boy of his team, here he is.
It's like the guy in Overpass T-Spawn who throws it behind him. I'm looking at you, Harry.
I've never done that.
No?
Never.
All right.
All right, here we go. Setting up for the A play. Another little contact pop into the A site, but there are, 3 in the site and then a 4. Oh, dear.
How do you miss the Moto smoke?
It's not the time for it, really, nor the place. Here we go, down in pit colors of Ricardia. Oh, Ricardia, they get past him, but they don't know about him now. They don't know about him. Ricardia's tearing through them. And they're going back to B. They're running around the world. Here we go. VP.Prodigy. They've taken us one place, then they take us to another. They're always keeping us guessing. Can they keep Eternal Fire guessing?
There's no
one
smoke.
in B. There's no smoke, though.
There's
You've
no
got to fight Kenshin. You've got to fight him on the cross. Oh, this should be an Eternal Fire round. Kenshin.
Run boost it. Do anything. No.
Oh, he's gone flying. He's gone flying. Kenshin looking to close it. 10 seconds. Delusion has to go get the bomb. And they've let him into the site.
This will be clutch of the tournament. He's dead.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
There it is.
Kenshin gets it, baby. 22-19, and Eternal Fire go and map up.
Oh yeah, close map there. Really, calculated CS.
Right, so,
yes, of course.
So, what did you make of that game?
Yes,
Hugo?
really. I mean, round 17 was probably one of my favorites up there. I think, yes. Well, thanks for watching. Thanks for coming up next. We'll see you after the break.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
What a game! Oh my god, I thought this Inferno will never end. We end up going into two overtimes. And I have a feeling that we're gonna see Vertigo.
I don't know where I am right now, Heku. I think I might be in just like one of the circles of hell right now. This is like Dante's Inferno. I feel like I might be trapped for eternity in what was one of the craziest, most topsy-turvy, all over the place games I have ever seen in WePlay Academy history. It didn't matter if a team had better positioning, a reason to win, a better strat. It just didn't matter. Nothing mattered ever. Nothing ever mattered. All I knew was that there was one guy that was consistent for Eternal Fire, and that was Dougie Versus. That guy was constantly delivering rounds for them, but I don't even know like what was going on with everybody in that server, because that just frankly was the messiest game of the season. That was the messiest game of the season, Pimp. It was crazy. It was crazy.
That was the messiest game. It candidates to be the most messy game I've seen in my entire career.
Insane.
I don't think I've ever been involved in a game that was this insane as well. In terms of excitement, of course, it delivered, double overtime, back and forth. And as you said, there were so many clutches, so many 3v2s, 4v2s, 2v2s, where the team in position to win would find a way every single time to lose it. It felt like VP.Prodigy took the majority of those rounds, and that's why I kind of want to lead this conversation. Eternal Fire ended up winning the map, and I think they did that by punishing the endless amount of mistakes coming out of VP.Prodigy. But it felt whenever Eternal Fire were winning a round, they had to fight back from a 2v3 or a 3v3 retake or whatever that was. Whereas for VP.Prodigy, it's like they just whenever they won a round, it was easy. But these like close scenarios, these clutches, they had no synergy, no understanding whatsoever of how to close out the rounds. Even in this highlight in regular time, like we're looking at a 5v2, they found a way to lose that as well. There were so many rounds in this game that VP.Prodigy could have won, but Eternal Fire, they punished the mistakes. And as you said, in terms of excitement, good game. In terms of quality, this was not even like, honestly speaking, this could have been a level 5 FACEIT game. It was embarrassing to see how some of these clutches were being played out. I think VP.Prodigy right now are kicking themselves in the head because they should have won this match.
And Rufar just kept on buying at max 7 on the CD side. It was working for him, but I feel like at some point, just like Eternal Fire, they're like, okay, we're not going to the A side because there's this like crazy guy with the max, and we're just gonna go to the B side, and they would succeed. Sometimes there'll be situations when VP.Prodigy would stack people on the B side, and still Eternal Academy would somehow still get around.
There was Heku, you spotted it. I mean, I think everybody spotted it. I'm really curious what the fans thought about that game. I wish we had some live reactions of the crowd, because this would have been a game where people were oohing and awing and booing and cheering, and there have been snarls in the crowd. Someone might have thrown a drink at the stage, because I don't know. Like, this is a game where you think for any given moment that a team is advantaged because of a post planned or the fact that they have 5 people versus 2, and yet that just never seemed to matter in terms of who actually came out with the victory round by round. So yeah, I will say, Dougie Versus played quite well for Eternal Fire Academy. I will say that he was the one frequently punishing a lot of the mistakes from VP.Prodigy. It's a bit of a shame that Cheerful didn't win this game for his team, because I also thought that he did pretty well too. I truly can't say that the same about anybody else in the server. I saw plenty of just weird moves, giving up a crossfire for no reason, somehow peeking into an unlosable round, somehow just giving up your life. Every single player was a victim to the chaos of this game, and these two guys were probably, in my eyes, the ones that somehow managed to keep it together for their teams.
And that's the point I want to hit right here, the chaos of the game, because the reason we get into a game that has this sort of weird dynamic where everything is just up in the air is the fact that VP.Prodigy clearly haven't practiced Inferno. That's not a map that they're comfortable with. It was very one-dimensional what they had to offer on the T side. They took the apartment control, and then they would either go back to do a B execute or they just explode out of Palace. That was more like it, right? They didn't really have anything else than that. So it got messy because VP.Prodigy, I still think, are the better team. I still think they have the better players, and they played on the playing field of Eternal Fire, yet Eternal Fire weren't good enough to punish that fact that VP.Prodigy ain't good in Inferno at all. So that's why it got so messy. That's why it got so scrappy. It also makes me believe that what you started with this whole segment with, Heko, saying that we are most likely heading into Vertigo, I think that's a given at this point. I cannot see Eternal Fire beat VP.Prodigy on these terms as well. I think that would be very, very unlikely to happen, but I also said that about NAVI Jr. and Astralis, so at this point I don't know what to believe in anymore. But I think the reason why I'm so, I wouldn't say I'm upset, but the reason why I'm so blown out of my mind right now is that game just didn't define any logic of Counter-Strike. It went against everything I believe in, everything I stand for in terms of how you play position, how you play Counter-Strike. It redefined the way you gotta look at Counter-Strike, and it was awful at times.
Yeah, it was just simply all over the place. I don't say this lightly because this is an academy league. Players are learning, teams are learning how to play better. But this was the most all over the place game I have seen in WePlay Academy history. I watch a lot of tier 2 NA stuff, and I don't see stuff like this in those kinds of games. And we all know what happens in those games. There's some weird stuff that's going on in those games, but this took the cake for some crazy stuff happening. I don't think anything crazy was happening. Like this was just an unfamiliarity with the map. And I think what's nice, and if I bring this back to what I think the players are thinking in their camps right now, is that VP.Prodigy know that they didn't know the map. They know right now. They're actually probably thinking, wow, we made that really close and we didn't even practice Inferno. So right now, their heads can be held high because they push Eternal Fire to the limit on a map that they never practiced, that they've never played before in official. That's normally their permaban. They tried doing a little bit of a sneaky veto there by letting it through, maybe thinking that it can surprise Eternal Fire, but they ended up just surprising themselves. But I think that when they come back to Ancient, they're going to come back more composed, and one thing that they can take with them is the Roofire Mag 7. That thing, like you said, Heku, that whole play, that's exactly the bread and butter of Roofire CT side on this map. Just watch. He in Cave is a monster with this gun. I don't know why he decided to pick it up there, but he's going to do the same damage that we saw in Apartments. Those swings towards mid, he's going to keep those angles a little bit tighter because he's actually familiar with the map. So I'm actually looking to Roofire to be an X factor in this game, but I do think that VP.Prodigy will somehow just shrug this one off. We know, the viewers know at home, that was crazy, but VP.Prodigy right now, they're oblivious to that, and ignorance is bliss right now.
I'm sure that this map at least will be one side when it comes to VP.Prodigy, because this is the map that they played in the previous season. They didn't map it during the whole season, and when it comes to Eternal Fire Academy, they kept on banning it. So this must be a map that VP.Prodigy will win, and when it comes to the odds, this is what we see, 162 for VP.Prodigy, 2.2 for Eternal Fire Academy. Even though right now we just saw Eternal Fire Academy win on Inferno, when it comes to Ancient, I mean, even though VP.Prodigy are going to start on the T side, they must dominate.
I agree. I think that's the one thing we can hold upon Eternal Fire. If they can get off to a good start on the CT side, if they somehow, some way can find a way to disturb VP.Prodigy, I think they need to look into what VP.Prodigy did to them on Inferno. Just play very simple, very basic, don't try to over-rotate. Don't try to make too many fakes. Don't try to do anything out of the ordinary. Just play simple Counter-Strike and then pray that Doggy versus, pray that Colors can have a good game and pray that you can win on your individual level. Because if you try to play into VP.Prodigy, if you try to play a proper game of Counter-Strike, then I agree with you, Heko, I agree with you, Maui, then VP.Prodigy should, under all circumstances, win on Ancient. But I said the same when it came to Mirage and Astralis talent going up against NAVI Junior, so I'm not going to write them off just yet, but yeah, I'm still trying to catch my breath after that Inferno game.
I'm exhausted too.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it'll be as exciting. I don't think it'll be as close, but I'm hoping, because I'm fearing that this could be VP.Prodigy running all over Internal Fire. I like your point, Maui, saying that if anyone won Inferno, it was actually VP.Prodigy. I know they didn't win the map, but they came away, with their honor in high health, and I don't know, Internal Fire. That was on their behalf as well. They should have closed out Inferno way before than they did.
I mean, VP.Prodigy made that a competitive game with literally 2 T-side strats. That's impressive in my book. I don't know, you can't...
And a Mag 7.
With a Mag 7 and 2 T-side strats, yeah. So I think that actually right now, VP.Prodigy is probably playing better, could be playing better in terms of some of their individuals. It's just that the team play aspect wasn't there, and by the time you throw the 4th Halls pop on Inferno, the CT defenders are going to know how to defend it. So that was just them running out of plays in their playbook. Ancient is a map that VP.Prodigy have been showing that is in their map pool since Season 1. So Roofire has been calling on this map for 3 separate seasons now, and they've been playing some games outside of the Academy League on the map. So this is a map that they should have full confidence on. They should be thinking that, tactically speaking, we're going to beat them. In terms of individuals, we probably did beat them on Inferno. So this is a map where I think that VP.Prodigy, they're going to even out the series 1-1, and I think then going into Vertigo, I mean, we can talk about it when we get there, but I think right now this is just a really good sign for VP.Prodigy because it was an incredibly messy game, and they still made it as close as it was, and it was mostly their fault that it was so messy. So Eternal Fire have their work cut out for them when it goes to Ancient.
But how many rounds do you think Eternal Fire will take?
So we'll say 9. So you say 9 or 10?
9. You, Pimp?
Internal Fire is going to win 16-13.
Oh my god.
They're gonna win
the heel
Ancient.
turn right there. Wow. They're gonna win this map?
They're going to win this map. I think VP.Prodigy... It's hard to argue against them winning, but I hope and I'm praying that Doggy Versus was kind of lying to us, saying that they haven't practiced Ancient at all. That's where I'm going to put my money right now. And honestly speaking, I think I'm getting a little bit, flip-sided in the sense that I don't want to see VP.Prodigy win. I don't want to see a team playing so horrible in so many goddamn clutches as they did on Inferno, win a game, then going up against Spirit Academy. So I'm going to put up the same challenge as I did for Astralis talent. If VP.Prodigy were to win Ancient and Vertigo for that matter, I want to see them do it in style. I want to see them do it in a fashion where it's actually convincing in a way where I believe they can go toe-to-toe against Spirit Academy. Otherwise, I don't want them to win. I don't want them to proceed because I don't want them to waste our time tomorrow. So the better team has to win here, and I want to see a team who can actually put up a good amount of and good quality of Counter-Strike. Otherwise, I don't really care who's going to win.
Well, we have not seen VP.Prodigy or Eternal Fire Academy on Ancient yet. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Max 7s. So let's not delay. Let's go just to Hugo and Harry because they're already waiting for us on Ancient.
Yes, Haku, yes, we're waiting. We're waiting for the big green. We're waiting for the big mag in cave. We're waiting for all the madness that is just around the corner. Such fine gentlemen as us. We can appreciate a good game of Counter-Strike, isn't that right?
The finer things in life, Hugo.
Yes,
that's what we need.
Yes.
And, mate, I got to say, there's going to be more Mag 7 wildness. I can assure you of that. Roofire, it's a signature map for him with this gun. So that's going to be coming out. For me, the big question, obviously, Eternal Fire. They were able to just about get it over the line on their map pick.
You only have one question? I have more than one question.
No, I have plenty of questions. But, the big one here, we haven't seen them play it. I'm not going to pretend like Inferno was squeaky clean for anyone involved. Okay. And so, I think they are going to have their work cut out for them here on Ancient. But when Dougie comes out and he says on stream, like, yeah, man, we don't really play it. That gets me thinking, is this all some big brain 200 IQ ruse?
Why are you asking me? I have no idea. Probably not. I like Maui's point about Roofire knowing the angles because I feel like when we saw that mag on Inferno at the start of the CT side, there were times where he would overextend, where he would play too deep, and the downtime of the mag 7 means don't wreck him in one bullet, and you can't immediately get back into behind cover. You're dead. So yeah, in cave, not only are the angles tighter, it's not that wide choke point of Inferno middle, but also he's more familiar, he's more comfortable, and his team can play around that.
I want want to say as well, like, now is VP's chance to show us a Counter-Strike style that isn't super ugly, like, you know, and like really hectic. Yeah, because, you know, they did throw away a lot of man advantage, post-plants and retakes. It goes for both sides. If you remember, the whole reason that Eternal Fire even ended up getting as many rounds on the T side as they did was because they fumbled that like 3v2 retake coming through Ruins. And there were a lot of moments like that where you have the advantage, where you need to win those rounds. And, you know, you can't win all of them. You can't have 100% success rate whenever you have those man advantages, but because, you know, there's always going to be a round where someone just makes an incredible play. But it's like, that really wasn't the story of Inferno, you know? It's very much, oh, how the hell have they managed to lose this? It's actually impressive that they've managed it. And so, yeah, I hope that we can have a better-looking VP. Or Eternal Fire just wreck him 2-0.
Yeah,
I'll be fine with that.
Oh, wait, Train. I love this map.
I love this map. Yeah.
Oh, nice. We're playing... Oh, wait, what? Does Pimp like Ancient? I don't even know.
Pimp loves Ancient. This
Much
guy...
as he loves Vertigo?
No, way more.
Okay, well, that's a good call at least. And yeah, I'm not even against Eternal Fire just like bamming VP out, because, you know, that would make a cool storyline for not only the Dougie redemption arc, or redemption, you know, like trickery arc, but also the two new squads in the league fighting for a LAN spot tomorrow. That would be Spirit Academy taking on Eternal Fire Academy as well. So I'm down with that, but also if VP want to take us to Vertigo, our home ground, our old familiar, why not? I ain't going anywhere.
Oh, it's a quad stack A pistol. Very rarely see what feels like full XX in... Dougie Verse is going to reposition. Okay, that's fine. Oh, he's been seen now. And... Oh, dear.
He's running nowhere. He just ran into the corner. Could have done anything with that, but it's already shown a bit of... maybe a bit of shock, a bit of surprise. Welcome to the uncomfortable site. As VP peek in deep, they get all the kills. Harry's broken 1 round in, and there's many more to come.
Yeah, I'm still riding on the endorphins of Inferno, if I'm being honest. Yeah. You know, the emotions are high right now.
Emotions in the oceans, and VP locking in a pistol. I imagine we're going to get a little more normality here. I would expect VP to actually have a really good T-side on this map. We saw fnatic the other day just trounce Astralis on it with some excellent execute, some great calling from Keve, big fakes. Regali on the AK, didn't even wield the AWP T-side, had a 90% headshot. Yeah, really good game out of fnatic. So yeah, if VP have anything to show like that, and you know they have prepped for this map, then I'm all for it. Eternal Fire are going to have a lot of trouble dealing with it as an inexperienced team on Ancient. But let's see if they can, you know, surprise us. We don't know what we don't know.
Well, I've had a look at Dougie versus his face.
Okay.
And he's played Ancient 4 times in post.
That's not reassuring.
Okay.
4 times?
4 times, yeah.
I don't
Compared to his most played map, which is Mirage, 900.
What about colors?
Colors? That's an interesting one. I'll go find that out for you, Hugo, while you...
4 times?
4 times is not many times.
That is not a lot of times. That is a significantly low amount of times. If anything, I'd be shocked if Eternal Fire won it. He was their top player back last map, or... no, at least towards the B side, it was a lock.
Bless you.
Thanks.
Sorry, that definitely came through. I wouldn't normally...
There was no hiding from that one, really.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case, you know. Rufire's discovered.
They're walking into
B's
the
clear.
A-stack.
B's clear.
Please listen to your in-game leader.
It.
Yeah. Faked out. Double back to the B site as Rufire cuts off the rotates.
Yeah, they're on this like the rotate. Rufire's got the round locked in. You know, only a Mac 10 to be found in main. If you go that way, he's going to make some money before he goes down. Can assure you.
How far to the shore, yeah? Result, still looking for the money.
All right, so I found out for colors.
Okay.
9 times.
9 times, that's pretty good.
He has, by comparison, played Mirage 1,500 times.
It's no longer that good. How have I got more Ancient than Eternal Fire combined?
Well, you don't know that yet. I need to do the rest
you
of
don't have
the
to add it
research.
all up, but I've got a good 50, 60 games there. And I'm, yeah. It doesn't fill me with hope, these stats. It's funny that because we're in the Academy League, we're going off of Face It pugs, not even HLTV matches, because they're really
Well, I think they both have one logged in Wakadia and Dougie.
New beat just dropped.
Reminds me of the old Battlefield.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Dun 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 dun.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Look at those parry match odds, Hugo. 1.37 to 2.95. That's a nice big advantage for the VP.Prodigy.
And we'll be listening in to the Eternal Fire boys in this round.
Attım. Flash'ım hazır.
Smoke, insta smoke geldi buraya.
Gel çıkalım
Duydular
içeri.
Var flash.
At,
Mid
at.
çıkıyorum. Çıktı. Atıyorum.
Double
Adam
A
beni vuruyor.
Bakıyorum ben. Smoke attı
Emre
bana.
oradan beni baitlemen lazım.
Tamam öyle
Çıkar şu an ha. Bir çıkar.
Tamam.
Bota
Buradan
geliyor.
helal.
Öldü, bastı.
Helal.
Helal tamam.
Yani
Arkası
bana.
var. Bir tane arka. Enes ayrılsana. Bakıyorum arkasından. Giremez şu an.
Temple'dan bait yapsana bana.
Ses.
Geliyorum. Helal.
Yardım.
Bir can. 2 tane basarsan bir can.
Arkası yok,
Üç,
görmüyorum.
Sev.
Üçü de orada.
Okey.
Biri low lan.
Rampa
Neydin var
koşuyor.
lan?
Sus.
Rampada smoke var şu an.
Nerede? Bekle geldim
3
arkalarında.
tane gap önüydü.
Ninja'ya
Çok
geçeceğim.
low'lar lan Ali.
Adam bekliyor beni. Oynamıyorlar. Dönebilirler şu an.
Biri gap içine girdi galiba. Rampadan pushluyor.
2 tane bir can var Ali. Sağında
Sağya
galiba.
atsan iyi olur.
Helal lan.
Helal.
Çok iyi.
Gap
kill oldu.
olabilir. 4 mermim var.
Geliyor Enes bekle ölme.
Enes duyuyor gap cave'se.
Hayır,
Abi aaa.
Donut'tayım hala.
Donat'a attı
Birlikte.
adam. Donat'a smoke attı.
Birlikte. Pikleyecek şimdi bir yere. Hazır olun.
Donat. Yok.
Sağda yakından. Site'da adam. Yakın.
Mid
Aldı
geliyor.
headshot
Donat,
tutsun da.
donat geleceğim ölme.
Hitiniz yok.
Geldim. Let's go.
Adamı
Enes'in
sağda
yanıcısı
duydum.
var.
Sağda duyduk adamı.
Yakıyorum Temple'ı. Sağda.
Nice oldu.
Bravo. Harikasın.
Helal
Helal.
lan.
Bravo.
Vursana.
Nerede?
Çöz.
Harikasın.
Helal lan
beyler, bravo.
Viking.
Well, they're having fun with it at least, I guess. I don't speak Turkish, but good for them on the board. Early as well, Ricardo with a 3K. And yeah, I mean, looking into the little background checks that we can do, Harry, the little numbers that we can read, certainly looks like these guys don't have a huge amount of experience. Maybe some scrims on it, but in general, VP shouldn't really have an excuse to lose a map that their opponents haven't even tried. You got any bright side for me?
So, cumulatively, they've played it 47 times in pugs.
All 5 of them?
No.
Oh.
Well, like, all combined,
Yeah,
yes.
47.
But not all in the same
Check
game.
how many I have.
No, why would I do that?
Oh, because I thought...
No one cares about your comparison.
I've played Ancient more times than Eternal 5. If you count MM as well, definitely, but probably on Face.
I mean, I'm not counting their
No,
MMs. That
obviously.
feels unfair.
No, obviously. On Face It, for sure, even so. But
Yeah,
know,
Wakadia is the biggest ancient player out of the lot of them.
with how many?
17.
And no officials. Well, that's going to make this game all the more exciting. Probably. What do I know? Leaning B, nothing wrong with that. Actually, I say that. They're pulling players back to the A site as we speak, getting out of middle, leaving Kenshin to be that info player. You don't need the mid-control, the deep mid-control on CT. Not every round. It's nice to have sometimes, but what can you really do with this other than walk through the red smoke or go donut? Cave has already been taken. Lane is of little desire for Eternal Fire. And so up they walk to the top of middle. Delusion clearing as much of donut as he can. Are they going to leave him to lurk with the orb? Might not be a bad idea. He could get a pick down donut. That would maybe shuffle some B players. Oh, missed shot though. That looked dead on. Colors has the kill. And that's a perfect little deny to keep these B players in position.
Yeah, this double long setup, kind of a cool idea if it works, right? First guy can draw him in, and then Dougie versus can pounce out. Oh, but it's a little rough on the timing there for old mate Dougie. Oh, it's not gone any better for Wakadia. Maybe Kenshin's going to have more luck. Here he is in cave. Nades out, and Dead on the swing. There's more in cave, but Colors is making noise and Fola is dead. They know about this last man. And so he's going to get out of there, try and save. It's a third on the board for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, I feel like that's just hunting there. Was it Dougie, the first guy to go out on long, who swung?
Yeah.
I feel like he could have just held that cave angle and let his teammate work it, draw them into the bait and switch. Instead, he just swings in front of the smoke. It's not like he's trapped by the smoke or anything. He can just play it. But again, you're not expecting VP to have such good spacing, but they're coming in well prepped to this map, so there's no surprise to see them playing good CS together on this T side. Already on a CT side of map, having a 3-1 lead. It's a fantastic start for VP.Prodigy. There's no money here either. So it's going to have to be a little eke for Eternal Fire. Play around this AWP. Colors could drop it over, but armor-wise, going to keep it his. Give Kenshin the grenades. Doesn't want to be fiddling around with utility. Oh, that's one way to put it to use. Quick pick in mid lane. Push into the lane and almost overwhelmed was Rufire. Thank goodness Delusion comes in to help out. Colors with a missed shot. It's a bit of a problem right now. They're charging deep into B. Delusion got all the way to long, and they're all blind. Great team flashes. Well, flashes from his team, not team flashes. Colors got burnt out as well. I think he was also fully white. And VP just roll over that eco as it always should have been. Get their AWP back for Delusion. Here's the buy, though. Got to put your money where your mouth is.
Got to kiss the coin, as the old saying goes, I think. Yeah, now you get the buy. That's something at least. Right, another chance to make a good go of it. Kenshin even bringing out that AWP. AW. Oh, little nade stack. Love it. Rufire not so keen. Brought down to 50 to open up the round.
Oh,
this is a nice way to clear this.
I've never seen this
No, this is really cool.
Oh, I do ancient players, man. So sweaty.
Dude, Rufire, I don't know, man.
I respect him.
This is someone who's really honed his ancient, really put time into trying to become... Dude, even that little double flash clear is lovely. Yeah. Pops left and right.
And you can only clear left. You only need to clear left, rather, because right is mollied fully, so... It's a perfect little combo there for VP. Combo breaker. And now they want to pop into this B-bomb site. Throwing some mid stuff first. Bomb's back in spawn. And there's only 50 seconds. So yeah, Resort has to reset. Triple B. And with Dougie in the spot that he is, plus Vicardia not just baiting for him, but dying for him here in this position. You would like to think that Eternal Fire can hold this B-bomb site right now. It's all going to come down to the util placement of VP and the spacing. Typically, it's been good in Cave, but right now it seems that Cheerful might be that last man in as VP pop into B.
Yeah, depending on the timing he finds, this could actually be pretty good. Yeah, still, Dougie's going to get the trade at least. And here's the AWP of Kenshin. Good for the first. Pretend flashbang throw it. A bounce back.
The spam as well.
Nice. Delusion. 1v2. Oh, now 1v1. Just Fola left to beat.
Got it.
Bomb going down with just seconds to spare. Oh. That's wonderful from Delusion.
Get him out.
Little no-scope to end it with style.
Oh, even faked the footsteps, ran into the smoke and then walked out. I like the play, but gonna get played with. That's a sick clutch from Delusion. Shame to see what Cardia turned, and not in a fun way. Just looking back at the bomb site, but also it's because his teammate was giving it up and was fully flashed out at long and short. He was actually rotating between the two, and so Ricardi didn't know if they were already in the site. But I feel like if you're gonna run that setup, that very dangerous double setup, Ricardi may as well just be off the box in the corner if you don't have the site info, because we saw the result of it. I love that call for VP to, seemingly not take cave, but they go 4 up ramp and then Cheerful comes late through the cave. Eternal Fire are not looking. now just dongles. Is this A, water, B, a power generator, or C, a black hole?
It was actually me, Hugo. Secret option D. Doing an impression of...
All of the above.
All of the above, yeah. The power generating black hole water. Roofire, holding on to lane, is eventually going to skirt on back and rejoin his teammates for what looks like just a little A-pop. And well, now that they're in A, they are in A with the bomb. Still back in main. They're going to go ahead and plant that late.
Yeah, bomb just got thrown in the entrance and left for about 20 seconds. It's a classic. No one wants to do it. No one wants to plant it. Come on, get your MVP. They clear out with Cardia, checking deep CT, and now Lomik, who did have the bomb when he did that, faking it. I like it. You know, you have no hurry to plant here. You know that it's so often the CTs will come through smokes on taps. Oh dear, now they do on the flank. Dead at least. Colors crept out. And Lomik didn't know. But I'm not worried yet. At least I hope I don't need to be. Cheerful rolls over him. Dougie on 10 health. Was always inevitable. 6-1 for VP.Prodigy, and Eternal Fire just getting washed over right there. Now buying up. They need something. They need anything.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm kind of expecting this to be a very one-sided affair.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean, we kind of saw the outcome. Like, even Fnatic Rising as a team that they haven't really ever lent into Ancient, but they have played it before. You know, they got rolled by Young Ninjas on this map, right? Well, not Young Ninjas, Astralis Talent, rather.
Other way around.
Other way around, yes.
Yeah.
They rolled Astralis Talent. That's what I meant. Oh, got there eventually. It has been, dude. That Inferno game has wiped me out.
Yeah, to be fair, I can't blame you. That was, I mean, and I think it's so cool that VP can just reset off that and go, whatever, go next.
But yeah, Astralis Talent, who haven't really shown a big bit of glee in playing Ancient, they got rolled. So, you know, this might happen again. Let's listen into Eternal Fire. Let's do a vibe check.
Hadi gidip yapalım mı Emre?
Demoli atıyor.
Yapalım kanka.
Gel,
Ben
gel,
onu
gel.
isteyecektim. Atıyorum ben smoke, sen yanıcı at. Smoke falan yapalım biliyorum.
Tek miyim ben böyle?
Attım. Ama okey, elinden çıkmadı. Attım şu an. Attım neydi mi? Sen musla, ben bilmiyorum nereden muslayacağım.
Bakıyorum arkaya ben. Smoke'a bakıyorum.
Gap girer mi?
Giriyor.
Oo, ne yapıyorsunuz ha?
Şu an bakıyoruz gap'e.
Smoke attım
Bir smoke
arkaya.
Göstermiyorlar buraya. Vurmayı deneyeceğim, dur.
Tamam ben ayrıldım.
Lan solunda gelmiş. Nice,
Öldü.
güzel trade. Ha, neden öyle bir şey yapıyor ya?
Ses.
Bakıyorum üstüne layder.
Şuradan açılacağım smoke'tan.
Tamam açıl.
Gap'ten B'ye girer mi adam?
Boost yaptı, gördü.
Mid boost yaptı.
Bozdu.
Bir bakıyorum. Görüyorum. Yok. Ben deneyeceğim açılmayı midden.
Ramp AP B 2.
Dönüyorum B'ye.
Oynuyor.
Bir tane daha. Tolga hayatta kal, Enes arkalıda.
Kötü flash.
Midde ya. Bir tane mid var.
Geri gitti.
Hayır
Oynuyor.
öldürebilirler.
Dönüyorum yanına, dönüyorum. Biri midde, 2 kişi var önünde.
Helal.
Helal.
Bir tane rampa var, diğeri middeydi.
Sola boost yapabilirsiniz.
C4'ü görüyor follow şu an.
G4 önümde.
Alamıyor şu an, smoke var. Göremiyor.
Side.
Smoke'luyum.
I mean, you can hear reality setting in for Eternal Fire in these comms alone. They are looking and sounding, they are feeling and tasting out of their depth.
Yeah, you know, and I think the odds reflect that. 1.06 to 8 over at Parry Match. If you want to get in on that, there's a 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. More information's available in the banner below, but it's only for ages 18 plus. Yeah, unlucky for Roofire, but that's really the only negative in that round for VP. This is a very, very good T side thus far, 7-1 up. Nothing going wrong. And yeah, you know, I think if you're Eternal Fire, just don't let this map get to you. You know, the moment you saw it coming up, you really were like, yeah, we probably won't win that one.
Yeah, if we win it as a shocker, and we'll take it. In the same way the VP, you know, they lose Ancient, they go, oh well, we're about to wreck them, so don't worry. Eternal Fire can just do the same. You know, oh well, we won our map pick. We might lose this. Rarely do I ever go into a game, even at 7-1, and say like, oh yeah, they're probably not going to win. But that's how honest I'm being right now today, Harry. You know?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Hugo. Wakadia, that's nice. That's one, but that's the end of it. There is this double ramp flank getting here very, very quickly. Delusion! Woo! Gets them both! And that's pretty devastating. You know, I sounded very happy there, but actually it's a very sad occasion for Eternal Fire. They had two coming in on the flank. They get 180'd. They get turned on. And VP continue to amass a slew of T-side rounds on their way to a very dominant half indeed.
Yes. All good in the hood. Nice clean cut. T-side. The ecos have really not proven to be a threat. What's this? Is that a ledge molly? There are some lineups you can do on the B side, but that's a nice one. On the other side. Oh, deep peek, and he wanted to find the headshot. He's sitting in it! Cardia does live, only just, and the rest of VP walking towards A. Just roof fire, cave bound. If he could buy a Mag 7 T side, he would, I promise you. Sword off, man, just doesn't hit the same.
No, it doesn't. It's just bad. But Wakadia, that's a nice opener. You've dealt with this guy that's always been occupying lane and denying early rotates, and that's going to free you up to move players around. Dougie versus good recovery. And his molly burns out another man. They're going to return the favor with a bit of utility of their own. Nice. However, it's not punishing enough, and this is looking like an Eternal Fire second about to be found. Cheerful has a minute to play with, but a 1v5 on his plate.
Just about damage. You think about kills right now. A couple of guns removed. Helps you keep that economy in check. But checkmate in this round. Eternal Fire find their second, seemingly. And Cheerful, is he saving? This is a long con. But as soon as he gives away his position, he knows he's going to get hunted. Hopefully, they walk into him is what he's waiting for. He could even chase after time. But at the same time, Eternal Fire need their own money. So, Fola's taken A main. Cheerful will let him have it. And with that goes the round.
Yeah, just gonna sail by.
Yeah. You got there at the end.
Yeah.
Took you a moment.
Oh, he might die after time.
Oh,
it's okay. Oh, hello team right there, mate. That's what that was meant to be my rendition of.
Tried, and for that I respect you.
But, you know, with the little halos right now, it's the Angels on Eternal Fire. They've got themselves a second round. For that, they can be happy. Double AWP even going to come into play. Or rather, I guess, continue being in play.
Eternal Fire sounds more like hell than heaven. You know, never-ending flames. But what do I know? I'll find out in a few years for you. Oh, good flash. They're going to run lane into cave, and there's only one man at B right now. It's a very open bomb site. Roof fire, of course, the round that he just waltzes in is the round that they barely play it. Still going to be scared of dark, but which angle does he prioritize? We talk about 50-50 angles. This is the king of them. Roof fire going to be cleaned out because he was on an expected angle of the cave side. Still going to be a cleaned out site, and he's called it to his team. They take the space. It's reset on default, but you don't have the bomb, so Cheerful's going to try and stick it wide, facepalm, as they back out.
Boosting over the smoke. And now hopping down and into the fray. Eternal Fire, man advantage in this retake. It's quickly brought back into even odds. And now time really starting to get away from you. They smoke off cave. Oh, the AWP will get removed. Lomit goes running through, and he does control the spray.
Lovely.
Gonna lock it in. Him and Cheerful finish the round off, and there's 9 on the board for VP.Prodigy, going a man down early on and still getting out with the round intact.
Okay, let's theorycraft, because I actually don't know this, and I need to go in a server and find out. In cave...
Are you gonna... Oh, go on. I thought it was like triple boost at long or something.
No, in cave, the little hole that someone tried to flash through earlier that didn't work, can you flash through it with a lineup? Like, if you found something consistent, can you actually get a grenade through that? Has anyone ever done that? I've never seen one. I'm wondering. Or is the hole just ever jump spotting?
Yeah, I've never seen an A go through it, but...
It looks a bit short.
It looks like tempting. I can understand.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Fowler's pulling... Not a... Like, it's its own twist on a classic, right? It's like you've remade the margarita, be that the drink or the pizza.
More cheese, less bread. Throw in some egg, and it's a Georgian meal. Ola. Oh, of course they molly the wrong side this time. They've often mollied this corner, so he's going to live to tell the tale. That's a long smoke. Easy lineup, steal it while you got it. Do the short one from the same position if someone drops you the util. Keep that in mind. Vola's going to get baited for as well. This orb can just jiggle, wiggle. Chug, chug. Oh, it swings in. They both die. Kenshin re-peeks that. That's a bit optimistic. Luckily, there's another orb back in the bomb site. Wicardia only just gets through the tight gap. Back to short. They're going to smoke him. Rifle here instead. Orb reroutes on long, but Delusion's holding, and no need to with the smoke down. They actually fire through. Dougie with a kill. Trying to stop this bomb from ever making it down, but Cheerful's got it, and the backstab's here.
Yeah, Colors.
Pretty.
He gets it at least. That's what matters. That's what matters. Now through long. Oh, God. Cheerful.
Get him.
Oh, just the third man left to find. Tap on the bomb. Smoke to feign the commitment. And there's the swing into the arms of Cheerful. But it's not a warm embrace waiting for you. It's a big right hook. Double digits now for VP.Prodigy. And this is exactly what those folks on the analyst desk wanted. They said if VP are going to win, it better be clean, it better look good. And it's looking like all of those things.
Yeah, no, lovely stuff. Don't want to give a ton of fire, any confidence, you give them double digits, suddenly they're believing more for Vertigo. At the end of the day, we hit Vertigo as the third map of the series, and VP, they actually have a decent T-side on that map. We like Rufire's calling, we're a fan. He does utilize mid as one of the few teams to do so in this league. There are things to like from VP's Vertigo. For Eternal Fire, still somewhat up in the air with only one map played with this roster. But they beat VP on it. That's something to keep in mind. And it was pretty one-sided at that.
Well, it's got to get worse before it gets better. Nice to see Rufire getting a taste of his own medicine. Going, what the hell? They're running the shotgun in cave.
Who does that?
They know who they're up against. They know who I am.
Just you wait. Oh, I like the ramp. VP have sometimes mollied this, but they've forgotten to, and look at the price they pay. Mac 10 jumping just to make that model mad. They can't trade Rufire, and he's glad. Gets out of there with a flash on the fadeaway. 2 players still be in the rotating.
In A. Yeah, they're out, mate, and the A players already left ahead of time. Dougie versus, mate. They're in your bomb site. They're in your living room.
Whose bomb site?
Resalt's bomb site. Now just the Deagle of colors. And Kenshin left in this one. Here they come with a little main wrap.
And you should know at this point, you've got mid. They've had CT a while. And, they're not even going for it. Saving for a rainy day. Saving the armor of all things. I would have loved them just to run in, get a gun, do their best. But they can rebuy next round nonetheless. So not really a necessity on the save, but maybe still a way to get a gun out, especially if Rufire keeps it up. They've heard him. Oh, and he doubles back. Rufire's too slick. Will not let you take his weapon. And he looks very happy about it. 11-2, and it's going exactly as how VP wanted it to date. Forget Inferno. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, hell, dude, this is a nice way to mentally reset yourself going into a third map, isn't it? And, you know, I say that like it's guaranteed because, you know, at this kind of scoreline, it really should be guaranteed.
It's not even the scoreline, it's just what we know Eternal Fire, from Eternal Fire. Like, mad respect to this team, but if you have literally not played a map, you're not going to win it versus a team that loves it.
Yeah. Woo! A team that kind of set the precedent for what a good Ancient squad looked like as well. You know, they were always keen to play this map in Season 1, for example. You'd see them on it all the damn time. So
early adopters. Yeah, get them while they're young. That's the whole point, isn't it?
Oh, out into middle. Lomic, he's been spotted. There's re-aggro.
Nice.
Kenshin going in. Taking a fight that, you know, has now completely conceded the A bomb site. I kind of feel for his teammates here having to go plug that hole. It's pretty ballsy for that peak to have come through. Now, they do rotate double up towards A. And they even clear out middle now, learning that nobody's here.
It's a swift rotation. It's not bad at all, but I don't know if VP will even expect this. They faked this a lot. Lomic does it again. Cave push, or Temple rather, and Cheerful doubled up. It's beautiful. The molly landed on the plant, but Lomic just does not stick bombs. He does not trust his team. It's like playing with Rushley, except he won't even take the bomb.
No, or buy a kit. It's a very screwed fallacy in that man's mind.
Is he going to fake it? Of course he is. Why plant when you can just, you know, press the come to me button and he comes to him. Cheerful trades. Beautiful round out of Cheerful. 4 kills, including the lineup. 17-5, 12-2 scoreline, and one more to run over Eternal Fire for good fun. We might not see the Mag 7.
I was about to say, we're barely even going to get it, mate. I mean, it's going to come out second round if they win. I mean, I think regardless if they win or lose.
It bloody better. Rufi's been waiting all day.
It will.
He couldn't, in good conscience, pull it out in OT.
Oh, in OT? Exactly.
No, that would be
like, then at that point,
a
it's like,
little bit silly.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Dougie versus Fola. Like, they early rotated. They were in such a good spot to try and make a difference, but they just get lined up by Cheerful. And so they're left with a very broken bye. Heading into round 15. Going to have some M4s to play with, but also Deagle's out. A Famas in play. It's ugly. It's not what you want, but it's all they've got.
This time, heavy mid-tech. I like this. They've left A open. We have seen VP abuse that a lot, but even a B push as well. Dougie's seen something. He might have seen a shadow. Smoke will give it up. Oh, Delusion. He swaps off the nade too early. Cheerful still gets the shot, fortunately enough, and he clears out ramp. Colors climbs from middle, but Delusion just got there in time. And Rufi's kill's getting stolen from under his nose. That's a mid kill to drop the bomb, but great trade from Rufi. Only way this round could have gotten weird is if Kenshin took that mid space instead. Delusion's taking face. Dougie versus, he knows that bomb was there, but he also knows it no longer is. He's made the read at least, but they're going to cover this rotate.
Yeah, he also made a boatload of noise getting up here, so Delusion, you know, should just nail this, really.
Oh, double peek.
It's all well and good. Everyone swings it. They triple peek him. They shut it down. No room for Dougie.
Yeah.
And 13-2 for VP.Prodigy. Now, you know, I don't even think it's worth really dwelling on Eternal Fire here, right? We didn't have very high expectations as to how they were going to do on this map. I've got to say, I am just relieved that VP, when you get them onto a comfort pick, when you get them onto one they're used to, they're able to show us this kind of form. Because, you know, Inferno, it was really, really close. And it was really, really messy. But you have to remember, this also isn't a map that VP played, and so, you know, looking at it through that lens, kind of impressive they were able to get it so close so many times.
Yeah.
That said, I do think there were some unforgivable moments there, And so it's nice to see them tighten it up.
Yeah, I think the difference is for like a map like Inferno, it's like, oh yeah, VP don't play this map as a team.
But
like,
everyone
individually,
knows.
everyone has played it, everyone has watched it. This is a relatively new map, so for Eternal Fire, like, it's easy to just fall back into the woes of, oh, just stick with what you know, stick with what you're used to. And so, yeah, I can definitely see that point. It is still a shame. I feel like if you're actually aspiring to, Pimp will agree with me here, if you're aspiring to be a professional player, especially when you're under an org in a league, you can't, like, there's one thing having a 6-map pool, you can't just not know a map. You have to get some experience on it. So maybe they can go back to the drawing board, get some scrims on it, add this to their map pool for a future season. My only worry here, Harry, and I don't know if it's founded well or not, is that Eternal Fire, I hope they don't get ruffled and get in their head about this map going into that final one of Vertigo. They need to stay in the game. They beat VP on Vertigo before, they can do it again.
Yeah, those odds there for the match winner, 1.45 to 2.62. That's for the series overall. So, you know, don't worry. People aren't suddenly going, no, I really believe in this T side now. Not losing their minds over at Parry match. And I can agree, given the odds, odds slightly to VP.
They've won it before, man. That's so important to remind yourself. This is not a done series. Quick refresh, and then we're back in. I really, truly hope this Mag 7 comes out. From the bottom of my heart, win or lose, watch Eternal Fire run A every round and avoid it.
And never play into it.
Yeah.
Could be interesting. You know, maybe they will. I mean, hell, they quad stacked A in the pistol. So who's not to say they do it again? Let's listen into VP, though. Let's improve our lives by hearing Rufire and the boys.
В квадрате и так далее. Давайте, жестко, ребят. Беремся, блядь. Пистолеточка наша, забираем. На позитиве, на позитиве.
Стой на флешке.
Слышал?
Нет, никого
Не слышу никого.
Ребят, могут медленно в студию пойти. Подходи, Арман. Не топай только. Уходи в Тарма, нахуй этот мид.
Кидаю.
Я в спину.
Один банан.
Да хуя банан. Студия, 2.
Там студия все, там студия все.
2.
Бомбу бил?
Еще 2.
Я бомба.
2 студия, 2 студия.
Банан один.
А, блин, банан. И 2 студия. Банан студия, банан студия.
Банан.
Понтов.
Ёбаный рот.
2 студия. Еще.
План, студия.
Хорош!
The hype. The hype. 14-2. And Rufire. Don't do me. Rufire.
Wait. Nope. I'm done. I'm sorry. He didn't bring out the Mag 7. That is literally... That's your identity. That's the
creme de la
brand.
creme, Harry.
It's called the Rufire for a reason whenever you see the shotgun in cave.
Rufire, baby.
I'm actually devastated. My day is ruined.
Yeah.
And VP might be winning.
Well, they win A anyway. Who cares? Fired up next round, hopefully.
Oh, Rufire's just so smart. He knew.
Yeah.
He knew it would be an A play and
One
that Mag 7
step
would be wasted.
Well, he is Cave, but...
He's Cave, yeah, but, you know, trying to reinvent himself.
Cheerful's just hands off the keyboard. Why bother? Here they come. One, and done. Nice entry, jumping through the smoke. Lomic, he knows what's up here. He fakes it enough. Delusion, that was a gross shot. I don't know how he headshot with the scout. How are these headshots? Don't do another. Taking down 3, and Kenshin on the dig, just getting run at. Rufire drops the last, and now we need a Mag 7 or I will not be happy.
Get it.
Do it. Do it.
He's not going to.
Do it. I'm actually so sad. Excuse me, can I talk to the manager? I thought you were better than this, Rufire.
I did as well, man.
We just waited all season. We waited all season for the Rufire Mag 7, and you get a 15-2.
And it's literally all we talked about, and he used it on Inferno as well.
All game. And he wrecked them with it. It wasn't like, oh, the Mag 7 didn't really work.
I hope the MP9 lets you down, Rufire.
Yeah, lose this round.
Well, this could be the final round, for all it's worth. And it's looking like it.
Just put me on Vertigo.
They shut them down on the B play. It's quick, it's clean, it's a 16-2, and it's as simple as that. VP.Prodigy, they take us to a third map. Hugo?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, hopefully though, right, with Vertigo coming down the pipeline, one thing I am excited about Eternal Fire, as you've already highlighted, they took a map off of VP here before. They've done it once already.
Yes.
Are they going to be flustered after getting 16-2'd on a map they don't play? I hope not, right? So,
Who
yeah,
knows?
you know, we're all hoping that there can be a recovery and we can get back to the competitive map in map number 3. Vertigo coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Headshots, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Well, the Inferno was pretty competitive. There were overtimes, but when it comes to Ancient, VP.Prodigy dominated. They show why they kept on playing this map in the first season, in the second season, and we also now know why Eternal Fire Academy kept on banning this map. Yeah.
They didn't know what was going on lane. Lane is the most important part of this map, and VP absolutely dominated it. They dominated Cave, they dominated Site, and even when they lost the opening pick, VP, they were able to fight back in nearly all those rounds. There were some sick clutches in that game. Delusion had some, Cheerful was finding impact, Lamek had some nice flanks. Everybody on VP just looked like they were at home on this map compared to what we saw on Inferno. It's a breath of fresh air. The jungle was nice, and the trees were giving us lots of oxygen there, and I'm sure that VP feel revitalized, especially going into Vertigo now.
Yeah, we found out that when we talked to Doggy versus, he won not lying, like saying that they only prepared 4, perhaps 5 maps to this tournament. And fact of the matter is that when you go into a tournament with this format where you have to play best of 3s, your map pool needs to be at least at 5, 6 maps, you know, in reality. So you have 1 permaban and you've got to be able to play the rest of the maps, which in this case wasn't the case at all for Eternal Fire. This was not pretty at all. I think Harry said it just before we left. I stated that Inferno perhaps could have been the worst map I've ever seen in the history of WePlay Academy League, but I do think that this was probably the worst map I've seen in the history of WePlay Academy League, because there was no contention for it. Like, it wasn't even close. No matter how many of those clutches Eternal Fire would have won, not at a single point did they showcase us that they know how to play Ancient. I also do believe that, I can't believe it was Harry or Hugo who found out that out of these 5 players, unfaced it, they have combined 45 maps played on Ancient. That is absolutely nothing. Where you'd think of Colors, you know, he has more than 600 maps played alone just in Mirage. So they have no experience on the map, they don't know how to approach it, and it was just a straight up punish pick from VP.Prodigy. So in reality, we went into this game knowing exactly what was going to happen. VP.Prodigy would win. It was just a question whether or not they'll win 16-2, 16-5 or 16-8. And that was, in all honesty, a little bit boring, because I feel like the map we have coming up now in Vertigo should be an even playing ground for both teams. So, yeah, I don't know if there's any more to say about this one.
There's not a ton to say, just that, I mean, really, when there was everybody from VP.Prodigy contributed in their own different way. I mean, Roofire's strats got them into positions. The individuals from VP.Prodigy closed out a lot of rounds. And really, this just showed what it's like when one team absolutely is ready to first pick a map and when one team generally wants to ban a map. This is exactly what you would hope for any team, really, when they have a huge map veto advantage. And VP.Prodigy are flexing that here in this victory.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to Eternal Fire Academy, like they knew that there's no way they can win against VP.Prodigy with a score of 2-0. There's no way, because if there are a team that bans Overpants and they also ban Ancient, and those are the maps that actually VP.Prodigy plays, there's just no way. And right now we see that, like, yes, when it comes to Ancient, VP.Prodigy has absolutely no problems. Now, of course, we are moving to Vertigo, a map that we already saw both teams play against each other. And in that series, Eternal Fire Academy won with a score of 8-16. VP.Prodigy lost.
Yeah, that's where it gets interesting now, right? Because we go into, as I said, an even playing field. I think you're spot on, Heko, saying that Internal Fire, they knew coming into this matchup that their map pool is not made for a best of 3 scenario. So if they were to qualify for the LAN finals, they would have a lot of practice to do in order to be ready for that. In this matchup and in the Gauntlet world, it's just a matter of fact that they have to win their own 2 maps, you know, in the video, and Vertigo being one of them now. I think last time we saw VP.Prodigy play against Internal Fire, it surprised us how bad VP.Prodigy were looking against Internal Fire. It was very simple what Internal Fire brought to the table, but it was simple and it worked. It was effective as well. I think the individuals in that game, Doggy versus again, I think that's a name we talked a lot about, had a good game. Kenshin found impact with AWP, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So there was a lot of good and positive elements coming out of Internal Fire. But I do want to state that I kind of follow what Rufire said yesterday in our interview, that they underestimated them. They tried to play their game sort of. They tried to anti-strat them too much. They tried to play into how they want to play Counter-Strike, where Rufire felt VP.Prodigy, we just need to play our own brand of Counter-Strike. Because I think that's what we're seeing here in Ancient. That's what we see when they play well. VP.Prodigy, to me, is the better unit. They're the better team. If they play their own style of Counter-Strike, I also do believe that they're the favorites coming into Vertigo.
I would say the one thing I'd be concerned about for VP.Prodigy going into this one is that sometimes on CT side, even when they are man up, they sometimes make too many errors, unforced errors. They try to go for aggressive plays for information when they don't really need to. There's some ways that teams get free and clean, easy map control on Vertigo that, like, for example, jump spotting at the A ramp, and VP.Prodigy kept doing these kind of flash plays or just like wide swinging into angles, and those kind of things got punished when they played Eternal Fire. It happened on Mirage when they played the first time, and it happened on Vertigo. So I really think that VP.Prodigy this time just need to simplify their CT side a little bit, because I don't think they have a bad CT side. In fact, they usually can find opening picks pretty decently on this map. It's just that once you get it, be comfortable playing retake if you have to. If they force you off the angle with all their smokes, just let them execute, because they're not going to have anything left in the tank. So just don't get overzealous in the middle of rounds, because they really, Eternal Fire are looking for gifts in the middle of the rounds. We've seen already that Eternal Fire don't have that many contingency plans. They don't have backup plans. If they're down in a 3v4, they're going to just try to late hit a bomb site or something like that. It doesn't, and so the VP.Prodigy, you don't need to be too worried about those 3 men left, 4 men left kind of situations. Just keep it simple. If they can do that, if they can hold their nerve, I have confidence that VP.Prodigy are going to be able to take this map. But that's a huge if, because we saw how messy things could get when they are maybe overconfident sometimes or think they need to do more than they actually do need to.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe when it comes to VP.Prodigy, they kind of had a honeymoon phase in the beginning of the season, because they started so good. They won 3 maps out of 4. We had an interview with Resort, and he said that, hey, like, we are capable of winning against MOUZ and XT. And right now, we are seeing that, like, they're kind of like not on like full on struggling against Eternal Fire Academy, but it's like there's a big question mark. Can you actually win against MOUZ and XT?
No, not at all. I think that's a reality check for Result, and I'll happily tell him why here on the desk. You cannot win a tournament with this format where you have to play best of 3s in order to get to the fun stages with a map pool that only has 5 maps in it. Like, you need to be able to be at least decent on 6 maps, and then you can have 1 permaban if you want to. Otherwise, you always go into a matchup knowing that you're going, 1-0 down, and you're not going to be able to win at least one of the maps in the series, just like Eternal Fire is feeling in this one as well. So that's not a reality right now for Prodigy right here. They need to, I guess, widen their horizon, widen their map pool. I think the tendency I'm seeing is that they struggle whenever they face someone who's playing well on their own maps as well. Like, we saw it against FURIA yesterday. They played a decent game on Mirage, and then VP.Prodigy struggled to win that. They ended up losing to FURIA, a team that I suspect them to win against pretty much 9 out of 10 times. Same here again today. Inferno, that's not a good looking for VP.Prodigy. And with all due respect to FURIA and Eternal Fire, going up against Spirit Academy, going up against Big Omen Academy, going up against MOUZ NXT, it's a different caliber of team. So right now, they are not at a stage where they should even worry about winning the entire tournament, let alone even qualifying for the LAN finals. They need to win this game here on Vertigo. Otherwise, it will be another disappointing season for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, VP.Prodigy have consistently come in about 4th place in their group every single season, so that would be a repeat of history if they lose this map right here. VP.Prodigy look better this season. They look like they have a better individual in Delusion than last season or the season prior. This would be, to me, a disappointment if they just lose this game right here, because this Eternal Fire team against them is very raw still, and for them to have kept their core 4 players on VP.Prodigy, if they don't make improvements by now, I don't know where this project's going. I see a couple of little players here and there, Lamek, that they can be solid at times, Delusion can be nice at times, but if I want to believe in Rufire leading this team, I need to see some improvements. I need to see them win this map. I think for the sake of the VP.Prodigy narrative, I want to see them win this one.
You want to win. You want to see VP.Prodigy win it. And also when it comes to our odds, we see it's 157 for VP.Prodigy, 231 for Eternal Fire Academy. It is kind of expected that VP.Prodigy should be kind of like the favorites of the series, even though Eternal Fire did manage to win with a score of 2-0. But right now, Vertigo, do you think that VP.Prodigy will be able to get revenge for that previous Vertigo?
I think they will. I think VP.Prodigy, as I said, they're the better team, the better unit. I think Delusional have played a good game of Counter-Strike so far as well. He's going to be vital on a map like Vertigo. If he can find impact with the AWP, that goes a long way for them. I think Eternal Fire, as said, it's a team that is very one-dimensional in the way they play the game. I don't think they've come up with something new. The plan B doesn't seem to exist. The plan B, let alone, has never been invented. So if Rufire and VP.Prodigy have prepared well enough for Vertigo, if they know what's coming at them, they should be able to adjust. They should be able to win this game. If not, again, I'm going to pinpoint it towards VP.Prodigy and say that's because they're not good enough. I think it's out of Eternal Fire's hands in a way of saying that they came into this league, you know, as a new team. I didn't expect them to be here. I didn't expect them to be in a scenario where they could beat VP.Prodigy, so that in itself is an accomplishment that they should be proud of. But as you said, they're a very raw team, and by all means, VP.Prodigy, with another season under their belt, with the core of the lineup still together, they should be able to win.
I would also peg this on VP.Prodigy to be the favorites. I too think that what we've seen from them in the past, we've actually seen some pretty high highs for them on Vertigo, where they actually did push MOUZ NXT in the last season to a very close, very competitive game, like not even messy, just good Counter-Strike. If they can achieve that sort of form here on map 3, they should have no problem beating Eternal Fire. It's just that you just got to get the kinks out of the way, make sure the game stays clean, don't do too much, play within themselves. And I really do think that VP.Prodigy are the better team overall.
Yeah, the team that is actually going to win this series is going to play against FURIA Academy for the spot at the LAN. So this is the most important this is the most important map, and of course, since this is the WePlay Academy League, of course it is Vertigo. Let's move on to Vertigo with Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, it ends how all good series have gone to end here in the WePlay Academy. It's a little bit of Vertigo, and it's one where actually Eternal Fire have picked up a W here before, right? Yeah. But this time things feel a little different, don't they, right? I think as well, this is where, you know, that Inferno going to so many overtimes, it's going to start to get draining. And I think when you're this drained, maybe you just fall back into what you know. And I think when we look at the fundamentals here, VP really have them down pat, and I do think that's going to go a long way come crunch time.
Absolutely, and you've got to worry about momentum as well, right? Even though Eternal Fire may have picked this up in the past, they just got schooled on Ancient. They just got a reality check, a slap to the face, if you will. So is that going to hold them back in this map? I'd like to hope not, right? Considering VP were able to reset in the previous map off the back of Vertigo. Easier to reset off of like a 4 or 5 overtime game where you lose because, you know, you were so close. There were so many opportunities for VP. But in that game, there was no opportunity. There was no chance. It wasn't close for Eternal Fire. And with VP having the tenure and this being Eternal Fire's first season here at WoW, maybe I'm a little more worried about their longevity in the series and in the season. But hey, you know, at the end of the day, the better team's going to win.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I would love to hear your thoughts. You know, who do you think has a better chance out of these two squads to take down Team Spirit?
Oh, I think they're gonna. I think either team will struggle. I might even say Eternal Fire. I think the map pool's a problem. But I don't think either of these teams will beat Spirit.
Right, okay, yeah. No. I mean, I've been really,
it's very hard.
I've been really impressive.
It's like the Young Ninjas game. It's like, who do you think will beat Young Ninjas? Not Fnatic, Astralis or NAVI? I think, well, no one. I don't think anyone will beat Young Ninjas. I think there is a very clear-cut second-place team in the group, and that's why they're in the stage of the gauntlet. If anything, I'd say that this format worked out really well, especially after we changed the veto, just because, you know, on a personal level, it got boring, right? But I think the format worked out really well, and we actually had like the best placed teams in the best places. The two best teams who played the tournament, and Big and MOUZ, went straight to the finals as they should be. I don't think anyone's arguing. The only other argument you can make is Young Ninjas. Like, maybe they should be there straight away, but I think they'll earn their spot tomorrow unless Astralis come in swinging. And being real, Young Ninjas had a few drop games in the mix. So, you know, all that aside, all the conjecture, all the questions, all the comments, forget them. This is all that matters. Maui jumping off the building for one final time.
And there he is. No one take that out of context. No one take that out of context. It was Maui running off a building.
Squeezing through the sky in a little parachute. But here we are, and yeah, Eternal Fire. Let's talk back to that game that they played, right? Let's talk back to that matchup that they managed to take VP down on. That was, at the end of the day, all coming down to their T side. They had a 7-8 half in the first on their CT. Everything looked fine. Everything looked par for the course. VP at 1 out of the half, I think. Oh, no, they didn't. They lost it by 1. But then Eternal Fire go T side, and they just trounce them. VP could not hold down a bomb site. We're getting rushes on both bomb sites, and it was just it was VP rolling over. I don't think we're going to have that VP today, but do we have that Eternal Fire? They win the knife.
Yeah, they win the knife. They get to choose sides. That's really nice, considering you just come off the back of a real beating over on Ancient, right? You now have this this ability to set the precedent, go to what's comfortable in the opener. And I hope they go for the CT side start. I think having a good T side in your back pocket is nice. And so I'm assuming they will.
Yes. Yes, indeed. You know, VP, if you're wondering what to expect from this T side, expect a bit more depth than maybe what we've seen from other teams. While they love their classic VPS slow A-ramp crawls, waiting in 4 on 5 on 4s, waiting in 5 on 3s, their Rootfire is going to be lurking mid. We're going to have fast counter Bs on low econ rounds. VP have a few things to show off in this map, and I think, you know, while it hasn't been a great run for them, I've actually enjoyed watching their Vertigo. Their games have been hard. Lost to Eternal Fire, lost to MOUZ, and a win v FURIA Academy. But this is the final boss, this is the final test, setting up to face Spirit Academy tomorrow.
Yeah, here we go, getting into this pistol round, Eternal Fire, with a CT side start. VP.Prodigy going to begin on that T side. Watch for this mid control. They're kind of renowned for at this point in time in the Academy League. We know that guys like Rootfire love middle. And so he's not going to disappoint. He's going to lean into mid right away. The rest of VP, well, one man is over here at ramp, just faking footsteps on the grate. The others are stacked up outside of the B site. But honestly, this isn't going to work. Ricardia's already cleared ramp with a peek early, and he's just jump spotting for info. They know how VP love to lean into mid and B on these pistols, and they're ready for that. It was actually a triple mid setup, so the fact that all these players come up ramp is maybe a bit of a surprise. But already, that triple mid set really does scream to me that Eternal Fire have done their homework.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the teacher, she's changed the exam questions right before on the night of. Colors trying to come back in. Glocks are getting weird and they're getting up in your face. Delusion fills those faces with lead, and Lomic helps out as well. VP.Prodigy, pistol round in the pocket. Eternal Fire might even just full eco, get those early guns in, get a quick buy round. But, you know, CT buying second, it's always so tempting, man. Parry match odds looking good for VP. And again, 100% deposit bonus on your first deposit. That's a double down. Click the banner below.
Zooming in on the word poo in the meantime. Poo now. Poo now.
1-0 now.
They're gonna
let it go now.
They're going to creep over the grate. And that's just swell. Now,
wow, you really ruined.
Result.
So that's great, Harry.
I know.
I'm really
low-hanging fruit, and while the lower it hangs, the riper it is.
Yeah, is that true?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
Oh, dear.
Lucky. Those USB, double dinking USB, impossible, mate. Because you one shot, and then the head goes wah and shakes, and you can't hit it again. Fake, tap, stick, back, and double pistol save. Although, if you're buying next, may as well go for the kill. Get some money at least.
Oh, well, it is just going to be a little hunt for Rootfire. Hunting. And hunting. And hunting.
Oh, how does he know?
Dougie's one step ahead.
Dougster. Old Duggington. And yeah, I like this. Just give him the Mac 10. What's he going to do with it? You going to play it next round? Go ahead, buddy. All yours. Free smoke. On the side. With every meal.
Stop Itching your arm, dude. The shirt's making a noise every time you do. No. God, stop it! Probably sounds horrible. Right, 2-0, VP.
I know it feels great.
They get the conversions, but you know what's better than getting conversions? Hearing VP.Prodigy. I love them. Let's listen in just a moment.
Рисовать, что там?
Давай фокус.
Тихо.
Бомбу возьми, Жень.
Дай арта, дай.
Даю. Да. Я тебя потушился об молик, я дал еще цемент молик.
Не вижу на фане. Модеси точнее.
Чего в дым выйди, не?
Модеси 50.
Флэш дал направо.
На мид дал флэш.
Подъем!
Габ забрал.
Еще на кране. Дал молик цемент.
Погнали.
Модеси еще.
Ладно, давай регрупп.
А где?
Цемент налево ушел.
Шифтом Б уйдем. Есть откидом какой-нибудь еще у нас?
Дым, флеш у меня есть.
Вот останься, а мы Б идем.
А, окей.
Тебя могут репикать, Жень. Причем контакта могут репикать. Будь
Я
осторожен,
вырвал.
окей?
Т-35.
Есть что по гранатам
У
вырвал?
меня флешка есть.
За этой, блядь, не
Бомба.
знаю. Ушел под лестницу.
Он ушел.
Через А надо
Я
играть.
пикаю.
Один са ушел.
Он под лестницей. Шифтом, наверное, поднимается или
Прибегай,
прячется. Ребят, надо идти.
Идем.
А тебе фраг, Жень, дать надо прямо сейчас.
Он может за
Шифтом
нами
желательно.
пойти в спину. Дивань? Я посмотрю.
Да не бойтесь, ребят, вам надо рисковать. Жень, фраг нужен, Изальт. Цемент может быть, и подъем может быть.
Цемент, походу.
Дай левый дым просто, флеш.
Флешку
Либо
дам
дальше
ногам.
могут быть.
Не, стойте.
Ребят,
Из-под 9 убил.
это не он,
Давай
еще.
дым.
Это
Еще
цемент.
красиво.
Дал.
Еще опора же где-то, я не знаю.
А, пора живой. Поставь.
Ставлю дефолт.
Цемент!
Цемент убил.
Горишь.
10 секунд, бро.
Может,
Дай флеш в дым прям. Дым, дай флеш.
Дал.
Флеш.
Время, брат.
успеваешь.
Beautiful.
Хорош.
Окей, осторожно.
Да.
Я остался тут.
Я в дым
На
смотрю.
тройке.
Тройка.
Хорош.
Идеально.
I mean, it's not comfortable, it's not pretty, but it is a round for VP. The 1 second plant and an ace as well coming in from Result. Great cover. Yeah, wipe your hands off after that one. That's got to feel fantastic. My goodness. Great work. I was going to say great trade work, not even, just great cover. Perfect swing on default as Eternal Fire tried to chase down that plant. They knew that there was only a second remaining. Could have even spammed it through the smoke. 8-0 for Result. An ace in the pocket already. Just Deegs now with that one rifle Wicardia brought up. Don't know if that's just a hero by attempt or a economy mismanagement. It might not matter. Let's see if he can put it to good use. Fighting deep down the A ramp. And the rest of his team stuck on A with Deegs. One player pushed bottom B for a bit of control. Oh,
Yeah, is this late game activation from Result the ace in the hole?
yeah.
Or is it more like a toad in the hole?
Oh, delicious.
A big sausage and out towards ramp they go.
What else do they call them? Popovers, I've heard. Pop toad in the hole? They call them popovers. Sometimes.
No, they do
Yeah, oh,
not.
they do. Yeah, they do. Popovers. And now they're going to pop over the short side with a lovely flash from Delusion. VP run wild and, oh dear, they're tamed, tranquilized by Dougie Versus. But poached back is he and Kenshin in a 1v4. Yeah, see? I told you. Shocking, right?
But there's no, that's just a Yorkshire pudding. There's no sausage in it.
There are sausage and popovers in some.
There's not in these. And I only have the research before me to go by.
Well, he did his own research and he didn't find what he liked. So he disagreed with it.
It's like that viral, what's his name? Hulk Hogan clip, I think, from his podcast. The Hulk Hogan show.
The Hulk Hogan show, yeah. Oh, that could have been
There, just imagine quad line up with an eagle.
Quad kill. 4-0. And VP.Prodigy looking good. But we've got a buy round here for Eternal Fire, and Kenshin should have that AWP. We're seeing a lot of A stacks. Not that that's saving Eternal Fire, but they haven't had the money yet. They want to figure it out. They want to work out what to do in this gun round. A bit of a pause before. Maybe a ramp fight. Take it back with smokes. Try and put the AWP over one of these one-ways that we see players like Fessel use every single round.
I hope Eternal Fire can break the streak soon, though, right? Because if you go from getting like banged out on Ancient, there is a limit where you're like, oh, it's fine. Like, you know, we can just dial in, win Vertigo, but it's like if you go straight back to just getting run over, like 7-0 down, which is super easy to happen on the CT side as well. Like, you know, you flub your first rifle round, you're almost guaranteed to have this sort of scoreline on your plate. If you flub this one, mate, you're looking at like 6-0 down, really, before you have another chance. So, yeah, definitely a spooky place to find yourself. Let's hope this AWP in Kenshin's hands can find some footing right away. I think that would make all the difference.
Yeah, no, you definitely a good point, right? Like VP just have that experience. I don't think they're going to be flustered by you know this situation if they were in Eternal Fire's boots. But you know, for a young team, for a you know, as Dougie has said on the interviews, relatively new team, they played together about a month. So do they have that same willpower when things aren't going right? Do they have that strategic depth? All these questions and more. But no answers, not yet. VP lean out of A, and you wonder if these early rotates are going to come in. There's only one man at the B-bomb site, but all that info should get gained by Wakari. If he just takes a little more of an angle, he could figure out everything on A. Dougie can rotate quick and maybe even molly the bomb. Collis could do the same, but he's not going to live long enough to get any of that util out. That's a weird one. Caught in the open with like 4 grenades. Dougie lobbing what he can, including bullets the way of VP. Here's a molly coming, tries to smoke it, but the nade will dunk him down and VP break their way into B.
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy to say the S word, but oh, now it's definitely a save.
Jeez.
That's the other S word. Or is it knowing a sword?
Oh, sheath.
No, like...
Jeez.
Like S word would just spell sword, wouldn't it?
Oh, wow. Oh. I was thinking sword and sheath, because I said sheesh. Wow, there's so many ways you could go with that.
There's a couple of ways it ties
I'll put it in my diary.
That's the kind of, you know, huge brain level I think of.
Well, we think of it. You go one way, I go the other.
In Trandom, I think is how we speak.
One of my favorite cities.
Amsterdam.
Done.
You hop on a little street train. They're trams. And you take them wherever.
Because you said tram, man. Either way.
It's a streetcar named Desire, and what they desire is around right now on the side of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, just an awkward one. I don't know why Colors is so confused or so surprised by that B pop there. Maybe he was just mid-changing position, but he was just in the open. He had a molly, he had a smoke, he had a flash, and Wicardia had ramp. You know, he wasn't peeking deep, but he wasn't getting cleared as well. So Eternal Fire seemingly were playing nowhere in that round. Little BXX fake. They're coming up A, and Colors will try and meet them in the smoke. He is blind. They don't like what they see because they don't see a lot, and they don't like a lot. They like even more. VP look for it. But will they find it?
Oh, they find something, all right. And, Colors!
Chill.
Yes! That's more like it. That's more like it. B controls getting taken. Through fire won't save your bacon. It's the 2-on-5 now. And the bomb still back at bridge. Remember, all that was bought into this was the AWP, the AUG, and a bunch of pistols. And they might get out laughing all the way.
Yeah, it's not the bridge to Terra B, Fia. Instead, they'll go back up the A ramp. Look for these deegs, the taps, close shots. Close won't cut it. You need the clean shave. You need that headshot. You're about to get triple peeked, buddy. Oh, double.
Oh, never mind.
In an instant. AK's down. Wicardia can't grab it. They know he's still here. He will hit his shot, though. Fake out for Delusion. Gets run at. No scope connects, but Wicardia, I love the wide angle. Does not give Delusion any room in the site. And Eternal Fire on the board. Big shout out to Colors in that one, right? The close smoke deeg, followed by the...
It's more like it, right? That's more like it. We've been missing that from this guy.
Take.
Nice to know he can provide that. And, you know, game's back on now for Eternal Fire. Suddenly, it all feels doable again. Really nice try with that, like, in-tandem kill between the AWP and the AK. Early kill, though, picked up by Result on this lurk over towards B. And that might force a bit of a rotate. Instead, actually, they're doubling down on the idea that this is an A play. Moving Dougie versus towards CT. Oh, I don't know how Lomic's gotten here with someone watching that little gap. But he will concede his territory, grouping up for a mid to B split with Rufire out in middle. Classic Rufire play.
Yeah, just patient as ever. But little does he know, he can just walk in deep right now. Dougie's the only thing in the way. If he smoked one side, he'd have so much room, but no smoke available. He'll hold for that A rotate. It will be a while away, though, and I like how VP are going for the pick. You need an AWP flick, or maybe it's not a flick after all. Kenshin re-aims to the right spot, and Rufire wishes he could aim down right below. Dougie versus denies that. 3 on 4, and Lomic, oh, he's in default. They don't know. They might not know, but he can't finish the kill. He can't finish his meal. It's cheerful with a shot instead. They come flying over connector when Rufire was needed in mid. There was no Rufire to hold. The molly jumps up the box. Lomic will live somehow. Over connector. Carlos spotted, cleaned out. Lomic finally finishes a frag, and Flick won't connect in time. Dougie with the shot. They know he's there. Lomic with the pre-fire, and now he's going to close it. Lomic with a massive round. 3 in the bag. After a lot of whiffed shots from VP.Prodigy, they bite back.
Dude, that's really nice to see. Think about how Lomic started today. You know, he was like one of the big problem areas on VP's Inferno. Well, now, in the eternal fires of Vertigo, it's looking more like Dante's Inferno here. Lomic lights him up. Let's do a little vibe check. Eternal Fire, 1-6 down. How is it sounding?
Okey, ben mid'e nade atacağım yine zaten.
A'dayım ben bronz. Atamadım.
Sim istiyorum oğlum 2 round.
Kan mid çok late oynuyorlar Tolga, ben seninle oynayacağım ya.
Ben backsteyim. Flash attım bir tane. Flash attım. Bir şey atmadılar ha ya. O da işte.
Açılıyorum ben.
AP.
Tutuyorum sen açılana kadar.
Aldın mı Alev?
Bırakacağım seni.
Boost
Şu an
yapıyorum.
bıraktım ya.
Öldü.
Helal.
Nice oğlum lan.
Geçtim ben arkayı yine.
Mid flash.
B altı
tane daha
bende
var.
full.
Tamam.
Görüyorum.
Sal burayı. Bak late smoke atıyorum.
Tamam.
Tekrar alalım. Gel.
Sola yap.
Attım.
Gel,
Bekle
gel.
be.
A altında C4
Flash
aldı.
attım bir tane.
Nice oldu
Nice.
sana.
Geldi.
Görmedim.
B altı var.
Ya mid çıktı, timing attı. Ya mid yürüyor. Window. Kona giriyor galiba.
Helal.
B.
Last
Üstünde adam.
mid.
B. Mid.
Nerede adam?
Frost'uyum
Dedim
işte.
abi.
Girmiştir B'ye girmiştir. Mid'deydi.
C4 merdivende alabilir şu an.
Tamam.
Beyler.
Lan
Geliyorum.
açılmanız.
Flash attı. Oynuyor bana.
Gel.
Nice. Helal.
Oh, that's one way to get a double AWP for Kenshin. He earns his AWP.
Yeah, Rufire could have got the bomb and just left, man. He could have bounced out, but instead hunts the kill. And man, when VP re-enter the B hallway, they need to start trading. Like, Rufire lost the bomb earlier, doing exactly that. I think it was Result this time, just does the same, walks in, teammates too far away.
Yeah, dude, it's even weirder because like Kenshin's super deep in B main, and like the
Keeps
fact
doing
he
it.
actually has time to get out of there is a pretty rough thing, more so for VP.
VP like need a, you know, on these 3-1-1s, they need a lurker just to hold the B aggro, right? Because it's just all Eternal Fire throwing their way. Paramatch shots still look good for VP, and don't get me wrong, they're in control, 1.28 to 345, but at the same time, you don't want to give Eternal Fire a reason to stop believing again. Like, they're feeling pretty crushed right now. They just got slapped around a bit on Ancient. This is their tournament life on the line. And VP.Prodigy, their map to lose, I'd say.
A hero gun for Result. All right, they're putting all their faith in him. Setting up towards B for what looks like just a little B pop with a late lurk through mid from Rufire. He's waiting with this smoke. Gonna lob that over. Block off an angle in CT and disrupt some of these rotations maybe. Wakadia, missed shot. There's that hero AK to open. And the Tech-9s follow through. This is awful for Eternal Fire. They are left in a horrible spot where you're only up against pistols, not that you really know that, and you have to save. So 2 kills decide the outcome of the round in an instant. A little B pop, all it takes to break apart this hold.
Feels bad for Eternal Fire. Those are the rounds that, you know, you really shouldn't be losing, but VP just charged through mollies with smokes and hit every headshot. Great flick as well to the back of the bomb site to clear out that quad player. VP just a very aggressive round to catch him off guard, and a little eco run through Eternal Fire. 7-2, and that's not a round you enjoy losing, but at least you can rebuy those 2 saved guns, provide some weaponry in the follow-up. But VP, they're the real winners. They came in with nothing and left with everything. Resalt's feeling it, man. Like, some people lose energy, especially inexperienced people lose energy this deep into a game. You know, they had a very long overtime matchup on Inferno, a late start for them. We're well into the night now. And now Resalt, and yeah, my point was sometimes players, you know, lose energy and can fall off, but Resalt feels like he's just built up across all of these maps. Better and better. Oh, he hit him.
Yeah. Roofire, the madman. Oh, that's gnarly, Lomic!
What?
Unreal! That is incredible! Oh my! Does he stop there? Yes! Not through his own choosing, but still, he's done enough! That's the round decided by just one man! Incredible! Lomic having a gnarly game.
Yeah, I mean, add that onto Resalt, who's hitting fast flicks. Well, that's a transfer right there. That's just a full spray down. Delusion's not even had to step up with your VP. Just have so many pieces that when they are all fit together, so exciting. Roofire waiting for these aggressive B levers, but they're not going anywhere but the next round. Need their guns once again. VP are just deciding rounds in the opening couple of kills. The Resalt and Lomic show right now. And this T side is massive. Honestly, I was a little worried about Eternal Fire starting CT today, because it was their T side that was so gnarly against VP after a pretty close first half. Look at this. Despicable. What a save. And you can't even really say anything about Eternal Fire.
Like Eternal Fire played that well. Like they're triple peeking him, mate, but he just goes wop, wop,
no one kills anyone.
Oh, I've not seen something like that, man. Lomic, I can't even begin to imagine what you've just done to the hearts and minds of Eternal Fire. They've re-bought back in, sure, but that's no replacement for the horrible feeling they're going through right now. Wakadi is looking to get set up, looking to make a play of his own. They're going to flash him through the ramp smoke, but they've just left ramp. Dougie Versus is all the way through middle, killing the player in ladder. And now it's a last-ditch attempt to get up into A. This is a good decision considering the triple ramp pressure from Eternal Fire. Only 2 players here at max for the CT side. And Lomic continues his hell of a game. Oh, man.
Oh, stop
Not
this
another
guy.
triple. He's done it again. He can't keep getting away with it.
Carlos, may as well throw yourself in, but Resalt's the backup man where Lomic first stood. Resalt will close at 9-2. My goodness, it's not Ancient anymore, boys. We need someone to save the day. And VP, they've had enough. They've said,
Lomic's
you know
just
what?
like cracked his knuckles and he's like, this game's over. They just don't know it yet.
This is the VP we wanted, man. They started this tournament so strong. It was the group stages where they were wrecking everyone. Then they slowed down. They had a few quiet games. And I was worried for VP because I was really on the VP hype train after 3 seasons of the same 4-man core. And I was a little worried for them today. Don't get me wrong. After that Inferno matchup, but they have bounced back in a way I did not expect. And this is so one-sided. 9-2. And your feathers are ruffled. You're getting plucked, mate, if you're Eternal Fire. Buy up in this round. Undoubtedly, I don't think they should be ecoing at 9-2, even though a couple of players are going to be lackadaisical on their weaponry. Shotgun is fine. Follow will make it work. And VP are laughing all the way to the bank. Talk about the boot camp effect as well. I think VP are a team that really benefit from that. They've done it all across these seasons, all 3 seasons. But also we see, you know, how much these guys are, you know, running up to each other. Rufai is always very vocal, handing out fist bumps, handing out eye contact, like it's going out of fashion. Lomic in the smoke. Last time it was Colors, but this time I'm a Lomic believer. I'm a Lomic stan. Don't give him the lineup again.
Here he is. Here's our boy, Lomic. Ready for Colors.
Oh, he barely sees the head.
He's so channeled in. He is so dialed into the game right now, mate. It's like he's in VR.
Ducking under flashbangs, turning his head left and right, and running a train on Eternal Fire. No rush for VP. 5-on-4. These are the perfect rounds. These are normal VP rounds where they slow down. They double molly short. They make sure no one's re-aggressing. But that re-aggression, it's coming. Vola, he's just trying to bait a shot. He knows he's going rather wide here, but no one's firing, means no one has that short side yet. No worry about a mid-lurk. It's all up on A. The smokes are finally down. 30 seconds. Shotgun v Orb. What's better?
Oh,
Delusion.
Delusion. Nasty flick. Spam through. Lots of damage to Lomic and a high flash as they assemble this boost. But you need kills. You need them now. Quick switch. Oh, it might betray them. Low HP on Dougie. Cheerful is going to die. Rufai trades it out. It's ugly.
This spot.
Kenshin's all the way down at ramp on a flank, and his teammate is saving. This is a 10th for VP.Prodigy. They're playing for damage on the side of Eternal Fire. How much can Kenshin do?
He should peek it. He should stay here. Kenshin should stay here and peek him right at the end. They're all going to hide back right rail, and he can multi-kill. Well, I mean, it's optimistic.
Oh, dude, it doesn't even really matter.
You're not going to break money, I guess. They're coming to you instead. Lomic's a dead man. He may as well yeet himself into the action. There he goes. Rufai just runs right by, and everyone survives. That's fine for Eternal Fire. They just wanted to keep guns right now. VP 10-2. Rufai double fisting like a Tarry at the bar.
I mean, dude, I don't know. Everyone else is a sailboat, but Lomic's a jet ski, if you catch my drift. Like,
VP, they're a yacht. They are towering above Eternal Fire right now. And we ain't even landed the chopper on the top. Rufai working in mid-play, silent as ever, annoying as ever, and empty as ever. No one is watching this position. They're all on A with a double B push for the flank.
Oh my.
Don't know how he's alive. He gets out.
Those were a mixture of his teammates' mollies, the enemy's mollies.
Oh, they're going back to B. You've got the double stairs set up. Maybe there's hope. Colors can't see through the smoke. They line up, but Result doubles up. And forget Lomic. Resalt's here with the entries this time.
And that's a save again, really.
Rufai's locked out middle.
You just don't want to go for it at this point. Like, you want to win a round. You want to try one of these, but this one's already been decided for you. 11-2. Domination.
This is what happens when you put VP on a map they've actually played before. For Eternal Fire, it doesn't feel far from Ancient. Even though they've already won this game.
Yeah, but I don't know, mate. The stakes are so different this time around. The pressure's getting to you. Your elimination's on the line. You know, there's so much going against you if you're Eternal Fire, right?
Yeah, Lomic being one of them.
VP, they're pumped up. They come off the back of a really strong map and a competitive OT and a map that they never play. On top of that, you know, for Eternal Fire, like, this has been a really long game, and it's games like this that test your endurance and your ability to keep up this level of communication, this hype, you know, bouncing off of one another. These are situations that VP have been in before. You know, these guys have played BO3s. They've played long games. They've played long series. And so they're looking like they're getting better and better. Whereas Eternal Fire, part of me wonders, you know, did they just lay their hearts on the field on Inferno only to go stone cold on the remaining two? That's what it's looking like.
The ultimate VP strat, just burn them out on Inferno. Long them out.
James looking down right now, he's like,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's actually the VP classic, right? You just make sure they run out of energy. Game's so long, Eternal Fire can't find the energy. That's a pick for Dougie. He's taking some space. A mid push. Delaying the nade. But he doesn't want to flank. Got a 5-4. This is the first time you've had this untraded. Make the most of the moment. It's VP, they're coming. And they're not letting that deter them. Would love a double nade. Only one on result. Mollies will have to do to clear the sandbag.
They don't have a smoke on A. Oh, they do on Wakar. No, wait. On okay, Wakardia in CT.
Okay.
So we could save this sandbag player.
Feels unlikely.
Gonna have to be a very long smoke throw. Luckily enough, they might not ever molly it. Like, Lomic has one. This could be an opener. This could be the equalizer.
You're faking A right now. Lomic needs to make noise unless he's going to try and like backstab. Oh no, front stab coming in and pushing into the hold. Everyone's here. It's a good trade. Bomb's been seen. Lomic won't commit. He's going to come back and join them because they know they have timing. 2 picks B that quick. You know you've got space and VP will take it.
In they come. Here they go. With the swing, Delusion nails Wakardia and even makes the follow-up look easy.
Okay.
Only Fola left. The nade Molly combo is good, but the plant still came in spite of it. And even though he gets 2 out of 3, it's not enough. Not with Lomic there and ready to trade. 12-2 and a phenomenal T-side out of VP.Prodigy. Almost feels like it's guaranteeing them the victory in this series.
All you could want and more, really. I did not expect VP to come out this strong. Because that's, you can say, you know, Eternal Fire definitely out of mojo right now. That's somewhat true. It does seem like that. But they're trying things, man. They're coming in with new ideas. Their B aggression has, for the most part, been pretty good. The 1 rounds they have are off of B pushes. It's just like VP individually are looking like absolute gamers. The guys you're running into in 5 stacks at this time of night, that's VP for you. Lomic's hitting every headshot, Delusion's hitting every AWP shot, and Rufire's lurking out in your business. Not even to mention Result. Haven't had to have Cheerful, and he's been popping all day. He was a top performer back on Inferno. But he can take a backseat now. Let his team pick up the pieces. Even so, he'll get involved, take a bite here and there. Cardi are gone, and now VP just group up at ramp, bringing that bomb.
I mean, this is a round you would save in if you could. Delusion.
That's where VP are at right now.
He's watching smokes roll along the ground for entertainment. Because his other playthings, he's all but destroyed.
It's like a dog with a chew toy. Result tears through colors. And Fola in a 1-on-5. It's the half.
Yeah, 13-2. As good as done for VP.Prodigy. Rest of this round is just a formality, as sad as that is to say. And so Eternal Fire, the fire looking anything but eternal. They burn brightly, they burn hard, but the brighter you burn, the faster you extinguish all your fuel. It's the old star problem.
But this one, not a million light years away. It's pretty damn close. Up in your face, especially if you're Eternal Fire. And it doesn't seem like VP are going to have much trouble closing out this map and or this series and heading through to take down Spirit Academy. Quite a statement. I think Spirit, who are probably watching on, need to be a little bit cautious. Look at this. Oh, I thought it was a Lomic round. It's coming. Oh, it's coming. Yeah, you know, if we get this VP up against Spirit, that game is going to be mad competitive. Considering the other matchup is Astralis v Young Ninjas as well, Denmark v Sweden. I wouldn't usually hold that to a high standard, but Astralis have clearly made vast improvements in these last few days.
I still think Astralis are winning that, but that's a topic for another day.
I respect the call. I respectfully disagree. But I've been wrong before. Only once or twice.
It was modest of you to admit that, though, I gotta say. You're easily the most modest person I know, other than me, of course.
Yeah, no, we are 2 of the most modest people around. You're going to struggle to find more modesty anywhere.
In fact, I was going to say I'm just the most modest.
Yeah,
and probably the best.
Apart from me.
Apart from, yeah, you.
Yeah. It's fine, you'll work on it. You can get there. Being second is probably nice, but I always come first. You'd know that, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, well. Let's listen in to Eternal Fire. Let's hear how they're sounding. moving into their T side.
Oyna. Oyna.
Çık midi.
Kon.
Window.
Konding'den hiçbir.
Emre oynasana orada.
Oynuyorum.
Biliyorum.
A boş şu an.
Koşarak oynuyor.
Yakın alt.
Destek mi
Sağda da
lan
var.
bunlar?
Sağda ve solda. Sağ var.
Tamam,
Bir de
beyler.
onun
A
herhalde.
geliyor. A
Bir de
geliyor.
o
A geliyor, A
A'daki onunca. Konda vardı. Onu hiçbir.
Ladder'dan ha.
Boş mu site Ali?
Boş.
Gap'ten alacağım saydı
Benim
ya.
armorum yok. Benim vurdular da
Onca
neyse.
biri onca.
Baret
Kurayım mı?
Kon.
En
2 kon,
arka.
2 kon. 2
Hell.
2. Headshot. Geri kaçtı.
Kon. Öldü.
Nice oğlum.
Onca.
Kon last.
Kon da o da.
Kur
Vuruyorum.
kapalı.
Bloklamadı kurayım.
Diyor açıldı. Dinkli bir can.
Bravo.
Nice.
Bravo.
Hadi oğlum.
Helal.
I respect it. I like the hype. Eternal Fire trying to bring it back, coming in with a pistol round. VP, I expect them to force. I expect them to come in with as much disrespect as they can. In game, of course. Online. But Eternal Fire, I've seen bigger comebacks. Not that I want to hype this up.
Is this the classic MP9 mid?
It might have to be. I saw one MP9 come in.
I saw a couple more.
Oh, no.
3 strong.
Hello.
Actually, mainly leaning at ramp. Brewfire goes mid alone.
Nice try.
Result here as well. Turns the first man to mincemeat. There's more
Love that
MP9s.
backup.
It's layered MP9 defense in middle.
It's my favorite cake.
And it's worked.
Ooh.
You boost ye.
When someone says boost, but you don't clarify who's. Boost is loose, and the B is free. The mollies come in, and Delusion tries to drop to fight with Result inside of the smoke. They don't know.
Yo,
Bombs at the
this is
back.
crazy.
Result might have he's on 9 health. Longwick's got a kill. They're shooting through. They still don't know. Resalt's behind you. And that's the round done and dusted. Can't say I'm shocked nor surprised. B was free, but VP just running like it's empty.
Yeah, I mean, dude, at this kind of scoreline, you're playing with the confidence like this game's already won, and that can be a detriment. It can be, but it's not in the second round of the Force Buy, right? No. At that point, confidence does you a world of good, a world of favors, and Eternal Fire, it's a crushing reality check here in this third map. I don't want this to take away from the fact that they did look good. This is their first WePlay season, right? This is their inaugural one, so, you know, lots to learn from this, I think. And I mean, hell, they've had a lot of good games in the group stage. They were one of the teams that really did impress me. It's just here, when we get to the best of threes, when we get to the long haul, you want the more tenured, the more experienced team to be emerging on top. And that's very much what's happening here.
Absolutely, I agree, yeah. Big respect to Eternal Fire. This roster has been super fun to watch, and they will keep it up, even if we don't believe in it. Double dig, and they almost fall in for a... Wait, did he get that third in B?
He did, yeah.
The drop shot? That's lovely. Room for Dougie now to cross in, but he's not going to make it to default. It doesn't matter anyway. That bomb's going back. You take it. I'm running.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I like the bomb drop. Means that Wakadia can try to take some ground and get ahead of them. Flash through. Going to slow down the push, and now both CTs are here. Are they going to go back again? I imagine they would when they drop the bomb. If you don't like what you see, you can go back, and they fake the great.
Great fake, mate. 8 out of 8 with the bait. But wait, it's A.
Oh, Cheerful did just miss the timing to spot it at ramp. That bomb already crossed to the left-hand side, and he has no idea. Not till it's going to get planted. There's the stick, there's the commit. Good Flash gets Cheerful off the angle. Can Eternal Fire keep themselves in this even for one more moment?
They saw him. Goes both ways. Oh, Cheerful's got him locked to default. He'll let him escape, but will that player take the gap? Smoke short. Cheerful moving in, front sight smoke to get that stick on. Got a kit on Lomik, and that's now all the stands. Jumping over, 1 kill, and with how he's been playing, I won't count him out. I won't give him any doubt. Stick, it's a wide one. They've got to swing off sandbags. Oh, it's getting close, and the Deagle does take him down. Eternal Fire last one more round at least.
Yeah, but you better believe you're force buying back in if you're VP. And it's even going to have, you know, a bit more firepower behind it if you would like. Could even look to bring an M4 in play, and they will on Cheerful. So that's a nice little bonus. They did it with Deegs last time. A little more in the tank this time around.
Oh, Deegs. They're here. Oh no, spam Deegs. They're scary.
God.
Just hit a heady. And Kenshin, he's out middle, but gonna get swung. That's at least info. You know he's committed. And VP just want to end it, man. Maybe it's getting ahead of themselves, but they trade it and keep it 2-1. Dougie fakes out a B. Got to go back for the bomb and spawn, or he would be committing. VP will work this out, and just look at the pace. I love how confident VP are. You wouldn't be doing this in a normal game, but this is not a normal game.
Dougie running in with a smoke out is ballsy, and dropping it ahead of time also gives up that this is the B play. He's going to go up and above double. Sees the first man, still doesn't know about Lomik yet.
Yeah, go back.
Even has time to fake this out, and yeah, Dougie really getting cheeky in the 1v2, now 1v1.
He's just going to recommit. And Lomik this time, after they did it on him to him on A last round, he's not going to fall for it. He wants to just stick with his guns, stick with his gut. Dougie taking a new angle, trying to find if Lomik is still here. And the more he waits, the more Lomik questions this play. But you've waited this long. You may as well commit, and Lomik knows that. On top of default, horrible angle to clear, but Dougie does it anyway. And Eternal Fire find 5. You know, just showing the clutch potential of these players. Individually, they're very talented. Again, a very new roster. We've already brought this up, but I'll say it once more for those of you in the back. This team's only been around for about a month, playing together. Recently, these guys were playing against each other. For VP, they're 4 seasons deep with the same 4-man core.
Yeah, 3 seasons deep.
Did I say 4?
Yeah.
That's because I'm saying 4 core.
You said another, yeah. 4
3 seasons deep.
More.
There's a lot of rhyme. Yeah, it's rhyme time.
And a force ball for VP.Prodigy. They've put more money in this
they'll
one.
force more till the shut door, until Eternal Fire's gored. Of course.
Well, up short. That's where Colors is. And Delusion's Deagle finds an opener again. It will get traded once more.
Lomik screwed.
Smokes are fading, and you're on a timer, buddy. Oh!
See ya.
Bring, the timer rings out, but still, he manages to escape. Dougie versus, running away with the bomb. Going to try and meet up with Kenshin over towards B, but VP are going on the rotate around to the B side. Oh, they're in. They've seen Kenshin. He's back. Oh, run away again. Oh, around the world and back again. No, it's back in a B.
Oh my God.
Back in a B. But VP, lots of bodies here, lots of bodies there. They're shutting down the B play. Eternal Fire, still time to change your mind. Still time to phone a friend.
Oh.
But spam through the smoke. It leaves Dougie all alone. 1v4, and Resolt's going to wreck him with an Eagle swing. The force back in works wonders for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, it felt inevitable. Just keep buying till we win. That's what VP is saying, and they're just running around the map, swinging out mid. Like, VP have not played this with any respect, this CT side, and, you know, that's given Eternal Fire some room. It's given them some rounds, but there's just not enough room, no rounds for Eternal Fire to work this out. And now VP call a pause at 15-5. Maybe like a little bit of a BM pause, you know, to throw in the face of Eternal Fire, because they have just been, you know, I admire the competitiveness of Eternal Fire, but they have been longing out these rounds and some of these fakes and these double backs and these, you know, just tricks of VP. I think this is like a middle finger. This is a bit of a slap in the face.
Eternal Fire, call your own pause.
Yeah, if it's not a Lomik toilet break, it's VP having a laugh at Eternal Fire's expense. Who calls a pause at 15-5?
VP.Prodigy, that was who did that.
Good one. But yeah, and why not? Hey, VP making a statement here with tonight's games. Inferno may not have been pretty, is the word I'll use, but Ancient and Vertigo, sheesh.
Clean, one-sided, and dominant for VP.Prodigy. That's
how you like it.
Yeah, that's kind of the the vibe they're going for.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Result. Oh. Yeah, this is a pretty scary B-hole. Like, Cheerful, Result together, and then Lomic as the rotator.
Do it.
It's spooky, man. It's not the site you want to go to, I'll say that much. Like, not that anywhere else has been too much of a safe haven for Eternal Fire, but these two in particular, with that third man leaning this way now as well. All right, that's a bit of damage to Result. He's no longer looking so healthy, but not going to stop them from tearing through the remaining 5, now down to 3. And it really is just a last-ditch attempt, see what we can do. But I think the reality is starting to set in for Eternal Fire.
VP might call another pause. But no, here they come to the slaughter mill.
Yeah, they'll be stop and play all right, just not for a pause. It's for the win. Lomic with the swing, gonna lock it in, another hat trick. He couldn't let it go without popping off in another 3K moment, could he? And that's VP.Prodigy dominating Eternal Fire for the 2-1 victory.
26.
Inferno was a long time away now, and the other two maps, mate, so dominant, so one-sided.
Yeah.
VP, that's the VP we wanted to see.
That's the VP we've been getting all tournament, especially in the early stages. Like I said, falling off a bit in the group. They've had to grind their way through this bottom part of the bracket, but well-earned placing now in the last stage of the gauntlet. It's crazy to think that we only have 1 day left of the gauntlet here at the Academy League. Obviously, finals are in February, but stick with us. We've got a death segment on the way out, and we've got more Counter-Strike tomorrow for our final day of the online play.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
The final map of the day was Vertigo, and again, VP.Prodigy managed to show us some really nice plays, some dominant performance, 16-6. In the end of the day, it means that they are the team that is going to play against Spirit Academy. This time they managed to get revenge against Eternal Fire Academy, but will they be as successful against Spirit?
That's a good question, Haku. I think time will tell. I think I have to look a little bit closer at the veto, see if they have any advantages, any ins, because we saw how poor they can be if they're punished, but how strong they can be if the maps work in their favor. I mean, this was two completely different sides of VP throughout this series. Map 1, I mean, there's a lot of words I can use to describe that one. I'm going to leave it at what it was. It was messy. And for maps 2 and 3, this was the VP.Prodigy that we were hopeful for after the first couple days in the group stage. They showed a level of composure, prowess, individual skill. Lomic, like, what were some of those rounds? Insane stuff from him. I mean, Pimp's got to be smiling after that, because the guy that he picked to be one of the guys that's going to move up to the Tier 1 absolutely delivered this game for VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, showing off in fine fashion right there from Lumic. And the rest of the VP.Prodigy squad as well, I think it was not only about him, even though this highlight package you're going to see here will be a lot of Lumic, you know, with his rifle, with his AK, even that one spray transfer where he just destroyed 3 players instantly was insane throughout the game. That was a very, very good performance from VP.Prodigy, kind of what we expected. First time around when they faced each other on Vertigo, it was a big surprise that Eternal Fire were able to beat VP.Prodigy, but as said, you know, coming into this game as well, we talked to Rufire yesterday. He said that it felt like a game where they didn't play their own style. They put too much effort into trying to counter this simplicity coming out of Eternal Fire, and that cost them some of the levels. By the way, that one right there is absolutely insane from Lumic. And it showed today, right? They played their own style of Counter-Strike. They played fast as well. You see a lot of these rounds, they're already done, you know, within the first 40 seconds of the round. Atypical Vertigo, I'd say. You know, see a lot of Vertigo games that goes down to the very last second to get the bomb planted. This was much, much faster for VP.Prodigy, and also kind of facilitated by the fact that Eternal Fire, they were willing time and time again to battle A ramp, to battle middle, to battle on B, and they lost all those duels time and time again. So Eternal Fire, they're going to feel hard done by. That was not a good game. Whereas for VP.Prodigy, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Counter-Strike.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the end game for Eternal Fire Academy this season. We will not see them anymore. I think it was pretty good considering they didn't play Season 1, Season 2. And when you're starting already not at the bottom, it's already really promising. I think when it comes to Eternal Fire Academy, they just need to maybe improve their map pool, and next time they might even get to the LAN.
I would love to see Eternal Fire move forward by improving on their tactics and, like you said, Heku, their map pool. I do think that Pimp kind of nailed it throughout the entire group stage that Eternal Fire's playstyle is just a little bit too basic. It's a little bit too much just 4-1, group up together, maybe put a lurk on the other side of the map. But even throughout today, I think they faked once. I think they maybe threw a single fake throughout this entire series, and it was the very last T-side round on Inferno in regulation for them. I really would like to see Eternal Fire try to build out their playbook, try to see if they can maybe work with some more executes, try to maybe have some more diversity. Just default, you know? You have a lot of players with a lot of skill on Eternal Fire, so that's what they proved to me at this event. They showed that Colors, Dougie versus, even Kenshin sometimes, those guys could show up. They could hold their own in terms of what they're doing just in a gun duel between anybody and themselves in the server. But they need to improve on their tactics. If they start increasing their strategic playbook, their depth, then we can start talking about Eternal Fire as maybe being a team that can qualify for the LAN one day. There's still a long way to go for them to reach MOUZ or Young Ninja's level, but in terms of their players' ability, I'm actually not too in doubt.
I agree. I think a lot of the players showed throughout the tournament that there's some potential. Colors, I don't think we ever got to see the best of him. I think he has way more to show us, perhaps in next season. I think Dougie versus, without a doubt, my MVP for this lineup. He showed a lot of good stuff. Seemed to be a smart player as well. We talked about a lot of these academy teams. They make mistakes. They don't, I guess, anticipate some of the basic situations in Counter-Strike well enough. But I think Dougie versus was one of the few players from Eternal Fire who consistently made the right decision. Didn't cost them any rounds, etc., etc. So I agree with your sentiment saying that Eternal Fire right now is not at a spot where they are good enough to even contest or fight for a LAN spot. But if they keep this core of players together and they involve and they maybe look at some of the other academy teams or look towards some of the European Tier 1 teams and try to adopt a little bit that of dare I say, structured, default-based mid-round calling playstyle and try to integrate that just a little bit into it to have a mixture of both the, 4-1 Wolfpack mentality, but also the ability to do defaults and be smart about it. I think Eternal Fire is a team that can be proud of their performance in Season 3. It was their first season as well, but with all the respect to them as well, they were never really close of qualifying or making big waves in the league.
Yeah, but I'm sure they'll try to do their best when it comes to the next season. We'll be more than happy to see them again. Let's just make a short recap of what actually happened today, because in the beginning we had Astralis Talent, and they managed to win another series in the Gauntlet. This time it was against NAVI Junior, and I mean, again, it was a pretty close series, 2-1. But tomorrow they're going to play against Young Ninjas, and it will be incredibly hard to beat that team.
Young Ninjas are going to be Astralis Talent's biggest challenge yet. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Some of the other teams that they faced off against had some question marks around them, some uncertainty. Young Ninjas is a team that actually isn't in 100% form. I'll say that. I say that there's a chance that Astralis Talent can maybe do some damage there. But Young Ninjas, with the personnel on that roster, with the structure that they have, they should be in a very prime position to qualify. Young Ninjas, that is. They have looked good enough, I'd say. They aren't looking at their tip top, but it's enough that I still see them being the heavy favorites there. And for the second series, Spirit Academy, VP.Prodigy, I think that Spirit Academy just simply have the best player in the server. They might even have the second best player in the server. They're looking really sharp with Chiron and Art Frost and Sotvik's leadership.
Yeah, well, tomorrow we'll find out which teams are going to join Big Omen Academy and MOUZ next year at the LAN. We are done for today, but we'll be more than happy to see you tomorrow at 4 o'clock Central European Time. Make sure to not miss it. Just come here, we'll be here.